Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I'm staying in the race. What?
Would you jump up?
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
What now?
Jesus, I say that.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich white man.
Consequences.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Break now.
I see that you know your judo.
Don't even play.
Your name, please?
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Cyclone Cheetah.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having a lot.
Winter is coming.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills! Aren't I a good guy?
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Welcome to the Resistance.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Jesus, I say that.
He looks good. He looks good. And he looks hard.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Well, look at all you people. It's been an entire day since we've seen each other last, and yet we still seem to be floating somewhere between Earth and space. So much to talk about in this week-ending report. I guess we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle those seatbelts, space fams, otherwise you might go floating away into that deep, dark abyss. Alright, let's do some shout-outs quickly before we get started. Moa Noep, Hermit Horologist, Tamara Chance, 123 in the YouTube chat. Maywormy A Close Fourth, Scared Crow, Chef Bongi, Geodragon, Charlie Jinmir, Orb Vroomer, Tracy Eva, Look Bovine, Bob Carmody, Evan from Portland. I think that's everyone. Janelle Walker. Janelle, I see you. Okay, there we go. That's everybody. Well, it's been a crazy week. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling a little bit out of sorts. I feel like I'm living in some sort of Twilight Zone. But really, that's just the alternate timeline that we're living in the United States. And the rest of the world, really. We're all in this together. Anything above Earth is space. I mean, I think they got the atmosphere and then like all the other spheres. I don't think that counts as space. Alright, let's go to the United States. I figured, after such a long week, we deserve to start off a stream with something to look forward to, perhaps. Something with which we could perhaps pack away in the back of our memories, just waiting, hoping for the day that we can all enjoy this together. Let's go here. Breaking news.
I'm not trying to do a theme here about conservatives and their ethno-nationalism or their lack of grasp on facts, on just basic things. But it just so happens, about a month and a half ago, I guess it was, I did the Jubilee Surrounded show, which is where I sit in the middle of the circle, and there are like 25 or 20, I can't remember how many it was, conservatives. They were young people. And there were a couple who I think, sort of knew what they were talking about to a certain extent. They live in an information bubble. And so there was actually one guy who I talked to afterwards and showed him some of the stuff that I think comes up in the show. It's about an hour and a half long. We recorded like 3 hours of it. I've seen the edit. It's fine. I don't really remember what happened at the time, but this is a promo they have put out. It's not all as well, I don't know how to describe what you're about to see. There were a couple of people, like I said, who didn't have basic sort of facts about things that made it hard to sort of debate or argue with them. And then there were some who were just set in a certain perspective, and I didn't feel like it was even worth arguing with them because, what are you going to say to someone who says what the second person in this clip does? But this is premiering on Sunday, March 9th. So in 2 days.
Oh my God.
So private and
Whoa.
Public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies are funded by the government.
That is not true. That is not true.
And same with xenophobic national. Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better?
Oh, this is gonna be so good. But the look, like 2 seconds of Sam just sort of looking away and trying to grasp what's happening right now, and then looking directly into the camera just broke me just now.
Government agencies are funded by the government.
That is not true. That is not true.
And same with xenophobic national. Like, what's the problem with xenophobic
I tried to pause it. I just wanted to see Sam just looking directly into the camera. Where is it? There it is. Oh God. He's like Sam is always getting into these debates, and then he's like, why am I even here? Is these are the people you've brought me? This is what you've summoned with which to present arguments, really?
Don't you think that's better for Americans in general? Like
xenophobic nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture.
You and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. Hi, I'm Sam Cedar, host of the Majority Report, and today I am surrounded by 20 conservatives.
Oh my God.
I mean,
wait,
that was...
How did he deny that? How did he say that was untrue with such confidence when it's the most untrue thing I've ever heard in my life?
That was the part that I found really disturbing. Like, you know, look, people make mistakes all the time.
Yes.
I don't want reality.
And, you know, we do this professionally and we make mistakes.
Yes.
You know, and the only reason why, like, I know this stuff is because I do it professionally and we read in. But the level of assuredness that this guy had, that the federal government, that federal agencies were getting tax breaks for hiring black people was astonishing.
Astonishing.
And you know,
I mean, I guess you could call not paying any taxes a tax break, but it would have. I mean, it wouldn't change. Like, it really is. It's an incredibly stupid statement.
See the look on my face. Like, I didn't know how to, you know, like, I'm just like, can we fix this and edit? Like, what? I can't argue that they don't get tax cuts when they don't pay taxes. Like, but that was.
I love the girl who says
2 days.
Not just saying like we should be nationalistic, but saying xenophobically nationalistic.
Yes. Like, I wondered. Like, I wanted to go up to her after. There was another guy. I wanted to go after her afterwards. Like, do you know what xenophobia means, right? Or no, or
probably not.
And there was another guy who, I think, as soon as he got to the table, like a bunch of the other people in the circle, like, oh no. Because they thought that, like, he was coming in nodding as to what that woman had said, and I think he was going to go further, and they immediately voted him out, and so he never made it to the cut. But we'll talk more about it next week when we get the full thing out.
I'm so excited.
The full spectrum of Republican. Wow, young Republicans specifically. A group of people who haven't spent too much time assessing their opinions, from what I can tell. This should be amazing. The only thing that I'm worried about with all of this is, of course, whether or not we'll even be able to watch it together. If you're not aware, Jubilee is one of the biggest content hounds, biggest defenders of their own content being seen anywhere but their channel. They value clicks like no one else I've ever seen. Like it's kind of wild. But it's going to be difficult. I'm going to try. I will try to make it happen. We might have to break it up a lot. Okay, there you go. I just wanted to give you something to look forward to. And it drops on Sunday Funday of all days. Which could genuinely really boost the amount of fun we have on this Sunday Fun Day. I do have some pretty fun videos lined up for Sunday. But we need more. We always need more. We could watch it in Discord, that's true. We could do that. We could do that. There's only 1/10 of the subscribers in the Discord, so that's going to be slightly a problem. Saucy Sea Witch gifting 5 Galactic Membies out to the community. Thank you, Saucy. Who got one? Helene Gross, The Soulcraft, Mozart got one, Mordant Inky Cap, and Minute Media. Beautiful. I appreciate your contributions. It's getting us closer. Unfortunately, we lost a number of people. I think their gifted subs fell off early this month because a lot of members are were from like early weeks, not rather than later weeks. I don't know why. But so we're not super close to an 18th emoji, but we're getting closer with that donation. Just gonna point that out. I think we're down to 18 for a 19th 18th or 19th emoji. Is it a 19th? How many freaking emotes do we have now? We have a lot. But I've still got more in the pipe for when we get more slots added. Okay, let's get to recapping this crazy week of ours. Saucy Sea Witch paying the gifted Memby forward. I see, yeah. And you got a Blue Star membership, so it means you've been holding it for like more than 30 days, I think. After 60, it's the greenish looking one. I don't know why I'm so focused on memberships right now. But yeah, to recap the week, let's do it. Let's go here first to the Associated Press. It's from 2 hours ago. Donald Trump and his best buddy are going for a slumber party in Florida.
Aww.
Is your leg asleep? Why did he just smack his leg? What was that? What did I just witness? Who did he just salute? I've got to get in all of the hand gestures. People they don't get it. But there's a lot of hand gestures that you gotta get in there. Very important. First the salute to no one. Then a half salute fist pump to the weird thumbs up. I gotta see that. I gotta see that. One more time. He's like, gonna salute and then nope, fist pump. And then the wave, it was actually the wave in there too. Oh my god. He did the wave so quickly, I almost completely missed it. He got a wave in, too. It was a salute, fist pump, wave, thumbs up. For anyone who didn't understand the first 3, you got the thumbs up at the end. But if you notice, there's another guy coming down the stairs right behind him.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Dork Maga is that you're right. You're right. There goes the parasite in chief. Heading out. A little slumber party back at Mar-a-Lago, one would assume. This was in Florida, where they just arrived late in the night. Aww. It's very cute. Alright, if you missed this, since we are doing the weekending report, there's going to be a few in here that we have already seen. Just to, you know, remind us of perhaps some of the things that we've missed this week. Where now go I? Ah, yes. Let's see what Harry has for us at CNN. He's got some numbers. Some numbers on Trump's favorability and approval ratings.
Tonight, the president is headed to Capitol Hill for his first major address to Congress of this second term. So another question is, how are Americans feeling about President Trump as he heads to the Capitol? Harry Anton is here to help us set the scene. So set the scene, first of all, overall approval, and how that helps us always have a good sense of how Americans are feeling.
Right. We'll set the baseline here. We'll look at overall approval rating, and we're going to look at it at presidents at this point in their presidency, right? And the word here that I would use to describe Trump is awful. In fact, the only person who does worse than Trump does right now with a +1 net approval rating is himself. Back in 2017 when he was at -8, so he's doing better than he was.
I was going to say, you could put it another way. He's making gains.
He's making gains.
The best anyone's ever seen.
The average president at this point
from me.
Plus 27 points on their net approval rating.
No, the volume.
Is doing historically
God damn it.
The only person he beats is, again, himself from term number 1.
I screwed everyone just now. It's a full minute of low volume content. It's incredibly rude of me.
How rude.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Tonight, the president is headed to Capitol Hill for his first major address to Congress of this second term. So another question is, how are Americans feeling about President Trump as he heads to the Capitol? Harry Anton is here to help us set the scene. So set the scene, first of all, overall approval, and how that helps us always have a good sense of how Americans are feeling.
Right. We'll set the baseline here. We'll look at overall approval rating, and we're going to look at it at presidents at this point in their presidency, right? And the word here that I would use to describe Trump is awful. In fact, the only person who does worse than Trump does right now with a +1 net approval rating is himself. Back in 2017 when he was at -8. So he's doing better than he was.
I was going to say, you could put it another way. He's making gains.
He's making gains, but he's doing worse than everybody else. The average president at this point, get this, plus 27 points on their net approval rating. Donald Trump is doing historically awful. The only person he beats is, again, himself from term number 1.
How about on the issue that, one, he says he was most elected to
This
fix,
is
and
unacceptable.
he said he would do it on day one, which would be the economy.
I'm sorry, everyone.
On the economy, well...
Before we get to his numbers on the economy, I gotta take away the emotional characters from last night. Okay, there we go. I know it's a sad moment, but we gotta start off fresh every day. And I forgot to take them down again last night.
Beat himself on overall, but on the economy, he can't even beat himself. Again, this is historically the worst going back in polling at this point in a presidency, the net approval rating on the economy. He's right now at -4 points. In term number 1, he was at +8 points. Historically, the average is +15 points. He is doing nearly 20 points worse than the average president when it comes to the economy on net approval rating. He is historically doing awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak. And awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak. Awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Oh, I see what's wrong. I gotta fix this up.
Awful. Weak.
Thank you, Harry. Awful, weak. Hold on, I gotta edit that sample. The beginning is way too far back. How's that?
Awful. Weak. Awful. Weak.
Cool. I did it. I fixed it. I meant to do that. That was another thing I had on my list to do last night. Okay, let's move on. From Donald Trump's weak, and awful numbers. Talk about that horrifying address to Congress he did on Tuesday. Let's start here. Forbes breaking news. Catherine Clark rails against Trump's address to Congress.
Let's just talk for a moment about the 100 minutes that we saw yesterday that was not focused on the American people, that there was never assertion, in fact, laid the groundwork for cutting Social Security, that continues this path of cutting Social Security, cutting Medicare, cutting Medicaid, cutting veterans' benefits in this country. We did acknowledge, we always acknowledge, my guest to the State of the Union is a mom fighting for her 4-year-old who has a brain tumor that is rare. You know why she was there? And why our hearts go out and are grateful that child that was brought, that we honored last night, survived? Because he had research that makes, when it's not a rare disease, when it's your child. And what are we seeing? What are they clapping for? They are clapping for devastating cancer research, Alzheimer's research, diabetes research, in order to give tax cuts to billionaires. So I really don't want to hear about decorum. I think that is important.
Yeah, me either. That's something we've been talking about a lot over here, is how, decorum, perhaps we've missed the moment for decorum, right? That moment has passed. Now is the time for outright revolt against this stuff, especially from elected officials. People who have all the cameras on them, people who have, the votes of the people to represent them, rather than sitting there quietly. Maybe you do a little Al Green, if you will.
Awful. Weak.
Yep, Harry is right. It's awful, and weak. All right, let's go to somebody who I just mentioned, Al Green, who I would say has been on the pulse here from the very beginning. He attempted to move to impeach Donald Trump basically, what was it, like day 4? It was pretty early on. And now it's day... Oh, that's what I was going to name the stream. Should change it. Day 40... Was it day 46? Yeah, I think it's like day 46 of the new regime. Let's go to Al Green.
JR in Philly, Christy Houlihan, who represents the area west of Philly, voted to censure Green and has been absolutely lambasted to the extent that she had to have an interview with the Inquirer to explain herself. I know online life is not real, but I've never seen such an outpouring of anger on Blue Sky.
Yep, I've never seen, regular, normal Democrat. I told you I listened a little to that Swazi town hall. There's fury that they chose to censure Al Green and voted for that.
crazy.
Now, my understanding is she said she then walked over to Mike Johnson after the vote and supposedly chewed out Mike Johnson for being a hypocrite because he didn't bring up censure on the other things. But it's also sort of like, this is not 1984 essentially, or 85. I don't mean to say 84. But like the point being, like, I'm going to talk some sense into Mike Johnson and tell him.
Seriously. Sorry, I've just been alerted by a mod that we have 30 likes, so I better get that done before I let us go any further. All right, let's try that again.
So sort of like, this is not 1984 essentially, or 85. I don't mean to say 84.
Feels like it.
But like the point being, like, I'm going to talk some sense into Mike Johnson and tell him he's being a hypocrite. Do you think Mike Johnson doesn't realize he's being a little hypocritical? I mean, honestly, like, what he needs is a good talking to, and I gave it to him.
Yeah.
So I don't know why people are so upset. I'm following my principles.
Seriously, Sam, that's what we keep saying. May Wormy gifting 5 Galactic News Network memberships. Who got them? Ponzi coin? Wait. Uh-oh, it's... Pause, don't play with us. Do not play.
Don't even play.
You heard her.
Al Green said it best. He said that Trump's been using his incivility against our civility for 10 years. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's exactly a good way to state it. And but you see that there is still a level of like willing disarmament in the Democratic Party. But, you know, Al Green ran in Houston 2 decades ago. It was a seat that was not blue, but he made it that, and he's been in power ever since. And like, this is the kind of person who also has like a history of, you know, he was born during Jim Crow, right? So like, this is somebody that the Democrats should be learning.
Yeah,
both from his historical knowledge and from the fact that he's
Yeah, no, this is what we've been saying. We need more genuine dissent out there rather than polite talking. Yeah, I only saw 1 membership awarded to May. I'm gonna keep my eye out on that as well. Or yeah, I don't know if you're saying I should keep, or you're gonna keep it, but I will definitely be keeping an eye on that. Fact is, we had a bunch of them all go through yesterday. You donated a bunch of memberships yesterday. Those all went through, and then more memberships were donated just a second ago. Saucy Seawitch gifted 5. And now all of a sudden it wants to play games? Why? Why? Give us an explanation, please.
He wins in Texas. He has pretty good politics. Like, he's been able to win in a red state for decades, and yet they're censuring him for standing up for healthcare for his constituents. It's unreal.
Do you want to listen to him on what clip do we have of him?
This Democracy Now! Clip I really like.
All right, let's play this. He's on Democracy Now!
This
Talking
morning
about it.
Yeah.
Because and I just we'll put up that tear sheet. I sent that link from 2021. I don't see it in the sheet, but I put it in the
CNN
Slack.
thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
We'll do that after we do. Let's play this clip of Al Green on Democracy Now! Today.
The President of the United States of America, at that joint session, pointed over to Democrats and called them lunatics. That was a breach of decorum. The President uses his incivility to take advantage of our civility. I refuse to allow him to do this. The president has to understand that he has to demonstrate some degree of civility and respect decorum himself, but he does not. Now, with reference to my colleagues, I told them I was going to vote present, so as not to pressure anyone to vote in any particular way, because I voted my conscience. I did what conscience called upon me to do, and my convictions demanded that I do when I spoke to the president. I would do it again. I regret that I've been censured. There is talk now of removing me from my committee with the Honorable Maxine Waters, the Financial Services Committee. My guess is this is not over, but I will stand on what I have done. I'm not ashamed of what I have done. And when you mentioned John Lewis at the genesis of this interview, it caused tears to well in my eyes. I knew him. I know his story. He told me that he thought he was going to die on that bridge. And he told me about peaceful protest. And the one thing that stands out in my mind is when you do it, be prepared to suffer the consequences. Dr. King went to the Birmingham jail because he was prepared to suffer the consequences. I'm prepared to suffer the consequences. I don't say I agree, but I will suffer whatever the consequences are because I represent people who cannot represent themselves.
I mean, that's great stuff. And the idea, and apparently Jeffries has, said it would be horrible if he got kicked off the committee. But this is what happens when you essentially concede the fundamental underlying issue, which is, did he deserve to be censured in the first place? Where are you going to stick up for Al Green? And, so much of this sounds to me, it's so reminiscent. There's like some like mental tick in the leadership of the Democratic Party. You remember when they got into office in 2018 and the first thing that they did was
censure Ilhan Omar,
rolling out HR 1, their big signature piece of legislation.
Right.
And as they're about to do that, they end up attacking Ilhan Omar, and nobody hears anything about HR 1 because the whole story is about the Democrats, trying to discipline Ilhan Omar. They stepped all over themselves.
They stepped all over his point, which was about Medicaid. I mean, he gave a speech on the House floor to talk about this, where, I appreciate both that he's invoking the civil rights movement in this really profound and appropriate way, but also it's not just that he stood up and screamed in the middle of Donald Trump's address. He was doing it to draw attention to the fact that so many people in his constituency need Medicaid to survive. This is healthcare that keeps them from basically falling off a cliff. This is really important. We don't have enough healthcare in this country, which is what he said on the House floor. But I need to protect what we already have still.
Now, you have the Democratic leadership arguing that the reason why Donald Trump was because things were so woke. You'll recall back in 2020 when Joe Biden won and the Democrats took the House and the Senate, and that was probably the peak of the wokeness that they were talking about.
Peak wokeness.
Right? I mean, Joe Biden, not a huge wokester, as it were.
Opposed
no kidding.
Integration with busing.
Here you have Hakeem Jeffries, when he is attacking the left. No, to put that up yet. When he is attacking the left, now he is doing so because he wants to make sure that we can win elections. That's the point. Democrats need to win, and that is a very good point. So look at this piece here where he is... Democratic leader just went off on the woke left. All right, good for him, because this is why we lost the election in, I'm sorry, what's the date on that?
August 5th, 2021.
Oh. Huh. Well, that's weird. It's almost like Hakeem Jeffries' views going off on the woke left, or whatever it is, the extreme left, or whatever he's calling left max, or whatever he is calling it today.
The woke left.
It's almost like Republicans with their answer for everything is tax cuts. I mean, this guy is not
the woke
taking these measures
left,
because of a lost election.
Extremist.
He is taking these measures because he wants to consolidate power. And that's basically it.
Right. And it's also for the donor money, which is why they prefer to hear this kind of thing. This is so that maybe they add another zero to that check. Is if that you're going, hey, we don't like Donald Trump either, the chaos that he's causing.
But what about Elon?
But we really don't like that anti-Semite over there and AOC and all the talk about taxing the rich. And so that's what he's doing this for. It's why he's not ready for this moment. And this is why, like, this brand of politics needs to die. Needs to be bringing back more like the retail politics that were represented even by some in the older generation. This whole donor class Democrat thing is just going to kill us.
Well, when he went running.
Emma's right. We need to get money out of politics. And it's a lot harder to do that when the one party that even seems to be the ones that would be concerned about it are also taking money. And how, honestly, this is like, now that it's made its way into politics, how we reverse course on Citizens United, I don't know. I honestly don't. It's one of the things that frustrates me when I think about it. And I think about it a lot. Do you know what also I'm thinking about right now? Thinking about the fact that Joe 47771 just became a galactic individual. Welcome. Welcome, space fams. Thank you for making the choice to become a Galactic News Network member. I still haven't seen any new gifts yet, which is bugging me. It's bugging me. I'm hoping they eventually go out. Although now that I'm thinking about it, this is interesting though, because we hit a point where we had enough members, right, to get that 18th emote or whatever we have now. It's possible that may have been all the people who have memberships activated, because I know that you have to say you'll allow being gifted, like allow YouTube to gift you memberships. So perhaps I just find it hard to believe that only, because right now we have like 100. We have like 1/8 of the members, of the subscribers are members right now. Maybe a little higher. I find it hard to believe that 1 in 8 people, only 1 in 8, have gifted memberships activated. Am I the only one? Okay. And before we recap some more things that have been going on, I figured we would hit this up. Or maybe we should do this in reverse order. Or in the reverse order of what I wanted. I'm trying to think. Nah, let's do it now. Let's watch some of this press conference Donald Trump held while signing more executive orders. Yeah. Forbes breaking news from 9 hours ago. Trump answers multiple reporters' questions while signing new executive orders.
Do you agree with that? Yeah. Okay, let's talk about that. Don't leave. We'll talk about it.
Don't leave.
Hello, everybody. So before we begin, we're going to talk about how good some of these numbers are, be way ahead of schedule, especially as respect to manufacturing and manufacturing jobs. It's taking hold, and we've only been here a few weeks, but it's really, it's going to be something. I don't know if the rest of the world likes it, but people in the U.S. like it. That I can tell you.
Do they?
If I
really
might, could you talk about the student loan situation, please?
Yes, so later this afternoon, we're going to have prepared for your signature an executive order dealing with the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. This is a program that's designed to expedite basically the conclusion of payments on student loans for people who have taken out federally backed student loans. The problem, though, is that a lot of these people work for NGO organizations, for nonprofit organizations that engage in illegal or what we would consider to be improper activities.
Illegal.
Supporting, for example, illegal immigration or foreign terrorist organizations or otherwise law-breaking activities. So this executive order will direct your Department of Education and Department of the Treasury to...
Yeah, all the NGOs are criminals. Just like the way Greenpeace is a criminal organization. They're being sued under the RICO statute as if they're a mafia organization. That's the vibes right now.
Basically bring about modifications to the public service loan forgiveness program in order to ensure that people who are engaged in these sorts of activities can't benefit from a program that's really not intended to support those sorts of things.
And what are the consequences if they are not good?
The consequences would be that they wouldn't get forgiveness of their student loans as they would be eligible for if they were working for the government.
Wow. Making student loan forgiveness contingent upon having used free speech or not. Having said something that contradicts Donald Trump's personally held beliefs about Palestinians. And probably even more specifically that of his donors. People like Miriam Sheldon Adelson, who gave him hundreds of millions of dollars. Fun.
A normal nonprofit that's not violating the law.
All right. Any questions on that? Anybody have any questions? So we'll talk about the manufacturing turnaround, and it's been very early, but it's pretty significant. The numbers were much better, as you know, than projected by the media. And
much better.
A little surprising, actually, how strong, how fast, because we have many companies are moving into our country, as you probably...
He thinks that this is the... Okay, now one thing I want to point out to everyone. This labor report only covered up till, I believe, the first week of February, before all of the government jobs started getting cut. So the numbers he's looking at are like backdated by over a month now, right? So while there may have been a few jobs added, that's all before Donald Trump started doing, I don't know, the mass layoffs, right? And that, you know, I think we should all take that number with a great deal of what should we call it? Skepticism, in terms of, or not, say, the grain of salt and reality, if you will, in terms of what it actually represents, because it does not represent what Donald Trump is claiming.
No, it's a statistic that everyone talks about, but nobody seems to have done much about.
Is more Biden's report than it is even Donald Trump's report, right? He was only president for like 12 days of this report, something like that.
Since the beginning of NAFTA, there's been 90,000 plants and factories closed in this country. Think of that. 90,000 plants and factories have been closed in this country. Many of them have been car manufacturing plants.
Bring them back.
And that's a terrible statistic, and we'll be turning that around. You're going to see it already. We already have...
They're all coming back.
Numerous that are being built or starting to be built, and numerous that were being built in other countries, and they stopped, and they're coming here now because of the tariffs. And that's a big deal. That's what you want to hear.
Immediately, if
During
not
the last
sooner.
year, the Biden...
Okay, all right, there's no way. I'm going to subject you all to a 35-minute Trump meeting in the White House. We'll hit some clips of this as we go through the day. As we get through this stream, we got like 100 videos to get through today. Not the very biggest, but also quite a lot. People say very, very big number, not the biggest, but very big. Oh, I forgot. Oh, god damn it. We keep doing this. Whatever, I'll do it later. Whatever, I will do it later. Alright, let's move on from this. This is the vibe now of our government. Alright, let's go here. This is from yesterday. Let's talk about the desire of Donald Trump and his administration to cut, not just cut, abolish is the right word. Abolish the U.S. Education Department.
U.S. President Donald Trump is expected to issue an executive order abolishing the Department of Education as early as Thursday. That's according to the Wall Street Journal on Wednesday, citing people familiar with the matter whom it did not name. The White House and the department did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Trump has called the department a big con job and proposed shuttering it in his first term. Illegal. His fellow Republicans have long sought to chip away at its funding and influence.
Telling everybody
Under
the earth
Trump's
is
Democratic
round,
predecessor Joe Biden,
that
they
I didn't
criticized
win
the department
the
over
2020
student loan
election.
forgiveness and policies related to diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Trump's new education secretary, Linda McMahon, has defended the president's plan to abolish the agency in what would be Trump's first shutdown of a cabinet-level agency. The department oversees some 100,000 public and 34,000 private schools in the country. Although more than 85% of public school funding comes from state and local governments, the department provides federal grants for needy schools and programs that includes money to pay teachers of children with special needs, fund arts programs, and replace outdated infrastructure.
Yeah. And I still find it incredible that Linda McMahon was confirmed by the Senate after she said that she was fine with abolishing the Department of Education, the job that she was interviewing in the Senate to be director of. One of the most nonsense things I've ever seen. I said it before. I'm going to say it again. It should have been disqualifying completely. Let's go here now. Now, we heard some rumorings earlier about leakers. And even though multiple people, Kash Patel and I think Tulsi Gabbard, both in the administration, both said they liked leakers. They thought leakers were good, if I recall correctly. I thought leakers were good. But no. Bad leaker. At least according to Christy, no. Because she's very upset. There's been leaks. Leaks about things. Leaks about things that very upset her greatly, okay?
Everyone, I wanted to give you a quick update. We have identified 2 leakers of information here at the Department of Homeland Security who have been telling individuals about our operations and putting law enforcement lives in jeopardy.
No.
We plan to prosecute these 2 individuals and hold them accountable for what they've done. And we're going to continue to...
She's very upset. So yeah, this is relating to that leaker, that supposed leak. We heard Bam Bondi talk about it a couple weeks ago. Supposedly leaks in the FBI telling people ahead of time about raids, DHS, and or ICE was doing that had been communicated through channels accessible by the FBI. So she's going to get them. She's going to prosecute them, even though she's not a prosecutor. But somebody's going to prosecute. I assume it's Pam Bondi. They haven't found them yet, but they just know they exist. There's got to be leakers. Zero information given from Christie on this. Very helpful. Thank you. I love how our DHS secretary, Department of Homeland Security secretary, is doing vertical vids for social media to talk about government stuff. It's so professional. But she'll protect us. Christy Nome, she's going to protect us from the bad leakers. What else has been leaking around that we need protection from? The measles. The outbreak in Texas is getting worse. More cases have been now seen in other states since this first dropped. I've been covering it all week. Let's go here, CBS News from 9 hours ago. Talk a little bit more about that. Yes, make America healthy again.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7. All right, so to New Mexico right now, where that state's Department of Health reported a death, and they say it's possibly due to measles. This is an unvaccinated adult patient who passed away testing positive for the illness. The death happened in Lea County, which is right next to Gaines County, Texas, where we've been telling you about those cases, that outbreak. Today, 137 cases reported. There are nearly 200 total cases in the state of Texas, and 23 of those were infected, had to be hospitalized. So far, one unvaccinated school-aged child in that area died due to measles-related complications. Gaines County is home to a large, unvaccinated Mennonite population. CBS News correspondent Omar Villafranca is live in Tarrant County, Texas. Okay, so you had the unique opportunity to speak to a doctor there who is treating children. What did you learn?
Well, we just got back from Gaines County late last night, and the doctor told us that he has been working with that Mennonite community for almost 30 years. The majority of the patients that he's seeing are young children who are unvaccinated, and they are of age to receive the vaccine, but in that Mennonite community, they're very weary of Western medicine, he says. So they're not doing it. And what was interesting is that he was telling me he wants to earn their trust as a doctor so they'll come in and see him. It's a community he loves and he respects them and he wants to treat them, but there's a fine line he walks. As a matter of fact, there was a quote where he said, he will tell them about the vaccines. He will show them pictures of, before the vaccine of children's graves, and it was young kids who were dying from this because that's who was susceptible. And he says it doesn't move them. He's like, it's like his quote was, it was almost like trying to convert someone from Christianity to Islam. He's like, it's tough, it's difficult, but he wants their trust so they can come and see him for other medical needs.
Well, people who are not in that community, wide swaths of the country, believe that the way to prevent measles is to get the measles vaccine. But
it's science.
How, as a doctor, when you have a community that has the belief systems that they have, how does he steer them if they're not going to get the vaccine to try to prevent measles?
Well, he talks to them about, being aware and being, cognizant of signs.
Whoops.
Signs of it. So if they do have it, they can come in and get some sort of treatment. And listen, there's been some criticism coming out from doctors of HHS Secretary RFK Jr., who said, you can take vitamin A and you can take various steroids and cod liver oil. So I asked the doctor about that.
I don't want reality.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, you cannot do that. You cannot take vitamin A to get rid of the measles. That's very stupid. That's Maha for you. Meh. Now, there was one good-ish piece of news, depending on how you want to read it. Whether or not you believe that the Trump regime will listen to rulings of federal courts or even the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court ruled earlier this week to reject Donald Trump's request to keep billions of dollars in foreign aid frozen.
We do have some breaking news just coming in from the Supreme Court. I want to get straight over to CNN's Caitlin Polans, who's pulling together the details from us. And this has to do with President Trump's moves to freeze foreign aid. Caitlin, what's happened?
Yeah, Kate, what had happened in the Trump administration is they turned off money going to nonprofits and contractors on foreign aid, people that were working with the organization USAID, the agency that the Trump administration was trying to shut down. And what the Supreme Court, what Trump wanted to do is he wanted a green light from the Supreme Court to keep that money shut off. It's being litigated at the trial level courts far below the Supreme Court. And what the Supreme Court just said is, we're not going to do that. We need the lower court to figure this out. There was a judge there who had set a deadline for the administration to pay up $2 billion by midnight of a day last week, was giving them less than 24 hours to do it. And the administration said, we can't just turn money back on like that. That's why we need the Supreme Court's help here to let us do what we want with our bills and just not pay them, freeze all the money that was outgoing. And now it's going to go back down to the lower court. But Kate, when you step back and look at what's happening in this order right here, it's 5-4, and the 4 dissenters of what is being done right now for Donald Trump, those people are all of the conservative justices, and what they are saying is, we can't believe that this Supreme Court is going to override what the executive wants to do here and just give this lower court trial judge, Judge Ali in Washington, D.C. on the district court, the power to figure this out right now. So,
how dare they? How dare they do the thing that they're literally there to do? It's incredibly rude. But, you know, I still find it incredibly pathetic that somehow these lovers of the Constitution are trampling all over it in every possible way. Time and time again, they just sort of spit in the face of George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. Because you know what? Literally, the Supreme Court is supposed to be one of the checks and balances in all of this situation. And yet only 5 of the justices chose to rule against Trump in a clearly illegal act. One of the easiest, like they're receiving so much billionaire money on the side, and so many gifts, and whatever privileges they are for continuing to do the things that they do. You know, because I can't imagine that any of this was based in actual legal, and any legal, it can't be based in legal foundation, because like, and it gives credence. What they're doing gives credence to what Donald Trump is doing by making it seem like it was a hard decision when it wasn't. They know it. We know it. And what it is
awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Harry's right. Now, we've been talking about this budget resolution for a while now, the one that directs Congress and Congress is directing other agencies to cut spending by massive amounts, including the what's it called? Energy and Commerce Committee, which oversees Medicaid. Now, that's just the budget resolution. The actual bill hasn't even made it to any floor, neither the House or the Senate. And there's the 8th right now, just crossed over to, wait a second, 12:30. Oh, we started late. I was like, what in the fuck? How what? I was so thrown off. What the fuck was I saying? Oh, right. They've got like 1, 2, 3, 4. They got like 6 days now, 5-6 days, to pass a budget, any kind of budget. they're going to have to rely probably on a continuing resolution as their budget resolution, like the actual budget resolution they proposed earlier, is incredibly unpopular. Let's go here. Associated Press from 2 days ago. Little Mike Johnson eyes short-term government funding deal as deadline nears.
I do, yeah. I think we'll have a big vote on the CR, and then we'll send it over to the Senate and hope they do the right thing. We don't want to shut the government down. That's in no one's best interest. So we were negotiating in good faith, trying to do separate appropriations bills, but the Democrats decided to put kind of ridiculous conditions on the last counter offers over the last couple of weeks. They wanted us to limit the authority of the executive branch, and we can't do that and wouldn't do that. I don't even think what they requested was constitutional. So they forced us into a CR situation, but that actually turns out to be a good thing in this case because we'll freeze federal funding to allow the executive branch, the administration, to continue to do their work. This extraordinary work that Elon Musk is doing with DOGE, that he's explaining to our House Republicans tonight, is transformative. It's really revolutionary in the way that we'll do budgeting. We'll limit the size of the federal government, and we'll be much.
It's a one-man revolution. It's very revolutionary. In no sense of the word, really. That's right. It's well, I guess in one sense, in the sense of a change, certainly a change from, I don't know, the actual systems in which we do things that have been in place for a very long time. Just letting one unelected billionaire bureaucrat into the government to just sort of break things, whatever he feels like breaking. Even if they're the agencies that oversee the companies that he runs. Now, there's been suggestions by Mike at one point that they would somehow do a continuing resolution, which is just the same budget as that was passed before. But also keep the Elon Musk cuts in there. Somehow put them in there. Like amend the continuing resolution. But you can't. If you amend the continuing resolution, it becomes a budget resolution, right? It completely changes it. It's no longer a CR. But Mike, he's struggling real hard. Because he knows that if he doesn't pass a budget, the government's going to shut down. And if he passes... If he tries to, put in these bad things into the budget, it won't pass. It just won't pass. Almost definitely. Could be wrong. I find it really hard to believe, considering everything that's been going on, that Republicans would do such a thing. Okay, what do I got next? Lost my place. Ah, yeah. Okay. Let's go back to that recent executive order signing in the Oval Office. Donald Trump very upset about a few things, specifically questions being asked of him. Just, it's not fair. People are always asking him questions about stuff that he doesn't want to talk about.
Thank you. And I speak to him a lot.
Regarding this executive order you signed...
Yeah, let's see some of the questions reporters were asking him. Start here. Oh, Donald Trump was very angry. Not about this question, but about the people involved in this question. Oh, yes. Very angry. Rachel Maddow, Nicole Wallace have really upset Donald Trump.
Thank you.
And I speak to him a lot.
Regarding this executive order you signed revoking security clearances at Perkins Coie, Do you think there should be more steps like this to be taken against other people involved in the Russia collusion?
I do, but that's going to be up ultimately to the Attorney General and various other people.
Absolutely. Just as a follow-up, the other night, we saw Democrats' behavior during your joint address to Congress.
Yeah.
Do you think it shows just how out of touch they are with the American people?
Come on.
Especially given that 79%, according to a CBS poll, approved of your
I love this guy. Who are you with?
My name's Nick.
I love this
with
guy.
Breitbart News.
Coming with all the best
I really
numbers.
like your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Sir, regarding the executive order.
The answer is just, Nick, just to, and I know your name very well. Good job, you do.
Good job. I didn't know you, but now I know you.
Yeah, the answer
Very
is
well.
I thought it was very embarrassing for the Democrats what happened the other night. And that's not said for any other reason other than it's obvious, it's fact. Even CNN fake news said that. They came out and they said it. And worse than CNN is MSDNC, which is the worst. And the good news is very few people watch them anymore. They have lost such credibility. And frankly, what Nicole Wallace said, I've never been a fan of hers.
Very horrible.
And she's not very talented.
She's a nasty,
But I'll tell
nasty
you, what
woman.
she said the other day about that young man is disgraceful. She should be forced to resign. And Rachel Maddow should be forced to resign. Nobody watches her anyway. I don't know if it's not possible they pay her as much money as I hear, but certainly she's lost all credibility, both of them. But what they said the other day, they should be forced to resign about that.
They should be forced to resign. Very terrible. What did they say?
Young person.
That young person.
Who is suffering greatly. Thank you.
Suffering so greatly.
If a tick.
Now we're going to get into what it was that was said. But Donald Trump had another response. Somebody brought up the details of what was said by Nicole Wallace. I think this was what that she said.
Mr. President, since you last spoke about it. Mr. President, since you last spoke about it yesterday, some details have come out about your cabinet meeting with Elon Musk and some clashes potentially between Secretary Rubio and Secretary.
No clash. I was there. You're just a troublemaker.
Troublemaker.
And you're not supposed to be asking that question because
Not
we're
supposed to be
talking about the
asking it.
World Cup.
You're not supposed to be asking that question. Free press, free speech. How dare you ask me a question when I'm talking about something else? It's very rude.
How rude.
Very rude. No respect.
And you're not supposed to be asking that question because we're talking about the World Cup. Elon gets along great with Marco, and they're both doing a fantastic job.
Don't
There
worry
is no
about it,
clash.
little Marco. Gentlemen.
Who are you with? Who are you with? Oh, no wonder.
No wonder.
That's enough. NBC.
From the DNC. Nasty, nasty NBC. Asking questions about Elon and Marco Rubio. Now let's see the contents of these things that Donald Trump is so upset about. Start with the MSNBC one. Nicole Wallace.
Some brand new reporting in the New York Times today on a confrontation of sorts inside the White House between Elon Musk and several members of Donald Trump's new cabinet, with Donald Trump sort of reduced to the role of spectator. The Times cites 5 people with knowledge of the confrontation, reports this about an argument between Elon Musk and Marco Rubio. Quote, "You fired nobody," Musk told Rubio, then scornfully added that perhaps the only person he had fired was a staff member from his Department of Government Efficiency.
Not enough
Rubio had
firing.
been privately furious with Musk for weeks, ever since his DOGE team effectively shuttered an entire agency that was supposedly under Rubio's control, the United States Agency for International Development. Musk was not being truthful, Rubio said.
You know, this is amazing. We've been talking about this. I've been asking sort of randomly about this when we talk about Marco.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
I feel like so much of this kind of flies in the face of what Marco Rubio's about. And I've been wondering, we've been seeing pictures of him. He was looking very, very tired. much more tired than usual, and I'm wondering if there's been something like this going on in the background.
What about the more than 1,500 State Department officials who took early retirement in buyouts? Didn't they count as layoffs, he asked sarcastically, whether Musk wanted him to rehire all those people just so he can make a show of firing them again. Then he laid out his detailed plans for reorganizing the State Department. Musk was unimpressed. He told Rubio he was, quote, good on TV, with the clear subtext being he wasn't good for much else. Where was Donald Trump in all this? The Times reports that he sat back as if he was watching a tennis match. Ultimately, he, quote, intervened to defend, wait for it, Rubio. Said he was doing a great job. Rubio has a lot to deal with, the president said. He's very busy, he's always traveling and on TV, and he has an agency to run. So everyone just needs to work together, end quote. And then for the first time since his inauguration, Trump put some restraints on Elon Musk. From this reporting, quote, from now on, he said, the secretaries would be in charge. The Musk team will only advise. Joining our coverage, host of MSNBC's Politics Nation, president of the National Action Network, the Reverend Al Sharpton, joins us. Christy and Michael are still here. Rev, I have been watching the Bannon-Musk power struggle with keen interest since it first emerged during the campaign. And I think I said on television, do not ever bet against the guy who was willing to go to jail to not testify before Congress, and the guy who sort of in I don't know if his life, I don't know enough about his life, but who seems to understand the base and the most powerful elements of the Trump base better than anybody in Trump land, and that is Steve Bannon. And I don't have any idea if Bannon has any role in all this, but it does seem like Musk has stumbled, not by taking more attention from Trump, which is how most people stumble, but by dirtying him up politically. The things that Musk is doing are not popular among Republican voters in Republican districts.
That's the whole point. I think that Musk could get away with a lot, but he cannot in any way endanger his popularity. When he starts seeing polls coming down based on things that Musk got him to do or that Musk did in his name, that gets his attention. You got to remember, a narcissist.
Yeah, but Donald Trump is bad. The one thing that I think they're sort of missing here is that Donald Trump doesn't like being seen as foolish, right? He's got a huge ego, and he doesn't want people to see that he's gonna be like. I mean, because he says so much stuff, right? But certain things that he talks about over and over and over again stick into people's heads, right? And he has been selling this DOGE thing harder than almost anything he's ever. This is like build the wall territory stuff, right? He's put his entire brand behind Elon. That really complicates the situation for Donald. All right, let's get to talking about DOGE a little bit more. Oh, wait. Isn't there another one I have in here? Yeah, I forgot. So that was Nicole Wallace, the thing that he was very upset about. That he said, Nicole Wallace should be fired over or forced to resign. Same thing for Rachel Maddow. Now let's find out what Rachel Maddow had to say. Nicole daring to say there's a rift in the government. It's very rude.
How rude.
But I think this was a lesson in finding. One thing that you let yourself feel, and I let myself feel joy about DJ, and I hope he's alive for another, 95 years, right? And I hope he lives and the life he wants to live. He wants to be a cop. He knows what he wants to do. And maybe when you have childhood cancer, that crystallizes for you. And I hope he has a long life as a law enforcement officer. But I hope he never has to defend the United States Capitol against Donald Trump supporters.
Oh, God. Terrible. How could they say these things? Oh, there's another video, wasn't there? I have another one of these. God damn it. Where'd it go? There was another one where Rachel Maddow was essentially saying, I don't seem to have it in my list, but I watched. God, sometimes when I have like 100 videos to get through, sometimes I screw things up. But Rachel Maddow at some point during that conversation also said that she sort of felt like he was being used like a pawn. The same thing I was saying on the night of. And I'm not going to back down from that. I don't think they should be fired for suggesting the thing that was genuinely happening. This kid had nothing to do with Donald Trump. Okay? Absolutely nothing. He didn't, his fight with cancer, not something that Donald Trump was involved in whatsoever. This was a political ploy. They trotted this kid out for a reason, to try and make themselves look good while they're cutting everybody's Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security, the Forest Service, the EPA, the CFPB, the FTC. I mean, all of these agencies, and they're trying to distract people with this kid who has cancer, and it's disgusting. Like, look, I gave him. All he ever wanted to do was be somebody who protects the great Donald Trump. Well, that is a great thing. I'm going to give him a fake Secret Service badge. Let's get to talking about the DOGE Dodgers.
Heads up, guys! Tighten up!
Tighten up. Billionaire coming through.
Mr. Musk, what was your message in there to House Republicans? What was your message in there, Mr. Musk?
There's a lot of room, a lot of opportunity to improve.
Not a lot of opportunity to improve progress. It's great.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
That was Elon leaving a meeting which he was heading, the DOGE caucus meeting. Donald Trump was in attendance. MTG was in attendance. And they talked about how to, I don't know. I honestly don't know what they talked about. It wasn't clear. And we watched a bunch of things. But there was supposedly more mention of the 250-year-old Social Security recipient, something that we all know is not an actual thing, but a mathematical sort of bug in this system, or the way in which this system is operating. Let's talk about what it's like to be fired by DOGE, as an ex-government employee went on to Zateo to speak about his experience.
After the VA, yes, the Department of Veteran Affairs, planning to eliminate more than 80,000 workers, and they're claiming they're doing all this for DOGE savings. But what we know, once you actually have the receipts, is that the alleged $55 billion saved, NPR checked out the receipts, and guess what? Huge typos, Francesca. Only an estimated savings about $2 billion, a fraction of what the receipts claimed of the unverifiable claim of $55 billion. So all these lives ruined, all these people fired, claiming $55 billion only when there was $2 billion. And joining us now to talk about this firsthand experience of being fired by Elon Musk's doggy, DOGE, is Jonathan Kamens, Jonathan Kamens, who was the cybersecurity lead for the VA.gov at the Department of Veteran Affairs. Thank you so much for joining us, Jonathan. Before we get you in, I want your response to this. This was the secretary, the VA secretary. This is what he had to say. Just give him a listen, and then I have to get your response.
Now, we regret anyone who loses their job. And it's extraordinarily difficult for me, especially as a VA leader, and your secretary to make these types of decisions. But the federal government does not exist to employ people. It exists to serve people.
Really?
At the VA, we are focused on serving veterans better than ever before. And doing so requires changing and improving the organization. Look, the VA was never perfect. and it will never be perfect, but we can and will make it better. As I have said before, we owe American veterans and hundreds of thousands of amazing employees solutions, and mark my words, that is what we will deliver.
Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us.
Your response, sir.
Jonathan, I think you're on mute. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Let me put it this way. I worked under Secretary Dennis McDonough for a year and a half, and Dennis McDonough, who used to be Barack Obama's chief of staff, was an amazing man and a dignified man and a very talented man at what he was doing, and I don't see any of those qualities in Secretary Collins, is what I would say.
The VA doesn't, or the government doesn't exist to employ veterans. 1 in 4 government employees, or sorry, VA employees is a veteran. Which is massive. Like, and so I guess, you know, the callousness with which even the Veterans Affairs is being treated is not something I think a lot of us saw coming, especially just because in just showmanship, in, you know, empty words, the Trump administration seemed to be a little deferential to veterans. That's kind of gone all out the window. Can you just walk us through your job at the VA, and then maybe even before your job, but what the VA does?
Sure. So the job of the VA is to support veterans and their caregivers and their families after they have performed their military service. And I mean, I will be the first to admit that I don't agree with every military action that the United States is engaged in throughout their history, but it's not the choice of the individual veterans to decide what military actions they get deployed into. And when they come back from their military service, wherever it was, and they need support from the government, they are entitled to that support. And it is, I believe, a sacred duty of the government to provide them with all of the benefits and services to which they're entitled. There are many laws that specify exactly what benefits and services veterans are entitled to. And it is the job of the VA to ensure that every veteran gets all of the services and benefits they're entitled to effectively, efficiently, and without undue hassle and undue burden on the veteran.
Immediately,
yeah, please.
Oh, those services can be healthcare, housing, job assistance. What kinds of services?
I mean, I worked in an area which was mostly focused on healthcare, but absolutely healthcare, education assistance, housing assistance, mental health care. Burial benefits. Veterans have the option of being buried in a military cemetery or having a VA medallion, a military medallion put on their tombstone, right? And I mean, and I couldn't possibly list all of them. There are safety benefits if a veteran is facing trauma, is experiencing a traumatic event, is experiencing some sort of mental health break. There are emergency services that VA gives. Suicide prevention. Unfortunately, suicide is a huge problem among veterans, and there is a huge effort within the VA to do suicide prevention, and of course there are services that were provided by the VA until January 20th that I'm pretty worried are not going to be provided anymore. The VA certainly was, and I hope still is, providing gender affirming care to veterans who need it. And I mean, I will be honest with you, I don't see that that's likely to continue very long under if Trump and Secretary Collins have anything to say about it. So I mean, the veterans who serve this country, they have given frequently not just their time, and not just a part of their lives, but they've given a part of themselves, and they deserve to be supported after they do that. And to see this threat to remove 83,000 employees from the VA over the next year, it's impossible. I cannot conceive of the possibility that they will be able to continue to provide the services that they've been providing if they do that.
Yeah, and this is the story over and over again with all of this. Services that these, Republicans say that they want to provide at the agencies that they're directing cuts to and mass firings to are supposed to somehow give people services and not have any workers or funds with which to dole those out.
Give me a joke.
Yeah, it is a joke.
Before we get to the good news, you mentioned this, the fact that they're hoovering up data, which is like digital gold, and centralizing it. Worst case scenario, what are they going to do with this data?
I mean, I have two concerns. The first concern is that I think both Elon Musk and Donald Trump are petty, vindictive, vengeful people, and I think that they will use the data to go after people who they consider their enemies. I think I will point out that every authoritarian regime in the world has a secret police source of some form or another, whose job is to collect data about private citizens and build dossiers about them, and to build a culture of fear in which people, tattletale on their neighbors and their coworkers, right? I think that's the trajectory we're on.
Yeah, and this is why I was so concerned earlier this week when we watched that video of Donald Trump saying, make sure not to fire the good ones. Keep the good ones, get rid of the bad ones. Because, that's an incredibly interpretable thing to say. And so I immediately got to interpreting it. And in my mind, that's the sort of thing that could happen there, too. They just, kind of go down the list, figure out who's a Republican, who's a Democrat, who's a Trump supporter. And then just fire along those lines. So that they don't have their own supporters complaining to them. It'd be horrifying, but it's genuinely what it feels like we're looking at right now, potentially.
I think we should expect that to happen, and it's kind of terrifying. And then the other concern I have is you mentioned earlier in the show, Watch, that the current boogeyman for the Republican Party and for Trump is trans people. And there are many databases within the federal government which would enable the government to identify trans people living in the United States. And just as one example, there's insurance databases which have billing codes for gender affirming care. Right there at the Department of State. If you applied for a passport with an M gender marker 10 years ago, but then when you renewed it, you applied for a passport with an F gender marker, they have that record because they know what your last passport said on it. So there are databases all over the government where they can intuit trans people, and I don't see any reason why they're not going to amp up the war they're fighting against trans people and use the data that they have access to go after them. And I just find that idea terrifying. I don't think it's implausible that that's coming.
Not at all. I mean, you can imagine.
Yeah, look at that. We got Galactic chatters and patrons in the Zateo chat. You guys saw Pinkerbell and other people. It's funny how we all circle in the same places. It's a horrifying moment right now. We have to do whatever we can to fight back. To gum up the gears. To not look away. To not be, downtrodden by this. Somehow become more resilient throughout all of it. I figured I'd just stick this in here because of all of that. Here's that Trump quote I just mentioned.
You spoke today with your cabinet members and Elon Musk.
I did.
What did you tell them in regards to Elon Musk and his authorities to carry out actions?
We had a great meeting. We had Elon and we had some of the representatives for the business reps. We also had most of the cabinet members, not all of them. It doesn't really pertain to all of them, but many of them. And I thought it was a really good meeting. It was about cutting because everybody knows the country's way out of control in terms of the number of people. But the other thing I think most important for today, I want the cabinet members to keep good people. I don't want to see a big cut where a lot of good people are cut. I want the cabinet members to keep the good people, and the people that aren't doing a good job, that are unreliable, don't show up to work, etc., those people can be cut. So I had a meeting, and I said, I want the cabinet members go first, keep all the people you want, everybody that you need. And it would be better if they were there for 2 years instead of 2 weeks, because in 2 years they'll know the people better. But I want them to do the best job they can. When we have good people, that's precious. That's very important, and we want them to keep the good people. And so we're going to be watching them, and Elon and the group are going to be watching them. And if they can cut, it's better. And if they don't cut, then Elon will do the cutting.
So, a bunch of contradictory statements all in there. Don't get rid of the good people. He doesn't want to get rid of the good people. And then he talks about how, maybe we should have people in there who've been in there for a long time. Better than 2 people who've been in there for 2 weeks. Which is the exact opposite of what Elon's been trying to do. And then somehow contradicts the entire statement by suggesting that if the heads of the agencies that have been getting these cuts directed to them don't cut and don't slash jobs, then Elon will do it for them. So it just doesn't make sense. None of it's coherent whatsoever. I have no idea what this is referencing. Like, if there was a previous comment this is referencing. But Edwin Black's IBM and the Holocaust. Never read it. But thank you for the super chat, Nadia. All right, let's go back to talking about that government shutdown, because it really is. It's coming in soon. It's the 14th. I think it's midnight on the 14th. So let me count the days. I'll just look at my calendar. How many days? We should have this. Should have this figured out at this point. So I think Thursday night, essentially, we might even be streaming when the government may or may not shut down. So right now, they're waffling back and forth between an actual budget and the continuing resolution, but there's 4 days for them to do that. 4 legislative days. Let's go here. CBS News from 10 hours ago. Look at the chat.
All right, looking at our monitors there at Capitol Hill, where the countdown continues. You see the calendar here behind me. The countdown continues for lawmakers to get that government funding bill passed. They have 1 week to push that legislation through, or they risk yet another shutdown. So all eyes now are on House Speaker Mike Johnson. The pressure to keep the lights on build as several members of the House Freedom Caucus say they aren't ready to hand their votes over quite yet. They're holding their cards. So Johnson says the text for his resolution bill could come this weekend, and it's going to be a busy one. CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns joins us now. So walk us through what's at stake here for Johnson and the Republican Party. It seems like once again we find ourselves reporting that this is the 11th hour and more negotiations.
Yeah, Reed, I was going to say, if you feel like you've been here before, you have many times. We have seen this playbook before. We have 1 week before the government runs out of money.
Yep.
Congress knows this. Johnson is expected to release text of a bill tonight, tomorrow, through the weekend. They're expected to vote on it, actually, on Tuesday, he said. So basically what he's proposing is just continuing current levels of government spending through the end of the fiscal year, which is the end of September. There are no big cuts to government spending in this package. It's just let's continue at the level set by the Biden administration through the end of the year. And then that way you kind of get it off the table, and then you can kind of have these policy fights in the bigger budget where they outline their priorities for the next fiscal year. You still have a group of holdouts, however, who don't like the levels of government spending that are currently in place and want to see more cuts. They met with the White House earlier this week, and President Trump essentially told them, look, get this out of the way. You can have the policy fights, the cuts in spending, the DOGE cuts incorporated in your other budget that you've proposed, but let's not shut down the government. We'll see if that holds any weight. Remember, the House majority that Republicans have is very fragile. They can really only afford to lose 1, maybe 2 votes here. So they really have to keep their coalition together. And there's a big question about whether Democrats would help them in this. They're not really politically incentivized to. They could put this back in the Republicans' court and say, look, you guys are in charge. You shut down the government. But this spending level is from the previous administration. So you may have a couple of Democrats who say, look,
I find it hard to believe the Democrats would shut the government down. If he came with a clean CR, I don't see any situation in which the government would be shut down by Democrats. You know, maybe Republicans wouldn't vote for it. That would be awkward. But they would only need 2 Republicans to get it passed. But it should be interesting to see what happens with all this, right? People like, trying to think of all the people like Lauren Boebert, M2G, who else? Chip Roy, I feel like he's been in there a bunch of times. I mean, a lot of the Republicans have complained about the previous CRs, especially during Biden's administration. Oh my God, they couldn't shut up about them. And, you know, when they took control, they still wound up passing CRs. Regardless of that. But, yeah, the likelihood of them actually passing of that budget resolution of theirs, I mean, within the next year is... I mean, I'm dubious. I'm dubious on it. But it should be fascinating to see Republicans quietly pass a continuing resolution. Should it come to that? The same budget that they were just, oh my God, screaming about not so long ago. Really months ago. Okay. Now let's go to something Donald Trump is very excited about. Oh my God. Okay. Donald Trump had the FIFA president, the football, whatever it is, the International Football Federation thing, the World Cup people. He had the head of FIFA come to the White House for some great richness and fanfare.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to be establishing a task force, a very important task force, White House, and that's on the FIFA World Cup of 2026, which, as you know, is a big event. It's going to be the biggest event, I think, and
the biggest ever.
Johnny, I think you're going to say a few words. Everybody knows this man on the right. He's sort of the king of soccer, I guess, in a certain way.
The king of soccer.
And he was the one that was able to give it to us, and we're going to do a fantastic job in making you at home. So I would very much appreciate it. First time it's ever been in this part of the world, and it's an honor. Thank you very much, Johnny.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Well, it is a great achievement to bring the World Cup next year, the FIFA World Cup in 26 here in the United States, together with Mexico and Canada. And this summer, actually, we have a new competition, the FIFA Club World Cup in 25, from the 14th of June to the 13th of July, only in the United States of America. 11 cities, 12 stadiums, the best players in the world, the best teams in the world. America will welcome the world. There will be millions of people coming, Mr. President, millions of people. The economic impact is 40 billion US dollars between now and next year. We will create 200,000 jobs for these 2 World Cups, and more than that, we will give joy and happiness to the entire world, and this is priceless, definitely. So thank you, Mr. President, for setting up this task force, because it is important that everyone that comes to America feels safe, feels welcome, and that's why it's important that the government puts together this White House task force chaired by the President himself. It shows the importance of the FIFA World Cups, I should say, because there are many, many topics to deal with, of course, and we want everyone who comes to America and who goes to watch one of these games. We have 10 million tickets for sale. It's like 3 Super Bowls every day for 1 month.
3 Super Bowls every day. Nothing can compete with the Super Bowl. Donald Trump looks miserable right now. Look at this fucking guy. look at his fucking face. Oh my god. This whole situation is fascinating to me. Donald Trump, he likes doing things, but like I don't think he gives a shit about soccer. Like one single shit. And the other thing I've been sort of thinking to myself that I think people should do. We'll talk about it later.
That everyone that goes feels safe, feels happy, and feels that we are doing something special. So we're here to create and to make the best show on the planet ever, and we'll do it together. Mr.
On the planet ever.
I love what he said. Like
Those
3 Super Bowl.
These are all Donald Trump's favorite words put into one sentence. I swear to God, look at this guy's face. He's like, yes, you like those words, Mr. Trump? Yes? Yes, you liked it. Yeah, well, we wrote that speech just for you. We thought you would like those big words. World Cup, greatest ever. Is it good for you?
And we'll do it together, Mr. President.
Oh, that's great. I love what he said, like 3 Super Bowls a day for a month. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
That's really amazing when you think of it. I've never heard that expressed. That's a lot. When we made this, it was made during my term, my first term, and it was so sad because I said, can you imagine I'm not going to be president? And that's too bad. And then what happened is they rigged the election and I became president. So that was a good thing. That was a good thing. That was quite an achievement for both of us. So I'll be president during the World Cup and during the Olympics, which we were very instrumental in getting. And then, of course, we have our 250th birthday, too. And of that, I wasn't instrumental. That just happened to fall on the same time. So we have those 3 big events. You don't get very much bigger than that. The Olympics, the World Cup, and number 250. And it's a great honor. But I appreciate your selecting us. And
Donald Trump taking credit for as much of everything as possible. Let's go to the unveiling of the World Cup, Club Cup, Trophy, whatever you call it. Something brand new and awesome.
About the World Cup?
Can we unveil the trophy, maybe?
I'd love to do
because this is something special. So today is 100 days to go for a new competition that we created together. The FIFA Club World Cup, the best clubs in the world with the best players in the world. So we can show this is a unique trophy. This is the trophy.
It's not a cup.
But it's not finished because it's unlike any other trophy. There is a key.
It's like a golden sewer.
There is no
sewer
Oh,
cover.
that is good. Whoa.
Manhole cover. I love manholes.
Oh, you got to be kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wait.
Wow. That's one of those.
Ooh, a key. I like keys.
That's the trophy.
That's fun.
That is something, huh?
We got to win now, Mr. President. This is a good one.
That's beautiful.
Inter Miami and
Trump's like putting the key in his pocket.
It's a trophy of the future.
Yeah.
It represents the past, the future, everything, the present.
And this will be
the
the
past,
White
the
House for a little
future,
while.
the present.
So if anybody needs a picture or anything, you can take it. But this
The time in between
if you like it,
times.
Mr. President, it can stay here just on the 13th of July. You should take it with me.
Let's leave it here.
To the stadium.
Let's leave it here.
To give it to the winners. They can take a picture, then we bring it back here after the picture.
Let's do that. We'll have it in the White House quite a bit. It travels a little bit.
The way he talks about it is like, I know you're showing me something that's technically yours, but now that it's in the White House, it's mine. Unless you want the Secret Service to shoot you right now. This thing is staying here. I like it. It's gold. It's exactly what I like. It's my favorite color. Now, let's look at what happened here while Donald Trump was looking over the trophy. He was asked a question by a reporter.
Thank you.
Thank you. On the cabinet meeting, sir, just on the cabinet meeting, you said Musk will play an advisory role. DOGE will play.
We're talking about FIFA.
We're talking about FIFA right now.
Mr. President, you're having.
And they're both great guys. And by the way, they both get along fantastically well. Marco has done unbelievably as Secretary of State, and Elon is a very unique guy who's done a fantastic job.
Do you think he needs to be reined in, Mr.
Enough. It's FIFA. Is
Enough.
this a FIFA question?
Is this a FIFA question? No questions that aren't about FIFA. I give all you people a lot of privileges. Like the free speech. You're abusing it right now. Only questions about FIFA. My brain can handle one topic at a time. The doctor told me you might have a stroke. If you think about two things, sir, you gotta stop thinking about more than one thing at a time. I said, okay, I'll stop thinking. It's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's very rude. Asking about DOGE.
How rude.
And Elon Musk, smartest man on earth.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Now, what I found to be... Actually, wait for it. We'll go back to talking about this. So one more thing to talk about with this World Cup FIFA president meeting. He unveiled something else. But you're going to have to wait till the second half to see it. That's right, because it's time for a break. Alrighty, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't yet, don't forget to hit the like button and maybe even subscribe. Hit that bell icon so you don't miss any of the latest Galactic content. While you're doing all of that with your fingers, do consider using your fingers to perhaps show your support for Galactic News Network. So many great ways to do just that. Of course, YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers. We're on our way to completing the goal on chat so we can get all the content tonight. Twitch. YouTube, if YouTube's not your thing, go to Twitch. You can subscribe over there. Donate bits. On-screen celebrations. Cash App and PayPal if you just want to send some money directly to your pal StreamLord. Make sure I've got food in my belly while I wait for those once a month YouTube and Twitch checks. Maybe circumvent the cut that they take every time. Or perhaps you would like to become even more galactic. And I would say the best way to do just that is to go on to Patreon. Become a galactic patron
Just $3 US a month. Get yourself access to myriad of intergalactic bennies. Get yourself an avatar on stream, shout out, and so much more. So much more, I'm not even going to get into it right now. Just go onto the website, look for yourself. 3 different tiers of galacticness available. Alright chat, that's enough galactic messaging from me. Enjoy this short space break. Maybe grab yourselves a drink. Maybe even a snack. And I will be right back. gonna miss the latest Galactic content. Alright, let's get back to talking about FIFA President Gianni Infantino. Pitching a... well, you'll see. He had a little surprise, not just the trophy. Something Donald Trump
I know you've all
may or
been
may not
working very
like.
hard and very successfully. And it's a wonderful place, the White House. I want to begin, is Johnny here from World Cup? I want to thank you for this election. And they just had a presentation in the Oval Office, and I thought this was such a beautiful, this is the trophy. This is the big deal. The World Cup is the biggest sporting event, and Gianni Infantino is my friend for a long time, and during my first term, we worked out a deal to get the World Cup, and then because of lots of interesting things that happened, I ended up being president when it showed up. I was always disappointed. I wasn't going to make it. I was going to serve 8 straight. Instead, we did it the hard way, but maybe the more important way. So I will be with you as president.
I will be with you as the president. Gonna be there through thick and thin. I just realized something. Can you unfasten your seatbelts? Now that we're in flight. Probably safe right now. No way to say for sure. There's always something coming on the horizon. But I just noticed that we're owed at least 2 support characters right now. Okay. Okay.
Johnny, so maybe you could just say a few words and show how beautiful the World Cup trophy is. Thank you. Yeah, sure, please.
Say some words. Now, words.
Yeah.
The famous key.
That's a great key.
You want to open it, President? Or
Well, you go ahead. I trust you.
So this is the new trophy of a new competition. It's called the FIFA Club World Cup. The 32 best clubs in the world.
Yeah.
The absolutely best players in the world.
Now you might be asking yourself, why? Why is the World Cup shaped like a coin instead of a cup? Well, you're gonna find out.
For the first time in history, this competition takes place in the United
Oh,
States.
you are going to find out.
On the 14th of June,
right?
Obviously in Miami, final on the 13th of July this year in New York, New Jersey. But it's not that. The trophy is special because it has a key, and because, as you can see, if I manage.
I love how it requires 2 people every time. And this one guy's got gloves, which make him look like a white Michael Jackson.
So this is a trophy. It is a trophy which represents, and that's why I think it's interesting to show this trophy exactly in this form, because it represents the past, but it's also projected to the future. There is no other sports trophy which looks like that. It has engraved the history of the game, of soccer or football as we call it, the participating teams of the first edition, the stadiums, beautiful stadiums in 11 cities in the United States of America where this competition will take place. So at the same time, past, present, and projected to the future. And if I may, President, say another 2 words, and then I let you work. I would like to congratulate the President and the administration for not only for the World Cup, the Club World Cup, the World Cup, and the great work done, but also for this initiative that you are speaking about here. If I may add something in this respect, I'm not an expert at all, but FIFA, as you know, is a brand which is globally known, a very strong brand. The soccer economy in the world is worth around 270 billion a year. 70% of that, Mr. President, is in Europe. So imagine the potential that there is around the world only in soccer if we develop it. And so FIFA is very, very interested under my presidency to develop a FIFA coin.
The FIFA coin.
From here, from America, and to conquer the 5 billion soccer fans in the world. So if there is anyone here who is interested to team up...
Look at Donald Trump's face.
Here we are.
Look at Donald Trump's face when he was saying that. He's like, oh, but wait, FIFA, you're stealing my idea. That's a big market. I should have thought of this one. How do I get a cut of FIFA coin before the rug pull?
So if there is anyone here who is interested to team up with FIFA, here we are, together with the United States of America, and we will conquer the world of soccer with the FIFA coin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That coin, that's right. That coin may be worth more than FIFA in the end. It could be quite a coin, actually.
The coin's going to be better than
Anyway,
FIFA.
thank you, Johnny. Great job. I just thought you should see this trophy because it's really,
There you go. FIFA. Somehow, I don't understand why we need to have a different currency for every single company and whatever else out there. Every meme must have a coin. But yeah, FIFA getting into the meme coin industry. Donald Trump looking a little jealous that he didn't think of it first. The volume is muffled? Oh, yeah, no, that's the video. I'm sorry. No, it was bad. It was bad when I listened to it. It was probably, yeah, I'm sorry. It was the only footage I found of this guy suggesting that FIFA is going to create a meme coin, FIFA coin. That's why this trophy is fucking coin-shaped. And this, I mean, it's just insane. Everyone is just doing whatever they can. All the most corrupt people. I mean, FIFA's got some real corruption problems. But all the most corrupt people on the planet are starting their own meme coins. Okay. Let's talk about the rest of the world. Not Earth news yet. But let's talk about those tariffs. They have been causing some problems since Donald Trump has been levying them against practically everyone else that they can think of. Thankfully, he doesn't know the names of too many countries. But he does know EU, so that's unfortunate for Europe. He knows about Canada and China. And Mexico. Let's go here to Reuters. Talk about the market uncertainty being created by all of these tariffs.
President Trump gives a 1-month reprieve on auto import levies to Canada and Mexico. Well, this latest twist in the tariff story halted, at least for now, Wall Street's steepest skid in nearly 3 months. But the US dollar was hit hard, falling against a basket of major currencies, with sterling rising to a 4-month high. Fiona Cincotta is senior market analyst at City Index. Fiona, what do you make of the latest moves by the White House? Clearly, auto stocks like Ford and GM benefited, but they're still down this year.
Yes, so I mean, whilst we have seen a recovery from those lows, particularly the auto stocks, as you pointed out, they've really rebounded quite nicely yesterday on this latest update. But I think overall, the problem that we're seeing here is the level of uncertainty that's been created. So whilst there's sort of expectations now that...
Logan Hill, this $2 is FIFA coin. Enjoy your World Cup win. We're gonna win. Oh, that's the part of this that I didn't watch. Oh, no, there was a part of that discussion in the White House where Donald Trump's like, maybe we can... He's like, he basically asks the president of the World Cup, of FIFA, whether or not the United States could win. Like, almost as if he was asking if he could pay. It sounded like he was asking if he could pay for the United States to win. But maybe we'll win. Who knows? But thank you for the $2. I'm going to combine that with Nadia's previous super chat.
to give us 1. I'm gonna say that we're at 1 of 5. And you know what? I'll count all of them. How many were there? 6? I can't remember now. Because we started the goal after the memberships. But I'll say we're at 2. I'll say we're only 3 away. Because I think we got at least 6 memberships earlier. I think it might have been more. Okay, so what was I doing? Oh, right, we're listening to this. Right, I just got distracted by thinking about FIFA coin just now. Totally threw me off.
You know, certain trade tariffs are going ahead. There's uncertainty over will they, won't they? Well, we see some rolling back of them. Will Trump walk back certain areas like he has today? Will that mean other areas may be walked back as well? But all of this creates this level of uncertainty that isn't going down so well with businesses and consumers. We've seen consumer confidence and business confidence have fallen quite dramatically in recent weeks and months. And that's obviously going to have some impact. And I think the concern here is that if we start to see those forward-looking data points, which have been quite depressed, actually translate into weaker hard data, that's when we're really going to see some falling out, I think, of the equity markets, and we could see the declines.
Okay, we'll probably be talking. We definitely will be talking more about this as we go through these next videos. Please put in the bare minimum of looking at the chat for additional explanation of the super. People are looking for additional explanation. What sort of additional explanation are people requiring? Counting members? No. I was trying to remember how many memberships were given out earlier today. Because I started the goal, the chat goal, to make sure we get all of the content. I was going to add some of those into the goal because we were getting a slow start. I was also combining Nadia's $2 super chat or $3 super chat, whatever it was, and Logan Hill's $2 super chat to make one Teal super chat, which is technically $5. In my brain and out loud. Was that better explanation? I honestly don't see anything else about the member. Maybe I'm just not reading hard enough. I'm trying. I'm just not seeing it. And this chat moves so fast. Okay, let's continue talking about the state of the economy. Let's go back to talking about jobs. We're going to be talking about jobs a lot throughout all of this because, well, may have some serious problems coming up soon. Let's talk about the jobs report, which was released earlier this morning on Friday.
U.S. employers added 151,000 jobs in February, but cracks are emerging in the once resilient labor market amid rising uncertainty over U.S. trade policy and deep federal government spending cuts. The pickup in payroll growth was less than the 160,000 jobs economists had forecast. That brought little relief to U.S. investors, who've been rattled by tariff-related market turbulence. The Labor Department's closely watched jobs report on Friday, the first under President Donald Trump's watch, also showed the unemployment rate rising to 4.1% last month. Economists said the Trump administration's whiplash trade policy was making it difficult for businesses to plan ahead, adding that the moves could undercut economic growth this year. Meanwhile, tech billionaire Elon Musk's Department of Government...
Yep. So the unemployment rate came in higher than people were expecting, giving the Federal Reserve some things to think about, but they're in the meeting that was had, they still said that they are holding off on lowering interest rates. And of course, that 151,000 jobs added was much of the time, which was wait, was this? Wait, no, I'm sorry. Many of the jobs added during that time were all before Donald Trump started to actually do these mass firings. Let's go here now to this. Talk more about the tariffs. So those tariffs are definitely causing people concerns and problems. And so are the reverse and reciprocal tariffs as well. Let's talk about the one in Canada that is now being enforced along the border. Surtax for Canadians bringing any U.S. goods into Canada.
Alyssa Thibault joins us now from Peace Arch Border Crossing with more. Alyssa, cross-border shoppers say they're suddenly facing a new interpretation of the rules.
Yeah, exactly, Sophie. So what we're hearing is that there's no longer any leeway for people who go down to shop during a day trip. Now, those goods that they bring back in will be subject to the 25% tariff. Now, there has always been personal exemptions, certain items, certain amounts that you could bring back, but officially those exemptions don't kick in until you've been out of the country 24 hours. That rule has never really been enforced. What we're hearing is that it will be enforced now. Crossing the border for groceries and fuel has normally been cheaper. Not anymore. And the process is confusing.
They had no idea what they were doing. They didn't know what the system was supposed to be charging.
Jessica Bellick and her husband travelled into the States and back again Tuesday, the day the tariffs came into effect.
When we got to the border, they handed us a yellow slip and asked us to come in. And I said, what is it for? Because there is no taxes or anything on groceries. They're exempt. And they said due to the tariffs.
She says everyone coming into Canada at the Aldergrove border crossing was told to go inside, where border agents initially asked them to go through every item to figure out if it was made in America. Bellick was then given a bill of $295 for the amount of groceries she had.
They then said, okay, you spent $215 American. You are going to pay the tax in Canadian. So then they converted my $215 into $315 Canadian. Then they taxed me on $315 Canadian, 25%. Then they charged me duty. Then they tried to charge me tax on top of the tariff. And that's how they got to the $295.
After challenging the agents, she paid $74. Canada Border Services Agency says
it sounds like she paid the full tax. To me, just about. Maybe one of them got dropped. Either way, multiple taxes now for all U.S. goods coming in to Canada. Enjoy that, Canada. So sorry. So sorry. All right, let's go to CNN. Talk about more tariff threats from Donald Trump. According to this video from CNN 10 hours ago, Trump has threatened new tariffs on Canada, including 250% tax on dairy.
In Canada, we find that they're charging us over 200% for dairy products. You know about that. And when I left, we had that well taken care of. But under Biden, they just kept raising it. Very difficult to deal with the Canadian representatives. 250% for dairy products. Tariff.
What?
So where do you hear that? You don't hear that. They have a tremendously high tariff. Give you the exact numbers in a little while coming out on lumber. So they sell us lumber. They have a tremendous tariff. They make it impossible for us to sell lumber or dairy products into Canada, but our numbers are a tiny fraction of that, almost non-existent. And what we're doing is freeing up our forests from the environmental nonsense that they put on them, where you can't cut down a tree. And we have to cut down trees in order to build the firewalls. And those trees are sold, but we're freeing it up on an emergency basis because Canada has been ripping us off for years on tariffs for lumber and for dairy products. 250%, nobody ever talks about that. 250% tariff, which is taking advantage of our farmers. So
now my understanding is Canada gets a lot of dairy products and stuff like that from the United States because they don't have as many dairy farms in Canada, and it's because it's cheaper. And I don't understand what's happening. What is he talking about? I looked for it. I can't find any information on this. It doesn't appear to be real. I think he might just be confusing tariffs and increase in like inflation, right? Because you know what I think this is about? Donald Trump we watched a video earlier this week where apparently one of the Trump administration officials had suggested that we start importing eggs because of egg prices, and Donald Trump knew that egg prices were killing him. And now that he's going to try and figure out, hey, maybe we can buy that from Canada. Now they're probably 200% more expensive than they used to be, especially if you count in Canadian dollars. But I don't know what he's talking about. I can't find anything on it. Maybe it's just my lack of researching. I only put some amount of effort into it, but it doesn't seem to exist. Oh, Canada. Oh, it doesn't import. Oh, okay. Really? They don't import milk? It's just eggs? You don't allow hormones or antibiotics within the milk. Huh. Okay, well then that seems completely irrelevant. I honestly guess I mixed up milk and eggs. Because we watched a couple of videos about how Canada had been getting a bunch of eggs from the United States. Weird. So it was a completely irrelevant...
It's not going to happen anymore.
Completely irrelevant thing for him to be upset about.
They'll be met with the exact same tariff unless they drop it. And that's what reciprocal means. And we may do it as early as today, or we'll wait till Monday or Tuesday. But that's what we're going to do. We're going to charge the same thing. It's not fair. Never has been fair.
Matt, where exactly are we with tariffs? What's the status of these tariffs today?
Yeah, it's incredibly confusing. It feels like every hour almost there's a new tariff that is threatened or dialed back or delayed. I haven't looked at my phone in 90 seconds, so I might have missed another tariff threat on Truth Social. But look, 20% tariffs on China, that did kick in on Tuesday.
I just want to pay attention. Just let me hear that one more time.
I haven't looked at my phone in 90 seconds, so I might have missed another tariff threat on Truth Social. But look, 20% tariffs.
This sentence from Matt Egan here, a CNN reporter. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about how Donald Trump and Elon Musk both have a serious conflict of interest by owning social media companies, because they enrich themselves every time somebody's waiting with bated breath for another tweet or another truth. Right? And it actually incentivizes them to do fucking crazy things. Like, oh, I need more likes, I need more views on a post tonight. Let's see, okay, how much money? I wonder how much money I can make from posting something absolutely insane. Watch this. Watch this, Elon. Watch this truth. Here it comes. And the fact that millions to billions of people, I don't know exactly how many people are waiting with bated breath. I'm trying to think. Probably not billions, but millions and millions of people are now waiting
on another truth essential. Every time that happens, they're making some fraction, of $1 or maybe more than that, depending. I don't know what kind of deal they have worked out. But those metrics tick up, more advertisements seen, more revenue, higher stock price in Donald Trump's case. How it is that this is even legal, just baffles me, dude. Sorry, I got distracted. Let's go back to the tariffs.
On China, that did kick in on Tuesday. There's also 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico, excluding autos and products that are compliant with the USMCA trade agreement. 10% tariff on Canadian energy and potash, which is a compound used to make fertilizer that American farmers need. But look, there's more tariffs that are on the way. Maybe. I mean, the president has threatened to impose new tariffs on steel and aluminum imports next week. Early April, there's tariffs that loom potentially on products from the European Union. On autos, there's the reciprocal tariffs. And then later on this year, potentially tariffs on copper and lumber, timber, semiconductors. You mentioned the new tariffs that were just threatened today on Canadian dairy products as well. We've seen trade policy uncertainty just go through the roof. There's an index that tracks that. It's the highest it's ever been going back to 1960. And so right now, everyone's trying to make sense of it all, right? It's a lot of uncertainty and chaos for investors, for CEOs, and for small business owners to try to.
Look at that fucking graph. That's wild. Holy cow.
Sense of. Boris?
Matt Egan, thank you so much for that update. Let's bring in Vanessa Yurkevich now. Vanessa, obviously markets don't like volatility, even though Trump says he's not watching the markets.
Well, certainly. A lot of people are watching the markets, though, and what we've seen most of the day is that markets were down on the news of this sort of weaker than expected jobs report. But if we look at the numbers now, they're up again. And this is just, though, a moment, a snapshot in what has been a very volatile week on Wall Street. And potentially why they are up right now is because the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, was at an event earlier today, and he said that despite these levels of uncertainty, the U.S. economy is actually in a good place and that we just need to wait and see. So when you have the Fed chair making a...
Actually, everything's fine. Everybody's doing great. Thanks, Jerome. Yeah, we're doing great. Everything is great. You know what is great? That super chat from Logan Hill. Thank you, Logan Hill, for the orbiting tariff on the foreign goods. Disperse as needed. Thank you. I appreciate that. Space tariffs are high. All right, let's go talk more things. CNN. Canadians fighting back against Donald Trump's tariffs. Wait. What just happened? By the way, that gets us up to 3. 3, so we're 2 away. So we got 2 that I combined. Then I added some. Added one in for the memberships gifted earlier. What was I doing? Yeah, CNN.
Right, as President Trump walks back tariffs on most products from Mexico and Canada again, Canada says retaliatory tariffs will stay in place until that pause is permanent. CNN's John King went to visit our northern neighbors as part of his All Over the Map series to hear what the Canadians think about the president and his tariffs.
This is American steel in Western Canada for custom finishes. One belt is to burn a few notches and drill a few holes. Another to weld some angled braces. Soon back on a rail car and back across the border for an office project in Alaska. It is a partnership that supports 100 jobs here at AI Industries in Surrey, British Columbia. This just one piece of nearly $800 billion a year in trade between the United States and Canada. Now, though, a partnership in peril because of President Trump's insistence on new tariffs.
He wants to show that U.S. is strong, and because I'm bigger than you are, I can bully you around, and this is how I'm going to do it.
Trump paused the tariffs Thursday, just 2 days after imposing them. Another about face. Yes, Walshy prefers no tariffs, but he says weeks of threats and contradictions from Trump make it impossible to plan and are already hurting both economies.
Even with the threat of tariffs, prices have gone through the roof and they've gone higher. So we're seeing right now, when we're bidding a job today versus we're bidding it 3 months ago, our cost has gone up almost 15%.
British Columbia is a living postcard. Scenic mountains and gorgeous waters. The importance of trade is everywhere you look. Canadian lumber waiting at river's edge, rail cars to carry Canadian crude oil, crops, and more. The bustling Pacific Rim port of Vancouver.
You'll watch it for 8 hours. You'll see on average we've got 10 ships arriving and 10 ships leaving. We did about 160 million tons of cargo last year. 75% of that is those bulk commodities, grain, coal, potash, sulfur, and other agricultural products outbound.
Peter Exotta is the port CEO. He says shippers who normally plan 6 or 9 months out are now taking things a few weeks at a time because Trump is so unpredictable. And he says Trump's threats and his tone leave Canada no choice but to find new markets, new partners.
It's been a wake-up call, right? It's been a wake-up call for Canadians that we need to figure out a way to not be as dependent.
This rift goes beyond what Canadians see as Trump's bad math. They are furious at his bad manners, his constant insults, calling Canada the 51st state and its prime minister governor.
We've been in this together for a long time. We fought wars together. We went to Afghanistan. We did all this stuff together. Why? What are you doing here?
Darrell Lamb is the brand manager at Legacy Liquors. Yes, this too is a front in the new trade war.
There's yellow rose right there from Texas right there.
So, is it popular?
It is.
And if this goes into effect, you can't sell this.
It'll be off the shelf.
It's gone. Tito's Vodka too, also from Texas.
Diagram of a trade war?
The Premier of British Columbia says if Trump imposes tariffs, he will ban sales of alcohol from states that Trump won that also have a Republican governor.
We've gone through this before with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We were asked.
That's incredibly specific. I kind of love it. Banning American alcohol made in states that voted for Trump. Wow.
Move all Russian products from our shelves.
Lamb says some customers rushed to stockpile American favorites, but others want all American products off the shelves.
So mad at Trump for what he's saying about Canada that they're saying, get it out of here.
No, 100%. Absolutely. I'm just worried about this eternal relationship that we've had for 200 plus years being soured for 4.
Vikram Vinayak is a short-haul truck driver, carrying berries destined for the United States on this run.
What are other loads that are pretty typical?
Nursery, trees, auto parts, and produce. Sometimes we pick frozen fish.
How much of your work are products that you know are going to end up in the United States?
More than 80-90% of our loads are going to U.S.
As many as 5 runs a day, 40 to 50 hours a week. But tariffs will cut shipments to the United States and cut Vinayak's hours.
I wonder if this is what Donald Trump was hoping for. Just to shut down business activity, to cause red states to lose business, to, you know, keep Canadians from buying American stuff. I mean, that's how that's what he believes a surplus is. So maybe he genuinely does he actually want Canada to do this? I don't think so. I think he knows that this is bad.
But he's convinced this is how it has to go. Let's go now talk more about U.S. alcohol imports. Global news from 7 hours ago.
Finding a bottle from Napa Valley will be impossible for the majority of Canadians. Provincial governments are holding their ground on not bringing in U.S. booze.
And we will not cast that aside in response to a threat of economic pressure from a foreign government, even an historically friendly one.
The back and forth on there's tariffs, there's not tariffs, we're pausing tariffs, we're changing tariffs. I think it's really hard on Canadians.
It's off the shelves, and it will stay off the shelves until these tariffs are gone.
Despite U.S. President Donald Trump extending tariffs on Canadian goods by another month, premiers say the uncertainty is enough to stop the orders coming in from south of the border. Jack Daniel's parent company saying pulling stock from the shelves is an escalation, but that Canadian purchases only make up 1% of its total sales, and it will be able to withstand the blow. While the American liquor industry is echoing calls to the White House to remove trade barriers.
Wow. Jack Daniel's getting real upset. I mean, they're saying it will be fine, but if you're going to be fined, why would you even spend the time to let us all know that you think it's an escalation?
It's not pleased by the escalation.
It's an unfortunate and unnecessary ramp up that doesn't do right by the provinces because they bring in a lot of tax revenue.
Prior to the rift, Canadians were accustomed to spending on American brands. The 4 Atlantic provinces see more than $90 million spent on U.S. booze yearly. Alberta's premier noting more than $290 million in U.S. products were purchased. And in Canada's most populous province, the Liquor Control Board of Ontario says customers spend nearly $1 billion in U.S. alcohol annually. The impact of keeping American brands off the shelves could be strong in some U.S. states. According to the federal government, Tennessee saw $26.6 million in whiskey imported north of the border in 2023. Kentucky more than doubling that, with bourbon accounting for nearly $62 million in exports to Canada. And California comes in with the largest share, more than $500 million worth of wine reaching Canadian liquor store shelves. It has created an opportunity for Canada's alcohol sector to fill the void. But when
Wow, seems like our drinking habits intersect with one another, getting alcohol from one another, and now I guess all of those billions of dollars in lost revenue is going to go out the window, probably. All right, let's go and see what Justin Trudeau had to say. This was from yesterday. Apparently he had a phone call since the last time we heard from him with Donald Trump. These trade with all the wars.
I want to address what I know is top of mind for all Canadians.
All these wars have to stop. The tariff and trade wars, the war against the cartels that we've called now terrorists. I mean, all the wars. Ukraine. If you want to count Gaza in there as a war, go ahead. But yeah, you know, all of these are very stupid. Oh God.
I want to address what I know is top of mind for all Canadians. Yesterday, I spoke with President Trump, and I reiterated the facts. Our border is secure, and less than 1% of the illegal fentanyl entering the United States comes from Canada. Even so, we took action with our $1.3 billion plan to further strengthen our border. I also stressed that the tariffs the U.S. administration chose to impose will hurt American workers and businesses, and that, as our shared history has proven, we should work together instead to tackle today's challenges rather than fighting one another. Canada's ministers, officials, and I will continue to engage with our American counterparts. Our goal remains to get these tariffs, all tariffs, removed. In the meantime, we'll be taking action to support Canadians through the tough times ahead. You can count on leadership right across the country, municipalities, provinces, and indeed, your federal government.
Now, I found it a little weird that, you know, considering he's out the door right now, that he's telling people they can count on the future government, one which there's a bunch of elections happening in. But hey, I do hope that Canadians can count on their government to protect them from Donald Trump. You thought Trudeau, well, he's on his way out. There still has to be an election for Prime Minister. All right, let's go to talk about, I guess, corrupt billionaire douchebags would be the best way for me to describe what this next few videos is about. Let's start with this. It is the week ending report after all, so there's some stuff that I'm tossing in here from multiple days ago. This is from 6 days ago. This was Monday. Right? Monday? Something like that. Hold on, I just have to get this to a certain spot. Oh, there it is.
On Medicaid. And I think it's important to remember who they are. In my district and across all these rural areas, it's farmers, it's ranchers, because they often don't earn enough or have access to private care, nursing home residents, kids with disabilities, moms who just had babies. My dear Lord, these are caregivers, veterans, and sometimes people working 2 jobs. They're your voters. Madam Chair, I'd like to enter into the record a tweet by Elon Musk. That says that Americans love DOGE because watching Trump slash federal programs knowing it doesn't affect you because you're not a member of the parasite class.
Without objection.
How rude. Mr. Chairman, is the mom who just gave birth and is on Medicaid a parasite?
Come on! I don't believe you mean that seriously, because you, as my neighbor living in the broader region of West Texas and eastern New Mexico, know better than to think I would ever refer to a fellow American as a parasite.
Exactly. And that's why we cannot stand when the person who is behind some of these cuts believes that those who rely on federal programs are parasites. A woman who has breast cancer is not a parasite. People who rely on Medicaid and SNAP and nutrition benefits are not parasites. As you know, Mr. Chairman, they're our neighbors.
Yeah. It's a horrifying tweet and a moving rendition from Ledger Fernandez
of New Mexico. There he was, Elon Musk, on his own private social media company, calling people who rely on things like Medicaid and other social services, like pregnant mothers, single mothers, whatever else. You know, I mean, there's a vast array of people who depend on services. Veterans, I mean, so many people. All of them are part of a parasite class, according to the richest man on the planet. I think he's in the parasite class. Him and Donald Trump both. Couple of parasites. Let's go here. Secular talk from yesterday. Talk about active bribery with Donald Trump.
So, guys, it's fair to say that Trump always manages to surprise me. You know, even at this late date, you would think my skin is thick enough that, like, you know, there's nothing he could do. No, wrong. He always finds a way to genuinely and sincerely shock me, even at this late date.
It's horrifying.
So, look, when it comes to his corruption, you guys know the endless stories. You guys know, for example, he took tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions, we don't know the exact number, of dollars from Saudi Arabia for the Live Golf events. He has those events at his courses, I should say. How much is he getting from that? We know Jared Kushner got $2 billion from them. What are they giving Trump? Did they slip Trump a billy? Right? So
if you didn't know, Saudi Arabia created its own sort of rival to the PGA Tour called Live Golf. I think it might be is it part of the Saudi Wealth Fund? I'm not sure. I think it may be a venture of the Saudi Wealth Fund, if I'm not mistaken.
Massively corrupt. Saudi Arabia is going to get whatever the hell they want from him, right? He took $100 million from Miriam Adelson and $200 million from Sheldon Adelson and did their bidding vis-a-vis Israel. He didn't divest from his businesses at all in the first term, even though he said he would, which means there was all sorts of pay-to-play going on and all sorts of billionaires and foreign governments sending him money through his businesses. He's not even pretending this time to divest from his businesses. There's not even a kabuki theater show he's putting on.
Seriously.
Trump made $160 million from foreign countries as president the first time. He was selling NFTs and has a crypto exchange and trading cards and selling watches for $100,000. Like, the list goes on, man. The list goes on of all the stuff. But I think since he feels so Teflon at this point and like he got away with the 91 crimes, now
PB out of the blue with the Moodang flavored super sticker. Hype! Thank you, PB. I think that gets us to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 4 or 5. We're getting very, very close.
He's raised it even another level. Look at this from Wired. People are paying millions to dine with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Business leaders are paying as much as $5 million to meet one-on-one with the president at his Florida compound, sources tell Wired,
dude.
while others are paying $1 million apiece
This
to
is
dine
insane.
with him in a group setting. Is there anybody?
Insane. This is fucking insane. How is nobody doing something about this? This shit's got to be stopped. He's just continuing to enrich himself and sell the presidency, the highest bidder. He's selling U.S. democracy to the highest bidder right now, or just pieces of it now at $5 million a pop.
That doesn't understand exactly what this is? Is there anybody in the world that doesn't get it? I would say no. I would say when you tell people that everybody understands what it is. Now, look, you can imagine a scenario that takes off the hard edges here, right? Where it's like, well, it's his first term. He's going to run again in his second term. He's doing this to raise for his campaign, right? But you can't raise this much at a single time for your campaign. But you get the point. There's ways where you could craft this where, if the situation was slightly different, it actually wouldn't be as big of a red flag, right? But he's not running again. He can't run again. And it's $5 million a pop for a one-on-one meeting with a business leader and $1 million in a dinner group setting. This government is directly run these days
selling access
by massive multinational corporations,
selling access
Wall
to the
Street
presidency.
CEOs, robber barons. I mean, there's no way around it. This is why you're going to get the massive tax cuts for the rich and corporations again. This is why you're going to see corporate welfare and subsidies out the wazoo for various businesses. Anybody who gives this man $5 million to meet with him one-on-one, they will be able to loot the treasury. They will be able to get in on the insider information that we've talked about, just like when Trump launched the crypto reserve and somebody bet 50 million or 200 million and made a quadrillion fucking
insane.
dollars because somebody had the insider information and knew which
insane.
coins were about to blow up. All of these people who are paying Trump 5 million, paying Trump 1 million, they are all going to be getting insider information, massively corrupt deals, and this is all at the same time that his government is slashing Medicaid, slashing Social Security, screwing over regular people, slashing the food stamp program. I mean, it is. It's oligarchy, right? It's oligarchy, it's kleptocracy, and it's now
Follow
like
the rich white man.
the veneer is no longer there. All right, you can't even make the argument anymore of like, well, maybe it's not, and democratically it's still kind of working. It's like, if you allow this, you are simply saying corruption is legal, bribery is legal.
Illegal.
Right? And whatever meager rules remain are fucking useless. They're useless. Guys, I've given this example 1,000 times, but Jimmy Carter had to sell his peanut farm because there were concerns, hey, if he owns the peanut farm, somebody could funnel in money through there. Then he's beholden to the person funneling in money.
Buying too many peanuts, that terrible, terrible Jimmy Carter. Corrupt peanut farmer. It's almost laughable to think about someone's farm being a conflict of interest in light of the avalanche of conflicts in this fucking administration. I mean, if it's not Trump and Elon, it's Pam Bondi, who used to be a freaking lobbyist on Capitol Hill. You just go down the list. Howard Lutnick. I mean, who Scott Bessent. I mean, all these people have some wild conflicts.
It's laughable. The peanut farm thing is laughable. Looking at this, so we have we've crashed out as a country, bro. We have crashed out as a country. And I forget exactly what they said, but there was some sort of spin they tried to put on it, right? As if, bro, no, it's totally fine, bro. They tried to do that, but there's just there's really nothing you could do. You can't put enough lipstick on this pig. You cannot put enough lipstick on this pig. It is way too obvious. It's way too overt. It's way too in your face. Like, it doesn't get any more clear than this. So, I mean, it's just, and the thing that shocks me every day is like he still has the nerve to bother calling other people corrupt, to go out, whoever it may be, to go after Biden.
Yeah. The corrupt Joe Biden crime family. Okay. The halfway point, the second half here. Looks like we're about to exit. Well, almost nearly. Talking about rich assholes that have taken over our government. Let's talk about taxes a little bit. How's that sound? PB with another super sticker. This time, Sour Hour in play. A laughing lemon. I don't think I've ever seen this one. It's almost not even a laugh. It's like an anime, sort of like an anime giggle. It's a giggling anime lemon. Love it.
Aww.
Thank you for the super chat. Oh wait, does that get us over the line? It might. I think it does. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's it. That's it. With an hour to go, PB got us across the line. Chortleman. It's a chuckle. Is it a chuckle or a chortle? All right, let's watch some right-wing influencers try and understand how taxes work.
I don't know who Andrew Wilson is, and I don't even know what they're commenting on because I literally watched the first 60 seconds of this and needed to watch no more to know that we're dealing with complete morons who apparently do this professionally. This is a video courtesy of or made by Cool V1C. I don't know what that is. It's a YouTube channel, but I think it's the dude in the insert. And this is just like his cold open, I think it is. And he is done a video where I'm getting roasted by political commentator Andrew Wilson, who I also don't know who he is. But this is a great opportunity, and I am all for being roasted. I think people who listen to the program know that. But this is a great opportunity to teach some of the dumbest people alive some of the most basic elements of our government structure. And the thing is, it's called marginal tax rates. Not tax rates.
Oh, what?
Marginal tax rates. And as you know, I have, spent a considerable period of time over the years advocating that we return to the top marginal tax rates that we had in the 1950s and 1960s. And the top marginal tax rate was 90%. And that would have been on $470,000 or maybe $400,000. And in today's dollars, I think it's closer to $3 million. I may, I think I was corrected in the Jubilee, and I think it could be $4 million. But regardless, top marginal tax rate. Many of you know what that means. 90% on every dollar above a certain level of income. Let's call it 3 million. 90 cents on every dollar above 3 million. That's what a marginal tax rate means. Watch this and see how quickly it takes them to show that they know nothing about really anything.
Well, what this guy proposes, you have to think about it, right? He's saying at $3 million and 90% would leave you with what? $300,000? Leave you with $300,000. So what incentive do people have exactly to give up 90% of their income?
Andrew Wilson completely torched.
Get torched. Keep going.
Get torches.
Sam Cedar of the Majority Report for Sam Cedar's recent comments. Sam Cedar went on and argued that we should have a 90% tax for anyone making a certain dollar amount, which he has argued for before. Obviously, it's ridiculous, but you have lefties like Sam Cedar that think it's a good idea. And Andrew Wilson joins Lord Jake Rattlesnake here to dismantle his argument and explain why it's a terrible idea. Let's see what Andrew Wilson has to say.
Clip with you. This was from Piers Morgan the other day, and we covered this on our channel as well. But it's Sam Cedar, who is a guy that I would absolutely love to see you debate.
Yeah, I've tried to set it up multiple times.
Oh, that
Wait a second. What? He's tried to set it up multiple times. I didn't go this far into the video, to be honest with you. I hadn't even, I had stopped it after. I was just like, we already know the answer to this. He has no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Now, if you need to learn about taxes, and I guess this Andrew Wilson guy does, and incidentally, if you want to have a debate, I'm happy to come on your show. Anytime. Honestly. Anytime to debate this.
Immediately,
and make
if
sure you
not
save that
sooner.
clip so we can replay it and I can tell your audience why you know nothing about what you're talking about.
What?
Marginal taxes. It is not 90% of $3 million.
Yeah.
It is 90% for every dollar made above $3 million. Now, just to make sure that we can establish who knows what they're talking about, if you Google marginal tax rates for dummies, literally for dummies.
There are some things like this where Sam, he just suddenly takes on the affectation of a school teacher, and it's one of my favorite Sam modes, if you will. He's, you know, goes between all sorts of different things. But man, do I love this one where he's just like, "Hey, stupid. I know you're an adult man. I'm going to talk to you like you're 13. Have you heard of like?" And it's just amazing. It's amazing.
You will find on Google a link to this site. Put this up there, Bradley. Okay. Now let's scroll through this site for a moment. So we're all going to learn this together. Both those of us who actually take even a minute or two to.
You see what I mean? It's the teacher affectation. And we're all going to learn this together. It said by every teacher across the planet at least one time.
Both those of us who actually take even a minute or two to figure out what they're talking about.
Actually, I'm sorry, chat. I need to do something. Although I don't know what I'm gonna forego to put this in there, but this needs to be a thing. This is tort Sam. Yeah, when he starts talking about torts, he starts talking about tax rates, starts talking about Social Security or Medicare, Medicaid. Oh boy. I need this though. Sorry.
Bradley. Okay. Now let's scroll through this site for a moment. So we're all going to learn this together. Both those of us who actually take even a minute or two to figure out what they're talking about, and these guys, Lord Jeffries or whatever the guy's name was. You will see here on this screen, and hold on one second, I get this up here in front of me so I can see it better.
I'll just read the purple text here. You pay tax as a percentage of your income in layers called tax brackets. As your income goes up, the tax rate on the next layer of income is higher. When your income jumps to a higher tax bracket, you don't pay the higher tax on your entire income.
No way.
You pay the higher rate only on the part of income that's in the new tax bracket.
Now, what's very nice about the IRS here is that they've highlighted it in purple so that if you are a dummy, you will be able to read that. Now, okay, put it back up and let's scroll down a little bit.
God.
So as you go, you can see the current 2024 tax rates for single payer. You have a 10% tax rate up to $11,600. And then if you make between $11,601 and $47,000, you pay a 12% rate on that.
And that's what marginal means. It means that it's only on the bracket of income, whether it's between 0 and 11,000 for 10%, then 11,000 to 47,000 for 12, 47,000 to 100,000 for 22, so on and so forth. It's not like, you know, retroactive, like, oh, whoops, you made too much money. Now we're going to tax you 40% on all of your income. No. Nope, that's not how that works. Let me make sure this worked. Wait.
Now, let's scroll through this site for a moment. So we're all going to learn this.
Okay, that's where it is. That's where the sound clip is. Okay, just gonna export this. I needed, so we're all gonna learn this together. Sam saying we're all gonna learn this together.
Okay. Let's move it along. I'm gonna keep talking about taxes. Let's go to talk about billionaire tax dodging with a more perfect union from 2 days ago. The biggest tax dodge in history.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This could be the biggest tax dodge in history.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did
dominating
people pay?
the AI chip race.
Shares surging. Record-breaking quarter. You kind of made this happen. So.
Thank you. This piece yesterday about Jensen Huang, and the Times called it an $8 billion tax dodge.
It's an intricate scheme that allows some of the wealthiest people in the world to avoid billions of dollars in taxes.
It would not be unheard of to have a billionaire have a team of estate planners.
Tax attorneys and lawyers and accountants to circumvent the estate tax.
And that's just one guy, one obscenely rich guy, doing what the super wealthy have been trying to do for decades. Not pay the estate tax.
Levied on Americans who transfer property to their heirs after their death.
So the estate tax is really a aristocracy prevention act.
It's a tax on the trust fund kid who gets the money.
Nepo baby heirs who simply won the lottery at birth.
But dodging taxes costs money, accountants, attorneys, and takes some time. So the elites have their sights set on one thing to make their life easier.
And I will also effectively eliminate the estate tax.
The last 30 years, there's been an all-out campaign funded by some of the wealthiest families in this country to undermine the estate tax.
And when money is power, the estate tax, and getting billionaires to actually pay it, might be the only way to prevent a full-on American oligarchy.
You have an administration with 13 billionaires.
The most talented cabinet ever assembled.
You have 800 billionaires in the United States with combined wealth over $7 trillion. Their wealth is escalating thanks to the current administration.
We could be looking at trillion-dollar fortunes within the next generation.
We're going to take you inside the intricate loopholes that Jensen Huang and the super wealthy exploit to skirt billions of dollars worth of taxes and uncover how to stop them.
The estate tax is over 100 years old. It was established in 1916. We were in what people call the first Gilded Age, this period of extraordinary concentrations of wealth and power.
Chuck Collins has been working for decades to defend the estate tax,
which is the only tax we have on inherited wealth in the United States at the national level. The people who levied the first estate taxes saw it puts a brake on concentrations of wealth and power.
But lately, it hasn't been working out so well.
They have weakened it and considerably debilitated it.
The gift and estate tax has a lifetime exemption. That is, the amount of money you can give while you're alive and can leave behind when you die without it being taxed. The 2017 Trump tax law doubled the limit, making even fewer super wealthy families subject to the tax. The exemption is now $13,990,000.
That's a tremendous savings, so thank you very much.
You know, if you have less than $14 million right now, you are not going to pay the estate tax. That's the minimum threshold. That's where the tax starts, or $28 million for a couple.
Think about that. $28 million. That's a lot of money, a lot more than the average household inheritance of $46,200.
The reality is the estate tax is exclusively paid by multimillionaires and billionaires when it's working well.
The planning for estate and gift tax avoidance is not only perfectly legal, it's not even considered aggressive anymore. It's just basic planning.
Bob Lord is a retired tax attorney. He knows a lot about getting around these loopholes.
I spent the bulk of my career practicing tax law, a lot of it doing tax avoidance planning for rich clients.
A perfect case study. The New York Times is reporting on Jensen Huang's various evasionary tactics.
The Times called it an $8 billion tax dodge.
Jensen Huang is the co-founder and CEO of Vendetta.
Do you like my jacket?
The chip giant is one of the most valuable companies in the world. God, I love NVIDIA. And that made him one of the richest people in the world.
I think Mark is pretty buff. The guy's pretty jacked.
I mean, you too, man.
But all that wealth could mean a hefty tax bill down the line. Unless you have a GRAT.
GRAT stands for Grantor Retained Annuity Trust.
If you're not a tax attorney, this may make no sense to you. All you need to know right now is that it's a complicated vehicle for avoiding estate tax. Bob's going to explain.
The way it works is I put in the $100 million of stock into the trust for my kids.
That would make Bob the grantor, putting his assets into the trust. If he had just given his kids the stock, he would have faced up to 40% in gift and estate taxes. But by putting it in a trust, a middleman essentially, he dodges all of that.
And they have to pay me back. And they do have to pay a little bit of interest on the deferred purchase price.
That's the annuity part. It's a payment the trust has to make to cover the value of those assets over the period of the agreement, usually a couple of years.
But if the assets appreciate a lot, then they get to keep the leftovers after they've paid me. And there's no estate or gift tax to pay on that transfer
This is
of wealth.
wild.
So let's say in 2 years it doubles in value. So they pay me $100 million. And they keep $100 million. I win against the IRS. I transferred $100 million of wealth to my kids without paying any estate or gift tax.
That's a lot more than the $28 million lifetime exemption for couples.
Yeah. Also, that stock is worth way more than $100 million now. After NVIDIA exploded, it was turned into at least $8 billion. No taxes paid on that. Insane. All right. Now, trying to figure out what's next. Oh. Yes. Let's transition to talking about the environment. By doing this. Let's go to South Florida and talk about trains. Something which the former robber barons completely controlled.
As train service reaches an all-time high, Tri-Rail is now dealing with cost concerns, and officials say that money will have to come from the counties. CBS News Miami's Joan Murray is at the Tri-Rail station in Pompano Beach to break down those numbers for us. Joan, what's at stake here?
Well, there is a lot at stake. There's 80 miles of track here, and it buys a lot of freedom. In over 10 years, their ridership has gone from 4.2 million to 4.5 million. That's an increase of 300,000 passengers per year. So you can see how vital it is. But all this freedom costs a lot of money. And now counties are being asked to pony up, but there's a lot of pushback.
Tri-Rail is on track to keep growing. Train service between Miami Airport and West Palm is busy. Cars are full, there are more connectors, and a 340-unit apartment building with shops and restaurants is going up in Boca. Michael Medina is headed to Miami on a $12 round-trip ticket.
Usually it's when I'm like meeting friends there and I don't want to like deal with parking or whatever. I'll just take the train there, and way more affordable than taking an Uber. Because the parking in Miami is like such a nightmare.
Parking and congestion on 95 driving record ridership with 15,000 riders a day, 54 trains on weekdays at a cost of $3.50 to $8.50, $5 on weekends.
And every time someone figures out how easy it is to take our train to the airport, they never take another way.
David Deck is executive director of the South Florida Regional Transportation Authority, which runs Tri-Rail. He says with rising costs from equipment to labor and federal COVID money running out, beginning next year, Broward, Miami-Dade, and Palm Beach all have to increase funding, each to pay $10 million a year. That's $6 million more than now. But there's pushback. What if a county were to tell you we cannot come up with that money?
We would have to start looking at possible service reductions. I mean, I'm not talking today, right? This is in the future. We want to make investments in these stations and make the stations a little nicer. Some of that might have to peel back. Some of the capital investments might have to come back, or, start to limit and reduce some of the services.
No one wants to see it happen, especially Michael Medina, who relies on Tri-Rail to get him where he needs to go.
I mean, that'd be bad for people who depend on it, who don't have access to a vehicle at all.
And there.
Yep. And, this is the sort of thing that needs funding, that needs to stay working. But Florida's tax policies are, well, they're not great. There's not as much revenue as you would expect in a state like Florida. And I don't think there's any federal funding that goes to this SAFARTA, or whatever it's called, this train line. Alright. Now, let's talk about all the job cuts that have been going on. All the job cuts that have been basically putting our entire country at risk.
Jennifer Piggott voted for Trump in the November election. Then in February, she was fired from her civil service job.
Absolutely, I feel a little bit betrayed.
She was among more than 125 people dismissed last month from the Treasury Department's Bureau of Fiscal Service in Parkersburg, West Virginia.
There's always that back and forth conversation now. It's like, you knew this was coming, but we didn't. Like, nobody that I've talked to understood the devastation that having this administration in office would do to our lives.
No kings, no tyrants, no kings, no tyrants.
The cuts have shaken up a community that overwhelmingly voted for Trump. He won West Virginia with 70% of the vote, one of his biggest victories. But the betrayal felt by Piggott, a church-going conservative and three-time Trump voter, comes as political analysts are examining early signs of a possible backlash in Republican.
A three-time Trump voter. Wow. That is one special person right there. And what I honestly, about this story, because this is just a way for us to get talking about the jobs been lost in the national parks and other places like that. But like, the fact that Republicans such as her didn't expect to lose their jobs. It was just going to be the wokes and the DEIs, right? Not her. I just find it, sort of, it's sort of beyond ironical. It's just, how do you even say it? Like, because, she must have known, at least to some degree, that these sorts of things might happen. But the fact is, a lot of the stuff that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing right now, he didn't promise his voters. He didn't promise to cut their jobs.
Strongholds like Parkersburg, where the government-slashing efforts of Trump and DOGE are beginning to hit home.
Elon Musk has basically taken over our government and has calling the shots, unfortunately, it seems to be.
A handful of Republican voters who lost their federal jobs joined Democrats at a recent anti-DOGE protest near the Bureau of Fiscal Service offices in Parkersburg. But the federal job losses in the state could soon extend beyond the BFS building, says West Virginia University economics professor John Deskins.
West Virginia is at the very top of the states in terms of the federal workforce as a share of total workforce in the state. So if the federal layoffs happen, if they hit West Virginia, we stand to suffer a disproportionate share when those jobs disappear, when that income disappears, when that spending leaves the state economy.
But in Reuters interviews with 36 workers, business owners, and politicians in Parkersburg, nearly all said that Trump's focus on cutting government spending was a worthy goal. And Reuters
Wow. Fact is, people don't know what's good for them, honestly. The same people complaining about having their jobs cut are complaining about, or just clapping for the rest of the cuts. Until it comes for them, and then they'll go back to booing. You know, and it's that sort of selfish political thinking that has gotten the United States to where it is right now. People completely incapable of seeing past their own noses. Yeah, and if you were concerned about, you know, I don't know where you live, but if you live in an earthquake-prone area, well, don't worry. You won't be alerted to any earthquakes in the future.
Well, tonight, our Environment Northwest team is looking at the impact of more federal cuts that will impact people who forecast weather across the country. Also, scientists who monitor earthquakes. Meteorologist Leah Passetti here now. There are a lot of branches impacted by these cuts. What do we think this is going to do?
Well, it's like you said, it's everything from earthquakes, it's forecasting, it's things going on in our ocean. Earthquakes specifically right now. We've had a couple rumblings around recently. We've been keeping an eye on that. And we know about these because of all the work that the scientists at the Pacific Northwest Seismic Network have done. They've been working through the last decade to expand the now 700 seismic monitoring sites around the Northwest. These are key for knowing before an earthquake is going to hit. The Washington State seismologist says with a reduced staff, scientists with the U.S. Geological Survey and the Pacific Northwest Seismic Network won't be able to maintain and potentially monitor these sites. Plus, they might not have the funding to fix them if they should break, and that could impact our knowledge and early warning signs of when and if an earthquake is coming.
Every time they need to order, a new part for a station that's gone down and they need to bring it back up, that's the potential impact that we are going to see.
Why have you done this?
To see if these kinds of freezes do continue.
He says he's also concerned this will have a direct impact on their ability to monitor volcano and tsunami warning systems. A former NOAA researcher tells King 5 the Tsunami Warning Center lost one person from an already lean staff. It's the same idea. We need those people for real-time knowledge of tsunami risk because they're the ones that send out those alerts and let people know to find a safe space if it is needed.
The one that made news was the firing of hundreds of meteorologists from the National Weather Service.
Yeah.
Now, from a 30,000 foot view, it's like, oh, that's a great place to save money. But I'm assuming they all have very important jobs.
Right, and that's the thing is that when we look at a region like the South, for example, let's take a.
Who needs to know what the weather's going to be? It's not like people make decisions based upon what the weather looks like. Anyway, you're telling me they do. Oh, awkward. Something people like to do when it's nice outside is go to the national parks. A place that now may be going staffless in some number of positions. This was from 5 days ago. Sorry, we're going through all of them that we saw this week.
Looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like.
These protesters at Yosemite fear for the future of America's national parks. Around 1,000 employees, 5% of the workforce, were laid off in February as part of a cost-cutting campaign by the Trump administration. Former staff say this was the wrong place to cut corners.
People who come to these national parks to work are not making a lot of money. And in fact, most of them are volunteering time beyond their work duties because they care so much about the work they do. So if you're trying to find efficiency in the government, these people who are bleeding for these parks are some of the most efficient government employees that exist.
Yosemite National Park is famous for its natural beauty. The 300,000-hectare nature reserve attracts around 4 million visitors every year. Staff help keep people out of danger and maintain facilities that are often difficult to reach.
They do absolutely incredible work about protecting the environment, keeping people safe, making the visitor experience what it is, and it's absolutely despicable that anybody questions their job performance or.
Yeah, and if you, that one guy said, they're getting free work from many national parks workers. because they care so much about their jobs. They come and work when sometimes they're not supposed to, and they're not even getting paid for it. Earthquakes, volcanoes, don't need to know when those are going to happen. Don't need people to protect the parks. Talk more about the parks.
A reckless endangerment to Coloradans. That is how Governor Jared Polis has characterized the layoffs of around 100 U.S. Forest Service workers here in our state.
Our state is home to 11 national forests. They take up more than 20% of the land in Colorado, and top leaders say these cuts could have dangerous long-term consequences.
Colorado Senators Michael Bennet and John Hickenlooper say those terminations include positions responsible for wildfire mitigation, as well as habitat conservation and maintaining recreation areas and trails. Roughly 3,400 Forest Service employees were laid off all across the country last month. It's about 10% of the workforce. This is part of the Trump administration's efforts to slash the federal workforce. According to reporting from the Associated Press, a handful of those firings have been reversed. Your reporter in Boulder, Sarah Horbakowitz, spoke to a laid-off U.S. Forest Service employee.
When it actually happened, it was a gut punch.
Last month, amid thousands of federal layoffs, Amelia Huffman was let go from her visitor services job with Arapahoe and Roosevelt National Forest.
Even the last week that I was working there, I got a call from someone from the public saying they saw smoke and they didn't know what.
One thing I've been wondering is how many people lost their jobs that didn't listen to anything about Project 2025 and voted for Donald Trump, right? There's plenty of talk about Project 2025. It was very unpopular. I wonder who just sort of was like, yeah, Donald Trump will do the right thing. He said that he doesn't even know what Project 25 is. And then went and cast their ballot for this.
What to do. So what they did was they called us. We can do the research on our end to ensure that it's not a prescribed fire.
And for Huffman, it's personal.
This was my dream job. This is what I wanted to do. I was connected through the Forest Service through the Warrior Transition Program.
After years of serving in the Navy as a surface warfare officer, Huffman was now let go by the same government she fought for.
It doesn't seem like veterans are being considered, and that feels like we're invalued, and that feels like a shot to us and our service and how we've already tried to protect this country.
Yeesh. A veteran and a national parks worker lost her job. All thanks to Donald Trump.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Let's go back to talk about the NOAA, the National Weather Service, and all the layoffs happening there, which are going to make it so that Americans will not know when that next storm is coming. Or certainly make the timeline much shorter from when you know about it to when it hits. Here's ABC from yesterday.
With so many changes at government agencies, I've been getting messages like this. Are we in more danger since NOAA might get shut down? Well, nobody's saying NOAA is shutting down, but with last week's cuts, there are real concerns that your forecast is going to be impacted. I've always said that I love meteorology and the weather because I love to put together the pieces of the puzzle that is the atmosphere. I wanted to make this really simple, so I made a puzzle and wrote the atmosphere on it. Each puzzle piece you could think of as a thermometer, or say a satellite, a radar. And each of these puzzle pieces is critical to making a good forecast. The National Weather Service, which is part of NOAA, owns, operates, and maintains these puzzle pieces. So when you get rid of them, you have a less accurate forecast. While we don't know exactly what jobs have been cut, we did immediately see impacts like this. A weather balloon in Alaska, because of staffing shortages, will no longer be launched. So that means you've taken out some of the puzzle pieces. That means a forecast will be less accurate, even though it was in Alaska, because that puzzle piece impacts the whole rest of the atmosphere. The National Weather Service has 122 offices across the nation, 13 river forecast centers, and 2 tsunami warning centers. Before last week, they had about 4,200 employees, but with the deferred resignation and the firings, they're about 280 short from that. And you say, well, there had to be some fat to be trimmed. Not only can I not do my work without the National Weather Service, but the entire world of forecasting hinges on the NWS. That's right. Everything in weather, including the app that tells you what the temperature is walking out the door. That's run by observations from the National Weather Service. And that forecast that you look at to plan your day, yeah, that one too, it's run by NOAA computer models. That tornado warning that got you and your family in your basement and safe with your helmets on, yeah, that was issued by the National Weather Service, by a forecaster who was reading their radars, which they have 159 of, that they also maintain.
Yep. It's very strange that we are cutting programs such as this. Cutting funding, cutting employees at a place that's vital to society's functioning. Okay. That's enough of talking about the cuts. Sorry, hold on. I'll be right back. Whoops, I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, I'm back, and I'm pretty sure that we deserve a 6th emotional support character. So I will give you that before we get back to the news. Okay. Alright, let's talk about wildlife real quick. There's a couple of unfortunate situations going on. Let's start with sea lions, as they are being, killed. Not directly by humans, but indirectly, as toxic algae blooms have been killing sea lions in Los Angeles again. And many of these toxic algae blooms are made significantly worse, and in some cases completely caused by human activity, dumping sewage into the water. Other things, which causes the algae to explode in growth. Start NBC LA 2 hours ago. '25 could be another deadly year for sea lions on Los Angeles' beaches.
We're seeing animal strand that are quite out of it, having lots of seizures. And so the last few days in particular, a lot of animals that are in the surf line right at the water's edge. Obviously, that's not a normal place for them to come out and just stay. They're having seizures, and we're just getting an increased number of calls, especially over the last few days. And now it's everything from Long Beach up to Malibu. We have room for about 120 animals, and we're already at 50 plus. So this can add up to a real capacity issue quickly where we run out of space, and that's what happened in 2023. So seeing this in February is really rather unheard of.
Yeah. And the reason why is because in February, the waters should be colder than they are in summer, making it harder for the algae to bloom. We're also in a La Nina period, which should also be contributing to the waters being colder, and yet somehow these algae blooms are happening at a rate that's causing scientists concern.
So this is a toxic algae bloom that is formed off the shores of California that for now we've seen now 4 years in a row. And this type of algae produces a toxin called domoic acid. And it affects marine mammals, especially sea lions and dolphins.
Sea lions and dolphins, come on. Terrible.
Come on!
This one's not going to make you any more happy. Because not only are sea lions and dolphins under threat from these toxic algae blooms, butterfly populations in the United States have dropped precipitously. Global news from 3 hours ago.
Just the number is bad enough, but scientists say the timeline is shocking. The continental U.S. has lost 22% of its butterflies in just 20 years.
The trend is linear and downward. Butterflies have been declining for the last 20 years, and that decline is not stopping.
The team of scientists runs 35 monitoring programs across the U.S. The study's findings are based on more than 76,000 surveys. The decline is small annually, only about 1% a year, but it adds up.
If you imagine you went out to go watch butterflies in 2000 and you saw 100, and you went back to the same site in 2020, you'd probably only see 80 individuals.
Now, some regions have even bigger drops. The Southwest has lost more than half its butterflies. Climate change and drought are factors there. In the Midwest, insecticides are the problem. One of the reasons scientists are warning about the loss of butterflies is their role in pollination.
We often think about bees, but for example, butterflies contribute about $100 million a year to pollination of cotton just in Texas.
Now, the other issue is one scientists can't study. You can watch and count butterflies. Well, that's not possible with bees or flies or beetles, but this study's findings don't point to positive news for them.
All of the things that are harmful to butterflies are also harmful to these other species. So we have every reason to think.
Great. Which means that the bee population is probably continuing in the same trend that it also has been over the years, which is downwards in trajectory. Who doesn't love butterflies? Not only are they a vital part of the ecosystem as a significant pollinator, but also are part of the food chain, among other things, and are beautiful to look at. Not great. But maybe we just need this guy to explain things to us. Representative Clay Higgins from Louisiana. He'll explain what's going on to us.
Lady yields. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for questioning. It's been clear through the course of modern history that economic prosperity is directly related to the availability of affordable, abundant, transportable energy product. And across the world, where economic prosperity moves forward, built upon a cornerstone of affordable, reliable, transportable, abundant energy product, then the environment is cleansed in an economically enriched community.
When you get oil and you transport it, it cleanses the environment. All right, that's what it is. It's because we've been cleansing the environment so much that we have the population of butterflies crashing, or all these other horrifying things. We're just cleansing the environment. That's what it is. Thank you, Clay. He's a genius. It enriches the environment by cleansing it of its natural resources. Yeah, we've been cleansing the earth so much with our energy production that world sea ice hit a record low in February. Lowest in recorded history. That's what that means, record low. Here's France 24 from a day ago.
A planet on thin ice when it comes to climate change. Copernicus, Europe's climate service, issued a warning Thursday. Global sea ice hit a record low in February. They say it's the thinnest on record, after receiving data from both the Antarctic and the Arctic. The change in ice cover was most pronounced this time of year in the Antarctic, where it was 26% below average in February. And Antarctic sea ice plays a key role in global temperatures. For when the reflective bright ice melts and turns into the ocean's dark blues, that brightness is no longer bounced back into the atmosphere. Instead, it's absorbed, making the oceans an essential climate regulator of the Earth's temperatures even warmer. As for the Arctic ice, its levels have also been at record lows since December. In some areas of the Arctic, the air temperature was 11 degrees Celsius higher than average. And that, along with warmer waters, means ice may not return next winter. That's hot. Warm air, warm seas. For scientists across the globe, the data is very clear and has been for decades. The main culprit is human activity. By far.
Yep. Oh, your sixth emotional support. What was it, 7? Yep, and I mentioned something yesterday with sea ice being at record low levels. The added fresh water is going to contribute to the shutting down of the AMOC, which not just the United States or America or, whatever, rely on. The whole, much of the world relies on the transfer of hot and cold water between the different areas of the ocean which brings warm water down south. It circulates it, right? And it's just, without it functioning, we got a real problem. They didn't mention it during this piece, but CBS did a piece on it, which gives me a great deal of concern, not gonna lie, because we've been talking about this a lot, right? We've talked about the possibility of the shutting down of the AMOC quite a lot. You know who hasn't? CBS News. We've talked about it more than anybody I know. Over and over and over again. It's like, we're getting closer and closer. Hey, there's a cold spot up in the north by Canada. Hey, A23A just broke off of its death spiral. But now CBS is like, we might be fucked.
Winter is coming.
So great. So glad they're on board now.
A powerful ocean current crucial to our global climate is slowing down, and scientists are pointing to melting ice sheets as the cause. So what does this mean for us and for the environment? CBS News Los Angeles meteorologist and climatologist Marina Jurica joins us now to explain. Marina, why is this ocean current so important for our climate?
Well, we are talking about the Antarctic circumpolar current, which is Earth's strongest and most significant ocean current. To put it into perspective for you, it moves around 165 to 182 million cubic meters of water per second. It helps move heat, carbon, and nutrients around the globe and regulates ocean temperatures worldwide. When it slows down, it can disrupt global climate patterns, causing more extreme weather and reduce the ocean's ability to absorb carbon, which speeds up global warming. It also allows invasive species to enter Antarctic waters, threatening those very fragile ecosystems.
How are melting ice sheets affecting this current?
Well, the melting ice is adding fresh water into the ocean, which changes its density and slows down the current. This causes more warm water to reach Antarctica, speeding up ice melting and creating a cycle that enhances climate change. In a high emissions future, a new study found that the current could slow up to 20% by 2050.
Wow. So is there any way to prevent this, or is it too late?
Well, in this study, they say the only way to stop this cycle is cut carbon emissions dramatically, which we've been saying for a long time. The 2015 Paris Agreement aimed to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Many of us believe we've already hit that mark. Without stronger climate action, Antarctic ice will continue to melt at an accelerating rate, making the slowdown of this critical current and its consequences inevitable. In my research,
yeah, not great. Not a great vibe. The fact is we are in the hockey stick era, and that 2050 number is starting to look less and less likely, and that number may be closer to 2030. It's unclear. But there's a lot of worrying signs, like that cold spot that we talked about last year. Things that were not generally seen suddenly happening. There's a lot of other, worrying things, like we talked about. Like the A23 iceberg having made its way into warm waters. Oh, God. All right. Let's go to here. This happened on Monday this week. COP16. Historic biodiversity deal reached. Without the United States, because we don't care about the climate anymore. Where's the sound?
Oil spills are devastating marine habitats around the world. In California, these sea lions were poisoned by toxic algae, while in the Philippines, a recent oil spill threatened the livelihood of local fishermen and endangered marine species. And with the threat of a rapid decline of biodiversity, there's a new glimmer of hope for species like this.
I see no request for the floor, so is it adopted?
In Rome, negotiators secured a historic agreement this week. It's aimed at halting and reversing the accelerating loss of biodiversity. COP16 talks wrapped up with countries agreeing to raise $200 billion annually by 2030.
We want to protect 30% of land and sea globally for nature by 2030. Often it's more profitable to exploit our natural resources than it is to protect and restore them.
Scenes like this, at least 120 river dolphins found dead in the Amazon during severe drought and rising temperatures, are becoming too common.
I think our mission is clear. We must protect nature.
In the face of growing environmental challenges, including a 73% decline of wildlife populations since 1970, according to the World Wildlife Fund, the focus is on providing the financial foundation needed to protect and restore ecosystems.
In this very polarized, fragmented, divisive, and conflictive geopolitical landscape we have an important responsibility here in Rome.
The talks held against the backdrop of significant geopolitical shifts, including reductions in development aid from the U.S., which didn't answer questions on why it didn't send representatives to the talks. Some delegates voiced frustration over the agreement's lack of a clear path to actually secure.
Because we want to pull out of every single climate agreement that we've gotten into, even though they're not even binding. Just as a symbolic fuck you to the planet, Donald Trump is pulling us out of all this and drilling oil as much as possible. Something that is ravaging the planet. And especially one place, not in the United States. I'm talking about the Niger Delta. Let's go to France 24 from 20 hours ago. Wait, I'm sorry. I just realized something. No, can't do it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
We just hit 4 hours, or we're about to in 25 seconds. Which means, of course, time for our second break. Alright, chat. I hope you've all been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't yet, hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe, and maybe even hit that little bell icon as well so you get all of the latest Galactic content. While you're doing all of that, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope. So many great ways for you to show your support for the Galactic News Network. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Twitch, where you can get bits, send them to me, or you can subscribe to avoid those Jeff Bezos funded ads. You could also circumvent Twitch or YouTube taking a cut of that money, and you could just send it to me directly on Cash App or PayPal. Great way to make sure that I'm at least getting some amount of money to live on while waiting for those once-a-month checks from YouTube and Twitch. But of course, the best way to get the very most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Where for only $3 you can get access to a myriad of galactic benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way galaxy. Get an avatar here on the screen behind me. At the bar, maybe at the lake, or at the street. Wherever you like. You're in one of these break screens, shout outs every stream, and a whole lot more. So, yeah, make your choice. Alright, chat, enough galactic messages from me. I am going to take this short space break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Which means it's time for the show to get back on the road. Now let's go to the Niger River Delta. Talk about the horrifying effects of the oil industry there. We're going to dance around a little bit in this next video because it's like 40 minutes long. I'll try and hit all of the most important spots.
South of the country, the River Niger meets the Atlantic Ocean after its 4,000-kilometer journey. The waters of the Niger fan out into a vast mangrove-covered delta, an area the size of Brittany. Beneath these wetlands, black gold. The delta region is home to one of the world's largest oil deposits, making Nigeria the biggest oil producer in Africa. It's also earned the unenviable title of the world's most oil-polluted region.
That's too much!
Between 2011 and 2013, two villages, Bili and Ogale, have been ravaged by oil spills. Dr. Bieye Briggs specializes in diseases related to hydrocarbon exposure.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm going to shift this slightly ahead. Basically, this doctor goes on about how many of his patients he sees, how many people in the region don't even have adequate health services. They just continue to live in the area where they're continually being exposed to hydrocarbons. God. As you can see, the effects of colonialism and then capitalism have created a horrifying system of inequality, especially in environment here in Nigeria. I mean, some people being essentially forced to continue to live in places that are making them unhealthy.
Shell.
Individuals.
The fact is, no one in the UK, no one in the United States, well, maybe some people, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say no one, but I think most people in the United States, in the United Kingdom, would not put up with this, right? If their entire environment, if vast swaths of land were just covered in oil, directly adjacent to, or in fact sometimes in the same place where other people are living, right? Where people are, you know, there would be mass protests in the streets. People would be fucking pissed. But somehow, you know, you export that suffering to a country in the global south, and suddenly, you know, people just put their hands over their eyes, or, you know, over their ears.
From 2 communities in the Niger Delta.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep going through this thing. We cannot watch all 40 minutes of it. Unfortunately, just don't have it. I guess we could. It would just take us forever. It would take us a really long time. That's all I'm saying. So I'm trying to hit all the points. It's still gonna take us a bunch of time to get through all this, but I'm just trying to hit the most. Look at all the main points here.
Statement.
We strongly believe in the merits of our case. Oil is being stolen on an industrial scale in the Niger Delta. This criminality is a major source of pollution and is the cause of the majority of spills in the Billy and Ogade claims.
Shell say everywhere that they are not responsible for what's happening in the Niger Delta, that it's all the fault of the, as they would.
Probably because it would cost them more money than they want to spend on it. They'll just keep doing what they're doing and not worry about this situation, right? And because it's they're clearly using it as a pawn. They're using the fact that the people now have zero livelihoods in this area, right? And now are resorting to stealing oil from the pipelines, which is leading to spills, to justify what they're already doing, which was already leading to spills and environmental degradation and destruction.
Anywhere else in the world, and as they do in other places in the world where this is a problem.
But they no longer can fish in the area. Entire area is completely polluted.
Director Fine-Faced Dumnamene travels the villages of the Delta to try and convince them.
What is it that...
Yeah. And these are the sort of projects that need to happen. Not just in Nigeria, but in, you know, in many, many countries. Places that there's now actually having aid for things that are relating to ESG, environmental, social, stuff like this, are going to have their funds cut off. Now, I'd have no idea if they're receiving any funds from any USAID programs or anything like that, but, you know, it's all part of this, right? The US, the West has played a massive part into the destruction of the global South, where we get so many minerals and oil from. And, you know, it's a convenient fucking tragedy for the ultra wealthy, for the oil producers, and for, you know, people who depend on this. Something that which could be essentially averted in many cases if we just switched our energy production to other things. And that's what he's trying to do on a micro scale, setting up power infrastructure in places that desperately need it, using solar. All right, skip a little bit ahead here.
That gave residents...
Spoiler alert. They're right now dredging for fish. They're going to test these fish. And those crabs. Spoiler alert, they've got oil in them. A bunch of oil. Sorry, but we can't watch the whole thing, so I gotta, you know. Oh, God. Alright, well, let's look at the attempts to try and bolster this environment here. Rebuild. So yeah, local groups, along with the help of NGOs, are attempting to replant mangroves. Although it's not 100% successful, it is at least a way to try and speed up the process of repairing the earth, but it takes a long, long time, even with this stuff being done. And the wildlife are still going to be consuming horrifying toxins, and then vicariously through the you know, the eating of wildlife, humans will as well in the area. I'm going to end this with this. Where is it? Right here. I missed a spot. Ah, son of a bitch. There was a spot, the establishing crab. We never talked about the conclusion of the crab. Where was it? Was it here? Might have been here. Is this it?
Paddle. I didn't know how to paddle, so she paddles. On my way to the farm, everywhere was always beautiful. On both sides of the river, we always have the mangroves. They were big, they were very tall, they were beautiful. And coming back in 2020 to work.
No, I don't think this is it either. Where was it? Oh, God damn it. Where was it? Where does she talk about it? Oh my God. All of that work with the crab. And now I've lost the spot. But at some point during this, I'm pretty sure it's her or someone else. Like, points to a crab and is like, see, everything's fine. The crab's alive. We can, you know, we can eat here. We can eat these things. And it's like, no. What about the establishing crab? Now I cannot find it. Oh, it's pissing me off. But it's 40 minutes. There's no way I'm going to find that part. Son of a... Okay. I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
The fact is unfortunately, people are working on incomplete information. While all of this is going on, which means there probably many people are subjecting themselves to a great deal of toxins, perhaps unknowingly. You know, just because a crab can live in it doesn't mean you can. You know, and unfortunately, not enough information out there. All right, let's keep going. No more crab sadness. Let's go to Australia. Talk about Cyclone Alfred, which is barreling into the east coast. Let's go to 9 News Australia.
Well, all the preparations have been done here at the Burleigh Pavilion. It's boarded up and ready for what's to come. We don't know exactly how ferocious it's going to be over the next 24 hours, but they've done what they can, certainly here and all the way along the coast. Yep. Welcome to this special edition of Today, live from Burleigh Heads, as we report on this weather emergency.
That's right. As we go to air this morning, 2 states and millions of people are bracing for Tropical Cyclone Alfred, the worst cyclone seen here in decades. We have reporters in key locations right across the coverage this morning. We will begin in North Stradbroke Island, where we find Claire Todd-Hunter. Claire, that's the first place it'll hit.
Yeah, that's what's expected, Sarah. And we are under an emergency warning this morning issued by Redlands City Council overnight. Warning of destructive winds with 130 kilometres an hour winds, possibly on the forecast today, depending on what Cyclone Alfred's movements are. And if you take a look behind me as well, we can see just how much impact that wind is already having this morning. We've certainly had a nervous night of howling winds and doors and windows rattling as well. The trees starting to bend sideways a little bit. It does come and go, these gusts and the ferocious seas and swell as well. The advice, though, for people in these island areas under Redlands City Council is to make sure they take shelter in a strong and safe part of the home. That would be away from large windows, potentially in a hallway, a wardrobe, or potentially a bathroom too. There is no evacuation centres set up on North Stradbroke Island at this stage, but there is a refuge centre at Dunwich Community Hall for people who might want to wait out the storm there. And there are already, Sarah, 2,000 homes blacked out across the islands this morning. That's Coochie, Mudlow Island, Macleay and Russell as well.
Look, it breaks your heart to see those beaches too that you were reporting from yesterday.
I cannot believe how many reporters they have all at the same time covering this story. This is wild. Now, I know it's.
Let's go to Mia.
I know it's unusual. Cyclones don't usually hit the east coast of Australia. It usually comes on a different side. But this seems like overkill.
Lover on the Gold Coast now. She's down at Currumbin, just south of us here. Mia, many are without power this morning.
Yeah, they certainly are, Carl and Sarah. Good morning again to you. There's around 25,000 or so Gold Coast homes that are waking up with no power. Well, they thought it wasn't going to happen as quickly as it has, but that power outage, I tell you what, it's thrown a spanner into the works for a lot of young families who are relying on having power for at least another day to get through the weekend before this system actually crosses. We've come down to Currumbin because it has been a little bit of a lull in the wind, so it is safe to do so. We're undercover at the moment, and you can see how the high tide came in this morning. It was about a 1.4 metre tide, and it came all the way up to the fence here. Usually that sand area where you see all the seagulls, that's where families like to lie, and it is usually quite a calm spot. This is Currumbin Alley. Take a look over here as well. You can see there's a couple of cars that have come up to the point there, just wanting to have a look and see what the swell is doing, but that is what authorities don't want you to do. We've also seen people, can you believe it, walking their dogs this morning along the footpaths here. There's a couple of cars just leaving now. A lot of people are not really heeding the warnings at this stage. They think because there has been a lull in the weather, it's safe to get out and about, but that is not the case at all. Authorities say you are to stay indoors as much as you can.
Yeah, the conditions have certainly worsened today, Mia. Thank you. Let's go live now to 9 weather expert Luke Bradnam at Surfers Paradise. Luke, how's it looking there?
Well, beaches are bruised and battered, wearing the scars too. If you have a look down Surfers Paradise Beach this morning, I can tell you 24 hours ago, this was a gradual slope down to the water. Damn. And now you can see this plays out right the way along the coastline, the first signs of that erosion.
That's a ton of erosion. That's like 2 feet in height almost. In some places, it might be even higher. I mean, how tall is this guy back here? This might be like 6 feet. Maybe more? It's really hard to tell because he might be behind the dune. Wow. That's a lot.
Starting to show this morning as we wake. These swells have been absolutely massive, as we know. Surprisingly, they have dropped slightly today. Still very big, 6 or 7 meters.
It's kind of terrifying to see how close this erosion is to these buildings. Like, it is insanely close. Yards away from the foundations of these massive apartment buildings. I would assume that's what these are.
It's as dangerous as it gets. We are expecting them, as the high tide comes in this morning, to increase. And speaking of the high tide, the tracking that we have at the moment for Tropical Cyclone Alfred is unfortunately a worst case scenario. If it doesn't get its skates on, it looks like coinciding with the high tide around 3:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. The authorities have warned us that the storm surge associated with Alfred for those areas on the southern side, certainly that's on us on the Gold Coast, Redlands Bay, could now be as high as 1.5 metres on top of that high tide. So we're certainly going to see some devastating flood.
All right. As you can see, there is a lot of anticipation happening as this cyclone makes landfall. How bad it's going to be, we will have to wait and see. This is 11 hours ago. Give us sort of the most recent breakdown of how the situation is unfolding. Let's go to One News from 11 hours ago.
Powerful winds are battering Australia's east coast as Cyclone Alfred continues to inch its way towards land. Tens of thousands of people are without power across southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales. Gales with damaging wind gusts up to 120 k's an hour are being experienced, and heavy rainfall is expected to intensify. It could cross the coast around Moreton Bay between Noosa and Coolangatta, hitting early tomorrow morning. By then, it's expected to be a Category 1, meaning destructive winds are unlikely for Brisbane. Thousands of people are already evacuated. Refuge centres are in place. Backup generators are in key locations to compensate if there are power outages at essential facilities. Schools are shut, public transport and elective surgeries suspended, and supermarkets closed or on reduced hours. Australia correspondent Aziz Al-Safin is on Queensland's Gold Coast. We'll have the latest from him shortly. First, his report.
As the storm surge continues to pound the Gold Coast.
Jesus.
A rescue operation already in full swing. This beach patrol tower teetering on the edge at the mercy of the waves. One of Tropical Cyclone Alfred's first victims here at Southport.
We continue to see waves north of 10 metres off the coast, and indeed some of the erosion that we've seen at Main Beach. There's some incredible images that have come through this morning.
Despite being right in the firing line, many of these locals are still heading to the beach.
Police have shut off yet another path here on the Gold Coast, and this is why. It's because of the erosion that is currently taking place. Now, if you look really closely, you can even see bits of concrete from the path breaking into the surf. Now, the other problem that authorities have is this: the sheer number of people that are turning up to see this happen.
Trees have already come down across the state, damaging homes, blocking roads, and cutting power to tens of thousands.
Wow, I'm shaking.
The wild weather's expected to get worse, with Alfred set to cross the coast near Brisbane on Saturday.
This is a serious event. What we need to do is to hope for the best but prepare for the worst. We absolutely need to prepare for the worst.
Among those preparing, Kiwi Pierre Nixon, with fresh water stored in his bathtub and outdoor furniture stacked inside.
And what I would say to Kiwis who do move to the Gold Coast is make sure you're prepared for a cyclone, because it's not something I thought about at all.
Working from home, he says the community spirit's been strong.
It's almost like when the Christchurch earthquakes happened, we had that sense of community, and it's back again here on the Gold Coast.
It's been a long time since a cyclone crossed the coast this far south, but the way that people have treated this has been, quite frankly, remarkable.
Many hoping that attitude can survive through a tough weekend ahead.
OK, Aziz, you're about to be in the thick of it. How are people?
Well, there we go. People preparing for this storm to actually hit the coast in full, but the sort of preview is pretty crazy with the level of erosion from these incredibly high waves hitting the coast. 71 likes, eh? Alright, I'll make sure we give you another support character. What was I saying? Oh yeah, but the bulk of this storm is going to be hitting over the weekend, like they said. So that's kind of starting now. It has been very slow moving, and it's an unusual place that it's hitting. Hopefully, while people are, curious about all this and going close to the edge, they're staying safe and are preparing themselves ahead of this. Omegastar, second on Twitch. Great job. Alright, that's going to be it for environmental news. Let's head now to space news before we get to the rest of it. Let's go start here. Let's talk about the failed Boeing Starliner joint mission with NASA and the 2 astronauts who are still stuck on the space station, slated to return ever so soon, as it's been almost a full year since they left. Trump has a message to those Starliner astronauts.
Many, many years and decades. Yeah, Peter, did you have one more?
I did, yeah. They have these 2 Starliner astronauts stuck in space for 8 months. Have you spoken to them?
They left them alone. Biden left them up there.
What do you know about that?
I know everything about it. I said, we have 2 astronauts that are stuck in space. I have asked Elon, I said, do me a favor. Can you get him out? He said, yes, he is preparing to go up, I think, in 2 weeks. 2.5.
What is he talking? Dude, this is all a big lie. Elon was already supposed to pick him up. That's been the plan. We've been talking about this so much. But this is just factually false. This is false. This is more Donald Trump lies.
Zero Megastar just cheered 200 bits. Please enjoy these space corgis.
Thank you for the space corgis and the biddies. Appreciate you very much, Omega. Yeah, as we know full well, the SpaceX mission planned for what is it? It's April? Might be May. Whatever it is, there is one that's been planned now for months and months and months, way before Donald Trump ever became president, that he's now taking credit for. I mean, no, I don't think anybody's shocked that Donald Trump is taking credit for things that he didn't do, but it's just fascinating.
How this went down, because he's saying that the Biden White House was offered some kind of SpaceX rocket to go get these guys, and they said no.
That's what I heard. I can't tell you that, but that's what I heard.
People telling me
But Biden was embarrassed by what happened, and he said, leave them up there. I would have said, if you're embarrassed, you got to get them out. Elon is right now preparing a ship to go up and get them.
If you're embarrassed, you have to get rid of them. Hide them away. Just wild. Wild stuff from the president. Wait, I think we missed the message. He had a message for them. Where was the message? I forgot about that. He has a message for the Starliner astronauts. We're coming for you.
I'm sure that they will see this. Phrasing. What is your message to
No, we love you, and we're coming up to get you, and you shouldn't have been up there so long. The most incompetent president in our history has allowed that to happen to you. But this president won't let it happen. We're going to get them out.
This guy will not miss any opportunity for lies and propaganda. We're coming for you. We love you very much, even though Joe Biden definitely had nothing to do with you being stuck in space. It's now my great honor to tell you I've done it. I did a thing. Coming to get you. No astronaut left behind. All right, let's talk about the second Oh, our 7th emotional support character is missing in action. Thanks for reminding me. I totally forgot. Distracted by all of the news. All right. Let's talk satellites. Because Elon Musk, of course, happens to be one of the major private satellite company owners on the planet and in our solar system. But with the latest developments with Elon Musk, him trying to get involved in politics across the globe and getting involved in sort of determining who deserves access to his Starlink satellites on the battlefield and things like that, taking sides essentially. Europeans are sort of second guessing their use of Elon Musk's Starlink and are considering, what could be done to combat Starlink. Let's go here. Reuters from 10 hours ago. Could a European rival help replace Elon Musk's Starlink? Let's find out.
The United States might use access to Elon Musk's satellite internet system Starlink as a lever in talks with Ukraine over its critical minerals, sources familiar with the matter have said. And that's put focus on Starlink's smaller European rival. But could Eutelsat help to replace Starlink in Ukraine? Ukraine's fixed line and mobile networks have been badly damaged by bombing since Russia invaded in February 2022. Starlink has helped fill the void by supplying tens of thousands of its small satellite dishes with terminals. They're used to bounce signals off a constellation of satellites overhead. Most are used by Ukraine's armed forces, with units often talking to each other via Starlink. It has become virtually indispensable for battlefield command and control. However, this Ukrainian military commander said in February that at the start of the war they managed without Starlink, and they will continue to manage with or without it. Originally, SpaceX helped to fund the provision of Starlink to Ukraine. The US government then took over, though last month Poland said it had been paying Ukraine's Starlink subscription and would continue to do so.
Rudolf Felmer from Eutelsat.
Eutelsat already supports government and institutional communications in Ukraine and has said it is talking to the EU about providing additional services. Its stock price has more than quadrupled since an explosive clash at the end of February between Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and US President Donald Trump at the White House. Besides Starlink, the Franco-British company controls the only operational global coverage constellation of satellites in low Earth orbit, or LEO. But Starlink has more than 7,000 LEO satellites, allowing it to reach more users around the world and offer higher data speeds. Eutelsat says its 630-odd LEO satellites, backed up by 35 linked satellites in higher orbit, can offer the same capabilities as Starlink in Europe. Starlink.
There you go. People doing everything they can to look for alternatives. Already one existing, Eutelsat. And they're saying that they can make up for any sort of, what do you call it? Anyone deciding to switch over from Starlink? Alright, there's Sam. He was your other support character. Sorry for forgetting so much. I got a lot on my mind over here, okay? It's tough to get it all in the right places sometimes. Alright. Now let's go to big news. Oh, before the big news, Big Dono from Narwhal by Nature. If someone, forget about who, wanted to start editing videos so they could work in other countries, don't ask why, which video editing program would you suggest? I guess this is a paid ad now. Kind of is. I guess it depends. I guess it depends on what you want to do with the video editing. There's so many programs, right? And it all depends also on what operating system you use, whether or not you have a budget for this. Or if you want it to be free. I mean, for instance, like Photoshop, like Adobe Express has a free editing software on it. You can get DaVinci, which is decent. I don't use that, but I know a lot of people who do know how to use it. But like if you're on Mac OS, there's Final Cut Pro. There's also iMovie, which is completely free, but Final Cut Pro is more expensive. Cost like $400. You can get like free versions of it though for like a certain period, for like 3 months. You can get a free version. Then you have to like switch Apple IDs, re-download it, which I've done in the past. But like there's also like Adobe has a bunch of different editing products which are good, I would say, generally speaking, like After Effects, but that's also a paid program. So yeah, you know, like some of it has to do with like what your capabilities are, what you're trying to get done. I mean, you could learn Blender, but that's really, really intensive, but also super powerful. Also has like 3D editing like inside of it. And a bunch of other great tools as well. That one's completely free, open source. And the fact is, I have so many editing softwares on my computer right now. I could keep going down this list, and I don't feel like I've answered your question. I've just named a bunch of different things. It would be easier for me to answer this question if I knew for what specific purpose you wanted. But I get what you're saying, and I don't know. Maybe we can talk about it later. Yeah. Speaking of which, I need to be doing more video editing, and I'm not. Probably helping with our sub numbers, but I've been last few months, I feel like ever since the election ended, I kind of stopped doing video. Maybe I've just been depressed for 3 months and I just haven't even realized it because I just have not. It's also been just like struggling with like finances and trying to get everything else done, something which this message is helping with. But yeah, I do need to get back to video editing more. So yeah, let me know what you want to do with the editing. It's going to help me with determining what would maybe be best for you and what kind of computer you have access to. In fact, you could just DM me on Discord. It would be easier for me to keep track of it and give you a more concise answer. And not derail the whole stream with this talk. Something which I could get derailed on for a while. All right. Let's go on. We're going to keep talking about Elon Musk. Let's talk specifically about SpaceX and this recent SpaceX Starship flight. Flight number 8 of the super heavy SpaceX rocket.
T-minus 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Gotta hydrate.
We got those on. Vehicle pitching that range.
A little over 40 seconds into the flight, we are seeing 33 out of 33 Raptor engines ignited. Boosters
Looks like something
pushing
just fell
us
off
downrange over the Gulf. Next milestone coming up in just under 10 seconds is going to be max Q, that max aerodynamic pressure.
max Q.
Everything's going perfectly fine.
So we're through max Q. That's the heaviest stresses it's kind of seeing on the way up. Wow, that was pretty incredible.
I'm still recovering. That was amazing.
What are you recovering from?
Beautiful views of the vehicle on ascent.
Like some sort of a
pitching downrange away from
experience
the
watching
launch
this
tower.
rocket blast off. What the fuck is going on over there?
Next thing coming up is hot staging. So we're going to look for 6 engines to ignite on ship while we're still attached to the top of the booster. We'll see all but those 3 center engines shut down on booster.
We're hearing the initial call that we are go for booster catch back here at the launch tower. Coming up now on hot staging, the ship's engines will ignite while still attached to the Super Heavy booster, and also while Super Heavy booster will still be under power itself. The clamps holding the 2 stages together are going to release, and Starship second stage engines will ignite.
Cut off.
Everything seems to be going fine over here. What's that? It didn't go fine?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Beautiful views of the vehicle on ascent, pitching
Rocket's
downrange
liftoff
away from
was a success.
the launch tower.
Stage separation.
How great. Successful.
Once again, we're going to
Nothing
ignite
went wrong.
first the center 13 engines. We should see that coming up here momentarily.
Engines in startup.
This is going to come down to 3 engines as the booster slows down for its loading. And we just heard the sonic boom. What an incredible sight to see the Super Heavy booster gliding down into the chopstick arms once again.
Stuck the landing.
Wow.
So great.
Right down inside, essentially the skirt area of ship, where you can see a pretty good view of all 6 Raptors, especially those 3 inner ones, one of which we're going to hopefully relight a little bit later.
Uh-oh. I don't think it's supposed to be turning that fast and in that direction.
And we just saw some engines go out.
Uh-oh.
It looks like we are losing attitude control of the ship.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
This is this is not a normal trajectory.
Getting video down from the ship, you can see we've lost several engines and we've lost attitude control of the vehicle.
Moments later, the video feed began to cut out.
Oh.
This is in the Bahamas. Video posted to social media appears to show debris from the rocket in the Caribbean sky.
No way. What is that?
What? Thing's crazy.
It is crazy, young man.
Oh my days, what am I watching right now? Look at that. What the?
The meteor shower. That's a meteor shower.
Whoa. What is going on right now?
That is so cool. Where's my mom? Where's my mom?
And she's down below, baby.
Oh my god. This kid is way too excited right now.
Yeah. Amazing, yeah? I was not on your way, right? No, no, no. What was that? I don't know. Maybe it's like a rocket, a ship or something that... I have no idea.
You know, every time that one of these things explode in the stratosphere, rips a hole open momentarily, in that protective part of our, you know, god damn it, my brain just broke. Ah, god. Let's see some more footage of this. I got all the footage. We're gonna go through all of it. If there's any place where you're going to get all of the space news, let's be real, it's here.
That is so sad.
This is in Ragged Island, Bahamas. Oops, not this. This.
That is so sad. Oh my gosh, it does.
I wonder if this is what Elon wanted. Miami, Florida. Be seen across the world.
What
Elon
is that?
blowing rockets up in our fucking sky, while the FAA is incapable of investigating, and he gets the funding from the federal agencies from which he's receiving money from. How great.
Oh. It's a meteor or one of the...
Oh, it's a shooting star.
Amazing, yeah?
It's a shooting star. No, it is not. No, it is not. Looks like a shooting star, but it isn't. All right, I've got more. I've got more. Stay here. So many people got footage of this.
Vehicle pitching that range.
We already saw this thing listing around in space, struggling to stay on its intended course. Unmanned SpaceX rocket explodes mid-flight. This is, I gotta say, this is somewhat symbolic of the world that truly is symbolic of the world we're living in. One ruled by billionaires that can blow up rockets in the sky. You know, and not think twice about it. Something that can be seen by not the entire world, but the entire Gulf of Mexico. Cause just untold amounts of damage to the earth and to the atmosphere. And do it all on taxpayer money, while the rest of us have to plead to keep our health care. I think this is the last one.
A SpaceX launch sent debris flying over parts of Florida and the Caribbean last night. SpaceX launched the Starship rocket from Boca Chica, Texas, but it lost contact with it minutes into the flight, causing the spacecraft to fall apart, scattering flaming pieces of the vessel across the sky. SpaceX officials confirmed the incident and issued a statement, which said a rapid, unscheduled disassembly occurred during the ascent engine firing.
Initially, it had this beautiful big they call it a jellyfish umbrella, where the sun reflects off the exhaust fumes, and everything looked normal. And then it maybe
And
got
then?
about 20 degrees above the
God damn it. Why have you done this to me?
of the horizon, and turned into a huge ball of fire. And so we knew right away it had exploded. It still seemed quite a ways away from us. It was kind of on the other horizon, but it only took about a minute or so, and it was right above us. More like a fireworks display flying right above the boat.
I've never
Of course,
seen any
way up
fireworks
high,
like
but,
that
lit
before.
up the whole sky. Almost every sailor that I've met down here has some, piece of starship debris that they
Really?
found. So these are like the heat shield tiles. So this is, I guess, some silica material, and you can see on the back they have kind of some.
I love how he talks about it like it's completely normal. Actually, every sailor I know has a piece of starship debris. How is that acceptable in any way, shape, or form?
Metal and burnt marks. Now, this is not from tonight. This is from the last starship. But these are actually extremely lightweight. They float in the water. They wash up on the beach. The only two that we've ever seen blow up are the last two. So Starship.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Elon Musk's awful, 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 weak rocket blew up. And there's no one to investigate. Because he got rid of the people who investigate him for blowing rockets up in the atmosphere.
Illegal.
Alright, on to the Earth news, of which we have quite a fair amount to get through here. Let's go to the Associated Press from yesterday. Get started off in Argentina. Izzy Sanchez welcomed to Galactic Individual. Looks like Izzy decided to re-up that Galactic Memby. That Galactic Memby ship. I appreciate you, Izzy. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes and the feeling of galacticness that comes along with your Galactic Individual membership. How are you feeling? Any more galactic yet? Let's go to Argentina, where things are still fucked. In fact, getting more fucked. You know, Javier Milei returned from CPAC, giving Elon Musk that chainsaw with which to eviscerate the U.S. government with, then went right back to Argentina to add in more austerity policies on his people, or to, you know, re-up the currently existing austerity policies that people have been protesting, which we've been covering for quite a while now. Certainly months and months and months. I don't know exactly when we started talking about this, but it was, I don't know if it was a year ago. We've been, now we're almost getting on 13 months now. We're approaching. God, I cannot remember when we last talked about it. We first talked about it, but those protests are continuing and are growing as people's benefits are cut. I'm here because of the pensions that are a disaster, getting worse and worse, and with this perverse government that hides food. Why do you keep doing this to me? Don't do this. That leads us to ruin. It is a disaster, perverse, evil, swindler. I don't know when the people will react against this criminal. How awful it must be to hit pensioners to be able to eat. Gross. People rising up, fighting back against police brutalizing pensioners for a paycheck. Gross. Horrifying. Yeah, there's at least some group of people continuing to attempt to keep the status quo, allow Milei to quash protests and dissent as he destroys the government of Argentina.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Now let's go to Greenland, a place we've been talking a lot more about than in previous months. Ever since Donald Trump came to office, we have now had more things to talk about than the receding Greenland ice. Let's go. It is the week ending report. So yeah, let's go to 3 days ago. This was Donald Trump at his Tuesday evening speech to Congress, talking about how we need Greenland.
And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
One way or the other, we're going to get it.
We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before.
Oh, there you go. Donald Trump saying, we will get it, one way or the other. Doesn't matter what you want, we're going to get it.
A community.
So you better decide. It sounds like a threat, right? I mean, it genuinely does. Not being crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill!
But yeah, there's Donald Trump talking about how we need Greenland for the rare earths and the international security. Now let's go here. This was from 10 hours ago, out of Reuters. Inuit pride sparks support for independence in Greenland vote.
In Greenland, we are a community. We take care of each other. Back in the days when the hunters would catch game, they would make sure that everybody in the settlement had food. When I am in Greenland, I feel confident that people would catch me if I fell.
In a tiny workshop in Nuuk, Nadia Anarak-Koitsman carefully shapes a piece of metal. To the untrained eye, it's an unidentifiable sea creature. But for Nadia, it's an important Inuit symbol.
I love how I'm able to tell a story through my jewelry about who we are and who we were. At the moment, I'm making Greenlandic shrimp earrings. If I wear these in other parts of the world, they will think, okay, she's wearing a huge shrimp. But up here, like, oh my God, it's a big part of what we survive on.
Indigenous identity is seeing a revival in Greenland, ahead of a March 11 general election. The vote was called after U.S. President Donald Trump said he wanted to acquire the strategically located Arctic island. Trump's interest has shaken the status quo, and combined with the growing Inuit pride, has led some locals to view the election as a historic chance to free Greenland from Danish influence. The island was a Danish colony until 1953, when it officially became part of Denmark. Then, Danish authorities initiated a forced relocation of Inuit to larger towns, marginalizing the traditional practices and languages of an indigenous people who make up almost 90% of the population.
there we go. Just a sort of a different perspective, because there really hasn't been that much talk about what the Greenlandic people actually want. It's really all been about what Donald Trump wants, and maybe talking about about Denmark and their responses to Donald Trump. But I felt like it was important for us to talk about this because all of this discussion, all these words being thrown around, are causing people with already a growing sense of independence, considering neither the United States or Denmark, but a free Greenland, separate from any other country across an ocean or a continent. All right. Let's keep going now. We're doing on time. Oh, we're almost through the third half. Thankfully, we already completed a goal today. No worries about when this stream's gonna end. Just wanna make sure we take our break at the right time. Alright, let's go to France. This is, considering how much we've been talking about people rearming, World War III, you know, Ukraine, the need for, you know, more bombs, you know, Israel, and all the bombs that we've been sending them and making over here in the United States. I figured we'd talk about this, what just happened over the last couple of days in Paris, because an unexploded World War II bomb has caused travel chaos in the Paris metro area. BBC from 20 hours ago.
All trains to and from Europe's busiest train station, the Gare du Nord in Paris, have been halted after an unexploded World War II bomb was found on the tracks in a nearby suburb. Well, police blocked rail traffic to and from the station after the bomb was found in the Saint-Denis district. The terminal handles nearly 600,000 passengers daily, serving high-speed national and international services, including Eurostar. Now, Eurostar is saying that services between London and Paris are currently suspended, but the trains are running between London and Brussels and Amsterdam as normal. Now, in a statement, Eurostar wrote, due to an object on the tracks near Paris Gare du Nord, we're expecting disruption to our services this morning. Please change your journey for a different date of travel. So let's speak to a freelance journalist who joins us live from Paris, Morgan Eyre. Morgan, welcome to BBC News. Of course, a developing story, but just bring us up to date with what you know. On this bomb, unexploded World War II bomb, was found very early in the morning.
Yes, that's right. Workers who were doing some kind of usual maintenance work at around 4 a.m. were doing earth moving work on the tracks. It's about a mile outside Gare du Nord. They discovered this unexploded bomb from World War II. In itself, this isn't very unusual because bombs such as this are found fairly regularly throughout France, but it is quite unusual to be in such basically such a densely populated area, such as the Gare du Nord area. As you said, very, very busy station, one of Europe's busiest. There's images you've probably seen of hundreds of people kind of stuck at the station, not knowing where to go. A lot of all services pretty much in and out mostly have been cancelled. That includes obviously Eurostars to London, but also at Gare du Nord, it also has the metro as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of people around that area very confused, not knowing what to do. Now, the Transport Minister has said it's not dangerous, but they obviously do have to follow procedure. And he also said that, well, we expect that some services might be back up and running by the afternoon, but obviously that remains to be seen.
Yeah, Morgan, I think we're sort of expecting
So yeah, this bomb is 80 plus years old. And I thought it was just, you know, sort of fascinating to see just these nearly centuries old downstream effects from World War II in the midst of all of the fighting, bombing, and everything else that's going on right now. Every moment seems to present more and more of these sorts of situations, which society may have to deal with way down the line. I mean, I'm kind of blown away. The Paris metro area, I mean, pretty developed. You know, you would think they would have already found all the World War II bombs somehow at this point. But no. These are the threats we live with in the wake of all of this horrific violence. Okay. Where are we? Okay. Let's go to Ukraine and Russia. I'm going to recap a couple of things from the week, and I know it's kind of crazy. All this stuff is happening this week, basically. Here's 5 days ago. Russia's foreign minister, Lavrov, whatever his first name is, I always forget. Sergei Lavrov, that's it. Says plans for peacekeepers in Ukraine could incite further fighting. This was after Donald Trump had said on multiple occasions, including, I think, J.D. Vance, saying that European peacekeepers were going to come to Ukraine. As for peacekeepers, they say we are preparing many thousands of peacekeepers, and we will provide peacekeepers with air cover. This is also impudent. Firstly, no one asks us. And Trump understands everything. He said that you will see when there will be a settlement, you can discuss this issue. But the consent of the parties will be needed. He behaves correctly. This plan of peacekeepers in Ukraine is a continuation of the incitement of the Kyiv regime to wage a war against us. So yeah, that was Monday. Now, let's go back to this weekend. This happened on Saturday. You remember this? The Trump-Zelensky meeting. That's right. It's only been less than a week since that happened. Go here. Democracy Now! From 4 days ago.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. Trump's treatment of Zelensky shocked many in Washington and around the world. Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski said, quote, "I'm sick to my stomach as the administration appears to be walking away from our allies and embracing Putin, a threat to democracy and U.S. values around the world." Meanwhile, House Speaker Mike Johnson suggested President Zelensky may need to step down following the White House clash. Meanwhile, leaders in Europe held an emergency summit in London Sunday where British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who warmly greeted Zelensky outside 10 Downing Street and called for a coalition of the willing to be formed to support Ukraine if a peace deal is reached.
You know, this is one of the things that the week-ending reports kind of give me, is like the ability to sort of digest what's happened and in how short of a time some of these things are happening. Like, the entire shift in U.S. foreign policy, like since this meeting that took place, this horrifying meeting that took place in the White House, and like the massive global shift, it's only been 7 days. It's insane.
Or we're joined here in New York by Kenneth Roth, visiting professor at the Prince School of Public and International Affairs, served for nearly 30 years as the executive director of Human Rights Watch. His new book is just out. It's titled Righting Wrongs, 3 Decades on the Front Lines Battling Abusive Governments. His recent piece for The Guardian headlined, Even Trump can be cajoled into doing the right thing. You just have to know which buttons to press. Ken Roth, welcome back to Democracy Now! Thanks so much for joining us. First, your response to this public clash.
Well, Amy, it's great to be back. I think it's important to note that the segment you just showed was preceded by 40 minutes of normal, reasonable conversation. And as this, weird press conference, because it was supposed to be, a heads of state meeting, but it was all televised, as it was drawing to an end, that's when J.D. Vance stepped in and tried to sabotage things. And, who knows what he was thinking. Partly it was, speaking to the media, remember me, I'm the guy who you ignore when you focus on Elon Musk. Partly it was his long-standing hostility to Ukraine's democracy. He favors Putin, he favors the neo-Nazi German AfD party. But when he started clashing with Zelensky said, well, what do you mean just diplomacy? What do you mean we don't need security guarantees? We have this long history of Putin violating various ceasefire guarantees and basically using the pause to rearm and reinvade. And that's what everybody fears now. And Vance had no answer to that. So he got into attack dog mode. Why aren't you more thankful? And that, it's embarrassing, frankly, as an American, to see the 2 leading American officials behaving in such a juvenile fashion, when these are life and death matters for not only Ukrainian people, but for Ukrainian democracy and potentially European democracy. But this is how policy is being made. And I think the real challenge now is, can this be salvaged? What is on the table is, not just a temporary ceasefire deal, but will the United States provide aerial backup for the European peacekeeping force that would be put on the ground to prevent Putin from reinvading down the road? It's a very reasonable request. Trump has refused to agree to that. He just, it's on the table repeatedly, and he doesn't say yes. That's what Zelensky was trying to secure, and that's what Vance and then ultimately Trump sabotaged.
Now, of course, Trump also has long-term resentments of President Zelensky. That's why he was bringing up Hunter Biden's laptop, etc., involving his first impeachment.
No, precisely. I mean, he was impeached because of Trump's utterly improper effort to persuade Zelensky.
Perfect phone call.
To aid Hunter Biden when Trump was facing a potential challenge from Biden. So this is how American foreign policy is being made, and understandably the world is appalled. And I think the real question is, how do we salvage the situation? And as I wrote in that Guardian piece that you just mentioned, I do think that there's a way of salvaging disaster from all of this, and that is to really look at what Trump cares about, which is that, and he said this repeatedly during this press conference, he is a master deal maker. He spent his entire life making deals. And if we can show
Art of the deal.
A deal that is just a ceasefire without
nobody can make deals like me,
will be a bad deal. It'll be just a matter of time before Putin then tries to reinvade and take Kyiv. Trump has the potential of having a legacy as being the Neville Chamberlain of the 21st century.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Putin and made a horrible deal. And I don't think he wants to be remembered for that. So I think that's our best route forward.
That's the exact historical comparison which the foreign minister of New Zealand got fired for making. Oh my God.
I don't want reality.
But it is apt. It is an apt comparison. Quite fitting, if you ask me. Okay. Now let's get closer to current. This is from a few days ago. We're really discussing what happened 7 days ago. But let's go now to BBC from yesterday. Talk about the U.S. pause of intelligence sharing with Ukraine, which may already be causing horrifying things to happen on the ground. Something which could have been foreseen quite easily, actually.
Donald Trump has ordered a pause in intelligence sharing with Ukraine as part of his suspension of military assistance to Kyiv. It's a move that could seriously affect Ukraine's ability to target Russian forces and defend itself. But Mr. Trump has suggested he may be willing to continue talks with Kyiv, and President Zelensky has said that Ukrainian and US teams are working together with what he called forward momentum. President Macron of France has announced he plans to hold a meeting of European army chiefs in Paris next week, saying he wanted to believe the US would stay at Europe's side, but it had to be ready to fend for itself. We'll have more on that in a moment, but first from Washington, here's Sarah Smith.
America is back.
And of course, Donald Trump is back, 5 years since he last spoke to Congress. In this speech, he was able to signal that tensions between him and President Zelensky may be easing and peace talks could soon begin.
Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Russia is, for now, still launching deadly attacks on Ukraine. Assaults that will be much harder to prevent now America's stopped sharing military intelligence, as well as halting the supply of weapons and equipment. The US believes that by harming Ukraine's ability to defend itself, they have forced Mr. Zelensky to talk about peace on Donald Trump's terms. Today, White House officials are already making plans for renewed talks with Ukraine.
Just in the last 24 hours, since the public statement from Zelensky, and then these subsequent conversations, which I'm going to walk inside and continue, I think we're going to see movement in very short order.
They did.
President Trump addressed the controversial trade tariffs he's imposed on Canada, Mexico and China, which many fear may spark a global trade war, saying Americans may have to pay a price, but it would be worth it.
Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that.
On television, officials have to respond to diplomacy that's being done via social media.
This was posted by the Chinese embassy. Quote, if war is what the U.S. wants, be it a tariff war, a trade war, or any other type of war, we're ready to fight till the end. As Secretary of Defense, how do you take that?
Well, we're prepared. Those who long for peace must prepare for war. That's why we're rebuilding our military. That's why we're reestablishing deterrence and the warrior ethos, is because we live in a dangerous world with power.
the warrior ethos. Wow. All right, Pete. Couldn't Ukraine buy satellite images from a private company? I mean, yeah, they could. But, you know, it's the U.S. intelligence satellite infrastructure, right? That is almost unrivaled. And also the amount of sort of analysts watching that data. That's really the key to it. At least that's my understanding. Now, a day ago, Donald Trump was talking about weighing a decision on whether or not to revoke temporary status. Will be revoked for Ukrainian citizens, refugees in the United States. But he did mention that it's going to be soon when he decides this. Oh shit, wait, I went ahead. Nope, first let's go to the special summit, the EU special summit. Sorry. Almost got out of order. Given the threat and whatever happens in Ukraine, we need to increase our defense capabilities, and we need to build, in the next few years, autonomous capabilities of defense for Europeans. In 2025, the European Union will make available 6.5 million. Wait, sorry. I didn't read it fast enough. 30.6 billion euros to Ukraine as part of the Ukraine facility and the G7's ERA, Extraordinary Revenue Acceleration Initiative, funded by the interest generated by seized Russian assets. We confirmed the Europeans' readiness for an emergency increase in our support for Ukraine and meet its most pressing needs in terms of equipment. These are decisions that mark, in terms of our defense policy, move to action. With the EU Commission's $150 billion euro loan, member states will have access to funds at the best market rates for equipment in the short run immediately. A more flexible stability and growth pact will free up defense investments at a national level for member states. And several of the programs within the European structural funds will be reallocated to defense spending. Whoops. Well, that's probably all we need from that one. But yeah, von der Leyen goes on to reiterate the same things that Emmanuel Macron was saying just now. Now let's go to talk about temporary protected status for Ukrainians in the United States, of which there are quite a few, nearly 250,000.
We're not looking at that, no. No, we're not looking at that, no. No.
TPS for the Ukrainians who live here in the U.S.
What's that? What's it called?
Revoking the TPS status for the more than 200,000 Ukrainians who live here in the U.S.
What do you say?
What's a DPS?
Yeah.
They're under a TPS status.
Never heard of it.
On GPS?
GPS?
Temporary.
Oh, I thought you said GPS.
Oh.
There was some news saying that they were going to be revoked and they were going to be deported from the country. Are you considering that for the
Well, we're not looking to hurt anybody, and we're certainly not looking to hurt them. And I'm looking at that, and there were some people that think that's appropriate and some people don't, and I'll be making a decision pretty soon. Okay?
Okay, there's from the horse's mouth. Donald Trump, pretty soon you'll get your answer. Whether or not Ukrainians can stay. This guy is a completely heartless piece of shit. Alright, global news from 11 hours ago. Ukrainian community shook as Trump weighs revoking legal status for nearly 250,000 people.
They were going to be revoked and they were going to be deported from the country. Are you considering...
Sorry, I'm just going to skip ahead to from this part. Yeah, we just listened to that.
Ukrainians, they've gone through a lot. Yep.
People were scared as of the beginning of 2025 after the inauguration when initial reports were being given to various community leaders, various immigration and Office of New Americans in different states. They were being told directly by older holdover administration officials that it would be happening, that at some point this year, various statuses would be revoked for different minorities, including Ukrainians. At this point, we aren't getting an official statement of denial that that's going forward by the administration, but we are getting people ready to understand what their rights are.
I feel safe here, but not completely. When today or tomorrow they can send me away.
We're preparing our community by making sure that leaflets for Know Your Immigrant Rights are translated into proper languages for them. That could be Ukrainian, that also could be Russian language, Crimean, Tatar, and other languages. We want to let them know what other, not only their rights if they are approached by immigration officials, we want to let them know what their other possibilities are for attaining temporary residency in this country, of the pathway to full citizenship at some point, if that's possible for them. Just let them know, because the biggest thing that causes fear and panic is a not knowing. Many of these people do not have homes.
That's the part of it that I'm referring to as being most heartless about this, is just sort of playing games with these people's emotions. Just kind of being like, I'm thinking about it, I'll let you know. You might be gone, you might not, even though you have legal temporary status as refugees. Might just get rid of you all.
To return to. We're talking about people whose entire towns have been leveled altogether. Where would be sending them back? To nothing.
I don't want reality.
My opinion is that Trump is treating the Ukrainians who work here legally very badly. We have U4U status. We work here legally. We pay taxes. He's acting very wrongly. If he sends us home, the U.S. will lose out on the taxes we pay them. And this does not only concern Ukrainians, but Georgians, Uzbeks, a lot of people who pay taxes here and work legally. This will be a loss for
There are fears
America.
in our community that people will be sent to Guantanamo, as we've seen other ethnic minorities announce that they will be shipped first to Guantanamo prior to being delivered back into their country of origin. The fact that these people were allowed here legally, they have a legal status, no matter what the vice president said that TPS is not a legal status. People came here legally, and therefore it is a shock for them that all of a sudden, through the stroke of a pen, they are declared illegal.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Well, that was Ukrainians in the United States talking about their experiences and the horrifying limbo they're living in right now without any clarity from Donald Trump around their temporary protected status. Now, let's go here to the Senate where Tim Kaine confronted Donald Trump nominees about their views on the war in Ukraine.
Find a better or more willing partner than Senator Lee. He is outstanding in that regard.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kaine.
Thank you. Simple question for each of you. Who instigated the current war in Gaza?
I would say Hamas did by...
Mr. Regas?
I would agree with my colleague.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yeah, October 7th was an invasion by Hamas.
So you didn't have any problem saying who instigated the war in Gaza, but none of you would be candid about who instigated the war in Ukraine. And what you said is the reason, and I'm going to be fair to Mr. Regas, I didn't hear you be equivocal about that. I heard Mr. Whitaker and Mr. Landau. What you said is there's sensitive and delicate negotiations going on right now, and I'm not here to label. There's a sensitive and delicate negotiation going on between Israel, Gaza, and other parties right now about extending a ceasefire, and it's really important to Israel, it's really important to hostage families, and it's really important to Palestinians. It's really important in the Red Sea because the Houthis have stopped firing into the Red Sea during the ceasefire. And if we extend it, we have reason to believe that the Houthis will continue to not fire at U.S. ships. So
Now, I don't love his comparison here, but, you know, moving past this sort of... I just think it's fascinating just how quickly they were ready to say that it was Hamas's fault. And Hamas invaded, but incapable of saying that Russia invaded because of the same reason, because of, you know, it's very strange. You know, there are ceasefire talks going on in both places. It is a terrible example. You're right. History didn't start on October 7th. That much is true. Now let's go to the ground in Ukraine, where Russia has been launching attacks seemingly every day. Missiles and other devices, drones being sent over the border.
Meantime, let's talk about Ukraine, which has been hit by a wave of Russian missile attacks, injuring at least 18 people, including 4 children. Now, Russia used missiles and drones in several regions of Ukraine, and officials say airstrikes in Odessa and Kharkiv damaged key infrastructure and destroyed several homes. Ukraine has also confirmed that overnight, for the first time, its military deployed French-made Mirage jets. Now, they arrived in the country just a month or so ago. And meanwhile, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has confirmed that he will travel to Saudi Arabia next week, where there will be talks between Ukrainian and US officials on ending the war. Well, let's speak now to Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze, who's an MP, a member of parliament in the Ukrainian parliament in Kyiv. She's chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Ukraine's integration into the European Union. Thank you so much for being with us. First of all, this latest wave of attacks by Russia, do you think they have been made worse by now the ending or the suspension of American intelligence, which Ukraine has in the past used to detect when these missiles are coming in?
Well, definitely, Ukraine is partially blinded, and that unfortunately shortens the time of the reaction of our air defense capabilities. And, the intelligence sharing is unfortunately not the only thing that has happened, the cut of this intelligence sharing, that's not the only thing that has happened over the last days. It's also the military aid that has been already prepaid and promised to Ukraine from the United States has been cut off. And that includes also partially the shells for the rockets for the air defense. And that means that in the nearest time, we will be much more vulnerable with our residential buildings, with
Yep. And the fact is Russia continues to strike civilian buildings over and over and over again, including important energy infrastructure. Stuff we all condemn in Gaza. It's all, it's not all happening here, but many parallels here between these two things. Which is partly why I hate the comparison between Hamas and Russia. I think it's a poorly chosen comparison. But Russia's continuing bombing all sorts of regions in Ukraine indiscriminately. Russia has carried out more massive strikes across Ukraine using drones and ballistic missiles. A day after the U.S. stopped sharing intelligence services with Ukraine has privately given advance warnings of attacks, the strikes triggered fires in the Black Port Sea of Odessa. In Kharkiv, several people were injured in a missile attack. Footage shows firefighters working at the scene of the strike as a cleanup operation took place. 9 apartment buildings were damaged in Kharkiv during the overnight strike. In Poltava Oblast, residential buildings were badly damaged by strikes. The attacks came as a Ukrainian delegation prepared to meet with U.S. counterparts in Saudi Arabia for talks about a possible end of the war. Yep, Russia continuing to do strikes regardless of the fact that there are delicate negotiations going on. And shockingly, this was not a story. I thought this was going to be another Onion article. Maybe we should go to this afterwards, because we just hit the break, I think. We can get through it. We can get through this before the next thing, right? That'll be fine. No. We'll go too far here. Right? That's just too much. No, I'm just gonna take a break. Sorry, chat. Sorry, quick break. Short galactic intermission, then we'll be back with the content. How are the talks in Saudi Arabia going? Great question. I do not have an answer to that.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're doing all of that, don't forget that this show is brought to you by people such as yourself, as we are completely funded by Galactic viewers. So many great ways for you to show your support to the stream: YouTube, super chats and super stickers, memberships, Twitch. You can do bits and subscriptions. Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to just make sure I've got enough money to get through the day over here, and perhaps avoid giving YouTube or Twitch a cut of that money. But the best way to send Galactic funds is become a Galactic Patreon member, where you can show your support for the low sum of $3 a month and get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way galaxy. Go check it out, and don't forget not to sign up on the Apple app. While you can use the app as much as you like, unfortunately, the pay system has been causing us some problems lately. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. We'll be right back with the content. right, chat. That's the end of the third break. On to the fourth half of the show. Better get back to your seats so you don't miss a single second. Back to talking about Russia before we move on to other things. We still do have a fair bit to discuss beyond all of this. It's been a busy-ass week, and the news just keeps on coming. Oh, that's what I was going to do, that I didn't do. Should have done it already. Alright, yep. I think this is the one we were on. This one I found fascinating, and I honestly thought it was going to be a Onion story when I liked it. I was like, is this an Onion story? But it's not. This is real life. Donald Trump, after everything that's happened over the last week, does this. Here's a Donald Trump truth. Where is it? Give us the truth. You know how we just got done watching Russia continue to destroy Ukraine while they're in the middle of ceasefire talks? Unleashing a barrage across the country day in, day out. Here's a Trump truth. Based on the fact that Russia is absolutely, quote-unquote, pounding Ukraine on the battlefield right now, I am strongly considering large-scale capital banking, capital sanctions and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire, capital C space, capital fire, and all caps, final settlement, agreement on peace is reached. To Russia and Ukraine, get to the table right now before it's too late. Thank you. Now, it feels like Donald Trump is threatening Russia and Ukraine now. Like he's gonna go do something beyond sanctions on, like, what is words too late. I will do something terrible. But there, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. We can play this. I just wanted to do that impression for fun.
He is considering widespread sanctions against Russia. We drove around 8 hours from Moscow here to the region of Kursk. Now, that is a place that was a critical rallying point for the massive buildup of forces along the border in February 2022. Columns of tanks and artillery before the invasion of Ukraine. We got to the region of Kursk, which last year was invaded itself by the Ukrainians, and some territory there is still held by them. We asked local people whether they agree with President Trump that Russians are ready for peace. The mayor of a frontline town, Rilsk, that we managed to reach, told us, yeah.
Ukraine is fighting hard, striking. I mean, of course they are. They are. You're right about this, but one important distinction I would make with regards to this comment is, while Ukraine has been drone striking in Russia now, including in civilian areas, that was not happening for quite some time. Years, in fact. Until sometime last year, Ukraine was not allowed to do that, right? And it took a long time for the United States to green light the use of American weapons across the border, as well as that invasion that happened at some, it was like, was it last fall? Last summer? But the entire time, like the last, 9 years since 2014, 11 years, excuse me, there has been attacks on civilian areas from Russia, day one. Let's talk more about these potential sanctions Donald Trump is going to wage on Russia. Something, once again, that feels like an Onion article after everything we've watched, but is in fact a real threat from Donald Trump. How real? Who knows?
U.S. officials are now preparing to meet next week with Zelensky in Saudi Arabia, discussing a framework for peace. And today, another new twist, despite Trump insisting for weeks now that Russia wants peace, an admission they don't seem to want it that much. President Trump announcing possible large-scale sanctions on Russia because it is, quote, absolutely pounding Ukraine on the battlefield right now. And we should note Russia is also absolutely pounding innocent Ukrainians as well, bombarding civilian targets, killing close to 100 civilians since Trump held what he called a highly productive phone call with Vladimir Putin less than 3 weeks ago.
President of Russia, if I may, President Putin is bombing Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you still believe him when he tells you that he wants peace?
Yeah, no, I believe him. I believe him. I think we're doing very well with Russia. But right now they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine, and I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. And they don't have the cards. They don't have the cards. As you know, we're meeting in Saudi Arabia on sometime next week, early. And we're talking, I find that in terms of getting a final settlement, it may be easier dealing with Russia, which is surprising because they have all the cards. They're bombing the hell out of them right now. And I put a statement in, a very strong statement. Can't do that. You can't do that.
Don't do it.
We're trying to help them.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Michael, could you come up here? I see Michael back there. Yeah, good. I'm glad. He's traveling all over the world. I just saw him come in the door. Could you give a little definition of what's going on, please?
Sure. Well, the president has been crystal clear, and he's been clear to all sides. The fighting has to stop. Both sides need to get to the table. We had a good engagement. Both leaders have said only President Trump could do so, and only he has been able to do so. We had an initial engagement with the Russians. The Ukrainians had a great opportunity to bind our economies together through that mineral deal. Unfortunately, that didn't go so well, but we think we're going to get things back on track. Secretary Rubio, myself, and the Ukrainian delegation will.
I like how Mike Waltz says it in a way, like, I feel like he knows who imploded this deal that he's talking about, how Ukraine didn't sign it. Like, he was like, is this a joke, man? I mean, come on, Mike. Trump and JD imploded the meeting in impressive fashion.
Be meeting in Saudi Arabia next week to get these talks back on track, get the ceasefire in place, and drive peace home under President Trump's leadership.
I think both parties want to settle. I think if I wasn't president, this war would have had no chance of settlement, zero chance. But I think we're going to get it settled and stopped. We got to stop. They're losing on average 2,000 soldiers a week. That's a lot of soldiers. Do you agree, Peter?
It's a lot of soldiers on both sides. I agree. Do you, Mr. President, think that Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of the U.S. pause right now on intelligence and military aid to Ukraine?
No, I actually think he's doing what anybody else would do.
Anybody would do
I
it.
think he's. I think he wants to get it stopped and settled, and I think he's hitting them harder than he's been hitting them. And I think probably anybody in that position.
Just like Bibi does when there's a ceasefire, he still kills people. Anybody would do it. It's very normal.
Be doing that right now. He wants to get it ended, and I think Ukraine wants to get it ended, but I don't see it's crazy. They're taking tremendous punishment. I don't quite get it, but I suspect, Michael, he probably wants to get it ended.
He does, Mr. President. The Russians are taking incredible losses on the front. As the president has said, this is a meat grinder of people, of material, of national treasure, and no one else has any solutions except to let this war continue forever. But I'll add, the president has had multiple conversations and a visit from President Macron of France, Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom. We have the NATO Secretary General coming next week. We have this.
I like how he just sort of skips over the fact that all those people he mentioned just went up and had separate meetings with Ukraine. Same thing for NATO and the EU, generally speaking. Everybody's like, what's going on with America right now? Here, we'll watch. We'll see what CNN's hot off the press take on this was.
Could really end up in a World War III. We got to get it settled.
To be clear, that math ain't mathin'. The U.S. actually appropriated about $183 billion for the Ukraine war, according to the government inspector general.
We'll take you live to CNN's Nick Payton.
Donald Trump already fired the inspector general.
Nick, President Trump,
how could
saying
you?
that he could potentially impose a harsh sanction.
I thought we got rid of all the inspector generals. Inspectors general. That is ridiculous.
Illegal. Inspector general.
We'll take you live to CNN's Nick Payton Walsh, who's in Kyiv for us. Nick, President Trump saying that he could potentially impose harsh sanctions on Russia to bring them to the negotiating table. How is that news being received where you are in Kyiv?
I mean, I'm sure there's an element of optimism that this is a possibility, but at the same time, Ukraine has had not sanctions, but certainly problems imposed upon it by the pause in US military aid and intelligence sharing that's been in act now for 3 or 4 days. So I'm sure Ukrainians are heartened at the possibility of moves taken against them, but they haven't actually occurred. What we heard, though, in that statement was the suggestion that indeed he finds Ukraine harder to deal with than Russia, and that Russia wants to make a deal. He also said again that they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine, that's the Russians, but also saying that Vladimir Putin is doing what anybody else would do. I'm not entirely sure if that's a reference to his negotiating strategy or if indeed it's something to do with the bombardment that we've been seeing, but clearly an emphasis on the talks on Tuesday in Saudi Arabia, which will be key, of course. We understand that National Security Advisor Waltz and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be going there for that. But there is, I think, an element of anxiety potentially as to what the ask will be. You heard National Security Advisor Waltz there talking about how they want to get the relationship back on track. Now, clearly there is an optimism potentially that the rare earth minerals deal can be signed. But I think there's also some concern in that the peace plan that appears to be taking some kind of shape, that there's multiple variations. There's the US-Russia discussions occurring, there's the European peace plan that's seeming to take some kind of shape, and there is potentially something else which we may not be entirely privy to. The details of that may eventually percolate through in this Riyadh meeting. So a lot.
Well, I'll try and keep you posted on what happens in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. With these peace talks supposedly having started already, I think just like while we were streaming, I think. I'm trying to think of what time it is in Saudi Arabia. I think they were supposed to start on Saturday in Saudi Arabia, if I'm not mistaken. All right. All right, this is the most recent update on the Ukraine war from Channel 4 from 14 hours ago.
President Trump's latest pressure tactic on Ukraine this week was to withdraw US intelligence sharing. A move that makes it easier for Russia to exert its own kind of pressure. A mass drone and missile attack targeting Ukraine's gas infrastructure across the country. In Kharkiv, Valentina, displaced from the frontline town of Kupiansk, is doing her best to clear up, the front line having crashed through her window.
I don't know what to do now. I don't know what to do or what to say. Thank God the weather's nice. It's warm. I'm 81 years old. It should have just killed me and it would all be over.
Ukraine says it shot down 34 missiles and 100 drones, about half of what Russia had launched.
The Ukrainians do have options of their own for detecting incoming missiles, but of course having early warning of the launch and ideally and a good understanding of roughly what time from what direction a threat is likely to appear will generally significantly improve the effectiveness of any given air defense system.
US intelligence also vital on the front lines. In the last 3 days, reports of major Russian advances in Kursk, Ukrainian troops said to be almost encircled inside Russian territory. But from the White House this morning, displeasure at this turn of events. President Trump turning, rhetorically at least, on Russia. On his Truth Social site, Trump accused Russia of absolutely pounding Ukraine and that he was strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire and final settlement agreement on peace were reached, urging both sides to get to the table before it was too late. By lunchtime and an Oval Office news conference, the mood, the language had changed again.
Do you, Mr. President, think that Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of the U.S. pause right now on intelligence and military aid to Ukraine?
No, I actually think he's doing what anybody else would do. I think he wants to get it stopped and settled, and I think he's hitting them harder than he's been hitting them. And I think probably anybody in that position would be doing that right now. He wants to get it ended, and I think Ukraine wants to get it ended, but I don't see it's crazy.
It's weird. It's hard to almost get a sense of the truth. The truth's one thing, and then he says another. Just hours later. All right. Let's go to Democracy Now. You're talking about the Middle East, what's happened there over the last week. This was sort of the, what do you want to call it? This was the big news in many ways of the week as it relates to Palestine.
That's hot. Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. And the Oscars were held Sunday evening. History was made in the Best Documentary category.
And the Oscar goes to No Other Land.
The Palestinian-Israeli film No Other Land won for Best Documentary. The film follows the struggles of Palestinians in the occupied West Bank community of Masafer Yatta to stay on their land amidst violent attacks by Israeli settlers aimed at expelling them. The film was made by a team of Palestinian-Israeli filmmakers, including the Palestinian journalist Bassel Adra, who lives in Masafer Yatta, and the Israeli journalist Yuval Abraham. They both spoke at the ceremony, beginning with Bassel Adra, who became the first Palestinian filmmaker to win an Oscar.
Thank you to the Academy for the award. It's such a big honor for the four of us and everybody supported us for this documentary. About 2 months ago, I became a father, and my hope to my daughter that she will not have to live the same life I'm living now, always fearing settlers' violence, home demolitions, and forest spill displacements that my community, Masafer Yatta, is living and facing every day under the Israeli occupation. No other land reflect the harsh reality that we have been enduring for decades and still persist as we call on the world to take serious actions to stop the injustice and to stop the ethnic cleansing of Palestinian people.
we made this film, Palestinians and Israelis, because together our voices are stronger. We see each other. The atrocious destruction of Gaza and its people, which must end. The Israeli hostages brutally taken in the crime of October 7th, which must be freed. When I look at Bassel, I see my brother, but we are unequal. We live in a regime where I am free under civilian law, and Bassel is under military laws that destroy his life and he cannot control. Illegal. There is a different path, a political solution without ethnic supremacy, with national rights for both of our people. And I have to say, as I am here, the foreign policy in this country is helping to block this path. And, you know, why? Can't you see that we are intertwined? That my people can be truly safe if Bassel's people are truly free and safe? There is another way. It's not too late for life, for the living. There is no other way. Thank you.
Israeli filmmaker Yuval Abraham and Palestinian filmmaker Bassel Adra, co-directors of No Other Land, which just won the Oscar for Best Documentary. Visit democracynow.org to see our interviews with.
Okay. Now, let's go on to this shocking bit of news that happened a couple of days ago. Gotta recap the week as best as possible without going overboard here. But I think I did an okay job. Let's go here to the White House. I mean, the Ministry of Truth, where Caroline Leavitt is here to tell us something shocking.
Thank you, Caroline. If the U.S. has a long-standing policy that we do not negotiate with terrorists, then why is the U.S. now negotiating directly and for the first time ever with Hamas?
Well, when it comes to the negotiations that you're referring to, first of all, the special envoy who's engaged in those negotiations does have the authority to talk to anyone. Israel was consulted on this matter. And look, dialogue and talking to people around the world to do what's in the best interest of the American people is something that the president has proven is what he believes is good faith effort to do what's right for the American people.
Is it just about the hostages, or are they also talking about the president's plan to take over Gaza?
These are ongoing talks and discussions. I am not going to detail them here. There are American lives at stake. I would defer you to the Department of State for further details, but I'm not going to get into those talks here at this podium.
So I'm fairly certain that it's Steve Witkoff who is the one doing the negotiations. It's very strange, partially because there was already a ceasefire negotiation agreed to, but the United States decided to try and help Israel change the terms of the agreement. Whether or not they're going to be successful in that, who's to say? I would bet not. All right. Now this happened yesterday. After all of this talk about negotiations, Trump issued a last warning to Hamas.
The Trump administration is talking to Hamas. White House officials acknowledged that an envoy recently met a Hamas delegation in the Qatari capital of Doha. There are no reports of any breakthroughs during this meeting in ongoing ceasefire efforts between Israel and Hamas. Nonetheless, this marks the first time a U.S. administration has publicly acknowledged meeting with the militant group. Both the U.S. and Israel consider Hamas to be a terrorist organization. This meeting comes at a sensitive time when ceasefire efforts are at a standstill. The first phase of the ceasefire ended over a week ago, and since then, the sides have been unable to find a way forward. President Donald Trump is taking a tough public line. He met with a group of recently released Israeli hostages at the White House, and afterwards he said he was issuing his last warning to Hamas to release all remaining hostages in Hamas captivity. The militant group responded with its own tough statement. It says no more hostage releases unless it is part of a lasting ceasefire agreement. So for the time being, we are seeing very tough public posturing by the various sides. At the same time, we now know of an ongoing dialogue between the U.S. and Hamas that could open the door to some backroom negotiations.
Here we go. Donald Trump getting involved in foreign policy, telling Hamas to release all remaining hostages, negotiating from Truth Social and other places. Stranger things have happened, I suppose. Donald Trump was asked by a reporter how he decided to send somebody from his team to negotiate with Hamas. Well, in the White House earlier today, well, earlier on Friday.
America.
Mr. President, my understanding is that the longstanding U.S. policy is that we do not negotiate with terrorists. So how did you come to the decision to send somebody from your team to negotiate with Hamas?
We are having discussions with Hamas. We are helping Israel in those discussions because we're talking about Israeli hostages. And we're not doing anything in terms of Hamas. We're not giving cash. We're not giving $6 billion like you hear other administrations give. In fact,
what?
I got 59 hostages out, and we gave nothing. In 59, we gave nothing.
Did he just suggest that the United States government gave Hamas $6 billion? What is he talking about?
Not including what's going on with Hamas. I mean, I consider that something where we're helping Israel for the most part. We had a couple of hostages, as you know. We got a couple of hostages out, American hostages.
Mr. President.
But certainly, Peter, you have to negotiate. There's a difference between negotiating and paying. We want to get these people out. If you would have seen the people yesterday, maybe you did, I don't know, but if you would have seen them, the way they spoke about their captivity, it was unbelievable. It's terrible. Thanks, Lindsay.
Mr. President.
Oh, he's talking about the prisoner swap with Iran. Which is not Hamas. The millions of condoms for Gaza. Gaza, Mozambique. Yes. Here you go, Donald Trump. Talking about how he came to the decision to send negotiators over there. It's not clear to me after hearing all of that what the actual impetus for it was. He said it was helping Israel. Helping Israel somehow. All right, yeah, another comment Donald Trump made here in regards to what will happen if Hamas does not release all the hostages like he told them to.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Mr. President, your envoy Steve.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Mr. President, your envoy Steve Witkoff told us a little while ago that if Hamas does not release hostages, that the U.S. and Israel could take some action. What does that mean in your eyes? Is that military action? Would you join strikes with Israel?
Well, you're going to find out. I
Oh my God.
had the honor of spending a lot of time yesterday with.
And then responds to, are you going to join in military strikes with Israel? Donald Trump just says, well, you're going to find out.
In your eyes, is that military action? Would you join strikes with Israel?
Well, you're going to find out. I had the honor of spending a lot of time yesterday with quite a few of the people that we got out, and I can't believe how badly treated they were. Really badly treated. Stories that
she talked to some
you wouldn't even
Palestinians.
believe. Some of it was documented. Some of it was so bad you couldn't really. I don't think you can put it on. And it's a shame. And they said one thing. They have 59 hostages, of which many of them are killed. They want to know if we could just continue. They said without us, look, Biden wasn't able to get anybody out. We came along and they started releasing.
Out.
But we have 59 left, of which.
Of course, there were hostages that came out, either at the expense of, I mean, like 20 to 30 times more Palestinian lives per hostage, or with the one and only ceasefire deal that got the majority of hostages up to this point that have been released. And none of that happened under Trump.
24 are living, the rest are dead. And I put out a statement.
I mean, I'm not talking about the most recent one that happened once Trump. Like, I'm talking about the first one, right? You know what I'm talking about? People remember this?
Self-explanatory, I think, but somebody's going to have to get a lot rougher than they're getting. It's a shame. And those 24 that are living, because they were with them just 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, depending on when they got out. But they said they're in very bad shape.
There we go. Donald Trump, when asked about what he's going to do if they don't release all of the hostages in essentially in complete contravention of the of the ceasefire deal, something which Israel's been breaking all over the place. Donald Trump is basically just ripping up the previous ceasefire deal and saying, hey, if you don't just give over all the hostages right now, the U.S. might very well engage in bombing Palestine with Israel. It's wild. That shit is wild. All right, now it's still Ramadan in Gaza, and people are trying to survive and also manage to celebrate the holiday. Let's go here to Middle East Eye from 15 hours ago. See some of those Palestinians in Gaza amid destroyed buildings and rubble.
يعطيك العافية. الله يعافيك. عرفنا عن نفسك. رائد أبو أمونة. احكي لنا عن المعاناة اليوم في ظل هذه.
Tell us about the hardship today in these conditions. The hardship? There's no comfort for people. We are eating on top of the rubble, completely exposed to those around us. There's no sheltered place for us. This is the hardship. Yet, despite this, we remain above our homes, breaking our fast during the holy month of Ramadan. And we will remain in our homes, even if they are not just rubble. Even if they become ashes, we will stay. Prices are high today. How do you manage to meet your needs? May God help us. With these prices, only God can help. People do not. We ask those controlling the prices to have mercy on the people We are in a state of war, a life and death circumstance, and those who die will face judgment tomorrow. Traders will try to lower prices for the people so that they can survive. What are your needs? Our needs are the same as those of any human being. What do we need? Freedom, peace of mind, a stable home, education. Total destruction has hit the schools. Whatever developed nations have, developing nations should have too. Alright, now let's go to Syria, where things have gotten out of control suddenly without any real warning. This all really happened in the last 24 hours. But, as we know, as we've been watching over the last months, Syria's government, the Assad regime, the Ba'ath Party was toppled by HTS. HTS has attempted to start its own government, not electing, but at least already appointing some amount of leadership, interim leadership supposedly, and restoring social services. We saw Ramadan in Syria recently, where prices are apparently much lower ever since the Ba'ath regime has left. But in the last 24 hours, clashes have occurred in the country, leading to, just numbers which are increasing, like, by the hour. Let's go here. This is literally from, like, 24 hours ago. France 24, English.
In the middle of the night, these reinforcement troops of Syria's new government are urgently heading to the coast. These soldiers in Aleppo have been called up to action after deadly clashes with military remnants of the Assad regime in Latakia province. Dozens of people have reportedly been killed in the violence.
We, the administration of General Security in Aleppo Governorate, are heading to the coastal areas to defeat the remnants of Assad supporters that targeted the brothers in the General Security Administration in Latakia.
The attacks took place near the town of Jableh in the Latakia countryside, an area which forms the heartland of the Alawite minority sect to which the Assad family belongs. As reinforcement troops left Idlib, residents and supporters voiced their concerns.
My message is directed primarily to the political leadership headed by Mr. Ahmed al-Shara. There's no forgiveness or reconciliation with the remnants of the regime. They've not stopped killing us in cold blood while you're asking us to forgive them.
The violence was not isolated to the coastal regions. There have also been reports of clashes in the cities of Homs and Aleppo, as well as in the southern region of Dara. These deadly attacks on Syria's new forces are some of the most violent the country has seen since the fall of Bashar al-Assad in December.
All right, let's just go to this one straight away. 18 hours ago from BBC.
More from Syria, and Syrian government security forces have been carrying out what they say is a big operation to crush an insurgency by fighters loyal to the ousted President Bashar al-Assad in coastal areas. It is the biggest challenge yet to the new Islamist-led government in Syria, and a curfew has been imposed in the port cities of Latakia and Tartus. A monitoring group, the British-based Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, says dozens of people may have been killed by Syrian security forces, with some unconfirmed claims of summary executions. Well, the interim government has sent reinforcements to Latakia, which is an area dominated by the Alawite community loyal to the former president. Here's our Middle East correspondent, Hugo Bashega, with the latest developments on the situation there in Syria.
So this is the worst violence that we've seen in Syria since the fall of President Bashar al-Assad back in December after that Islamist-led rebel offensive. Now, let me just give you an idea of what's happening, because yesterday security forces were carrying out an operation in the region of Latakia on the Mediterranean coast, and they say that this was an operation targeting a senior official in the Assad regime. They say there was an ambush by forces loyal to President Assad. A local security official described this as a very sophisticated, well-planned attack. Clashes followed. There were confrontations then in other parts of the coast. And today what we're seeing is what the authorities are describing as a huge security operation targeting forces loyal to the Assad regime. And now we're hearing those reports of dozens of people killed. This is an area where, it's the stronghold of President Bashar al-Assad.
France, Britain, and America are the main reasons why Syria is not free. Well, yeah, I mean, we propped up, in many ways, propped up the Ba'ath Party for a very long time. A lot of people sort of benefited, for whatever reasons, from Syria being an utter disaster. And, honestly, we've been talking about this for quite a while and keep talking about how we have hopes for a multicultural society in Syria, where everyone can, take part in their government without all of this violence. But of course, the United States still technically has its own installations inside of Syria while all this is going on, unless they were pulled out. I did not hear about it, but the last time I checked, the United States still has a freaking base inside of Syria, like an outpost. I don't know what they call it, but some sort of military installation. It would be great if we could just have peace and freedom for everyone rather than looming dictatorship. That would be nice. I would like that. That would be good for me. But also Russia, helped prop up the Ba'ath Party too. Plenty. In the later years. But even throughout all that, U.S. has worked with, they worked with Bashar during, oh God, what point? I'm trying to remember now. God damn it. Like, in different moments, like when our interests aligned, Bashar was like, yeah, actually, that's fine. You do this strike here. You do this strike here on this group I don't like. NBD. All right, that was 18 hours ago. Let's go to global news now from 7 hours ago. Wait, I have these out of order. Why is this in this order? Son of a bitch. Sorry, I screwed up on the chronological order. I gotta fix this. 17 hours ago. CNN on the deadly fighting that has broken out in Syria.
Well, we are getting new eyewitnesses eyewitness video in from western Syria, where intense fighting broke out overnight. Have a look at this. Now, this shows the Syrian army opening fire after an ambush attempt along the Aleppo-Latakia highway. Dozens have been killed in that fighting. Officials say Assad-linked militia are responsible for the attacks, but no group has actually claimed responsibility yet. This is the worst outbreak of violence we've seen since the transitional government came into power. Ibrahim Al-Asili is a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute. He joins us now live from Washington, D.C. Latakia, the heartland of the Alawite minority sect, which Assad was a big part of course. How big a security challenge is this for the new government going forward? What do you understand to be happening on the ground?
Great to be with you, Becky. I would say the last 24 hours were the most challenging for Syrians since the day that Assad fell on December 8th of last year. It started with some militias and forces loyal to Assad ambushing and attacking and surrounding checkpoints for security forces belonging to the new interim government on the coastal area where it's heavily.
This seems like more fighting than we saw in the in the actual like not invasion, because they were within Syria. Why can't I think of the word? My brain just broke. Oh my god, why can't I think right now? Like, I don't know. It just seems like this is more fighting than we saw when HTS took over. Who's backing them? I have no idea. It's a great question. That's one thing I keep asking myself. Where did this come from, right? Like, this is way more violence than we saw during the takeover. And I'm just trying to figure out why. Why do that in this moment? I mean, granted, this is a moment where there's a massive vacuum in the power structure that exists. You know, yeah, I don't know. It's giving me pause, making me think about what it is that is causing this. I don't have a clear answer right now. But let's go here now to global news from 8 hours ago. As the number of people continues to climb, you know, initial reports were dozens, something like around 70, but by 8 hours ago, that number had climbed to 200, now dead, as these clashes continue in the west of Syria.
Gun battles in the streets of Syria. We say to the old regime's remnants that you're losing. The Syrian people are one, this pro-government protester says. Fighting has erupted between Syria's transitional government forces and rebel groups still loyal to the ousted regime of Bashar al-Assad. The rebels are members of Assad's Alawite religious minority, many of whom served in his military.
The administration has been doing what they call combing operations to try to root out these cadres of the former regime.
Ordinary Alawite civilians say they're also being targeted. We call on the government to strike with an iron fist. The time for forgiveness has ended, this pro-government protester says. But the prospect of rebel groups igniting another civil war in Syria seems unlikely. Their main foreign...
No, that's one thing that I have a real problem with. If it's true, you know, that's not good. That's bad. Alawite citizens unrelated to the Ba'ath Party should not be getting targeted amidst all this. Because then we start talking about, you know, ethnic cleansing again. Not something I'm a big fan of, if I'm being frank. Yeah.
Backers are Iran and Hezbollah.
Hezbollah's power to do so has been largely decimated through its year-long war with the Israelis. No one in Syria wants Iran back.
Syria remains a mishmash of fragile alliances and competing foreign influences. The interim HTS government controls Damascus. It's backed by Turkey, which opposes the Kurdish forces that control the north and are backed by the U.S. The Americans also back Israel, which controls a buffer zone in the south.
There it is.
The new authorities in Syria are
I was pretty sure. I could have sworn. There it is, the U.S. deconfliction zone.
Back Israel, which controls a buffer zone in the south.
The new authorities in Syria are walking on a tightrope that's being pulled from every direction over a pit of fire.
If Syria descends into violence, it risks provoking another refugee crisis and the escape of numerous ISIS prisoners held by the Kurds.
The fear is that these fighters can escape and potentially restart basically ISIS.
Syria rests on a knife edge.
So yeah, things in Syria devolving. This is the latest story I could find on this. I looked for it while I was in the last break. This is from an hour and like, let's see. It's like an hour ago. This is from almost exactly 1 hour ago. France 24 English with the latest on this story.
Now, if we look at the image of Syria and what is happening right now, we could see, and I could tell that by speaking with people yesterday. There were many manifestations in different cities in Syria and here in Damascus as well. That they are trying and they are demanding from the new governments and from new authorities to establish control and the security, fearing that what happened and the clashes that happened yesterday, that will happen in other parts of Syria as well. This is a constant fear that we can see everywhere. There is also an intensification of a military presence here in Syria and in Damascus as well. And with everything happening in Syria right now, creating a legal framework and drafting a constitution is really an urgent necessity for all of Syrians in this transitional phase. The real question is whether the new government will be able to establish control over Syrian territory and respect civilians while maintaining Syria's unity.
Okay. So yeah, it seems like these numbers have at least paused. It is a situation we will try and continue to keep track of for all of you. But it is it's the exact opposite of, I think, what we envisioned for Syria at the fall of Bashar al-Assad, is an eruption of more fighting. You do not need a new civil war in Syria. That would be maybe the least not optimism, but like preferential outcome of all this. Gotta say, that would be bad. That'd be horrifying right now. With everything else going on, I mean, just generally speaking, it would be bad. But I'm at my limit right now for the number of crises happening simultaneously. Kind of a little too much.
That's too much, man!
Speaking of crises happening across the world, Bangladesh is still dealing with Myanmar's problems, as Rohingya refugees are still there in, I think more than 1 million, but certainly hundreds of thousands. I actually don't know the exact number. I don't know why I can't think of what the exact number is, but there's a ton of Rohingya refugees who have fled Myanmar for Bangladesh ever since military takeover of the country. The continued fighting that's going on, the Rohingya, the ethnic minority, Muslim ethnic minority in Myanmar, the stateless ethnic minority, is, dealing with a lot of stuff. Already having been ethnically cleansed from the region almost entirely, to neighboring countries, they are now facing another problem, that being the ending of U.S. aid, as United Nations is going to be having the number of food rations going to Rohingya refugees in the wake of U.S. funds drying up worldwide, something we'll have to keep our eyes on, because the Supreme Court recently ruled that the Trump has to reinstate these funds. But will they listen to the law? I don't know.
I don't want reality.
The United Nations will halve food rations to Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh to just £4.70. That's around $6 per person per month, after failing to find enough finance. Aid workers now fear rising hunger in the world's largest refugee camp. It comes after funding cuts announced by the United States, which contributes almost half of all aid to these refugees. Bangladesh is sheltering more than 1 million Rohingyas, a persecuted Muslim minority who fled violent purges in neighbouring Myanmar. Our South Asia correspondent Samira Hussain reports from Cox's Bazar.
These are among the world's most vulnerable, fleeing violent persecution and now living as refugees, and completely dependent on foreign aid for their survival. On these trucks, food rations, bags filled with staples like rice, lentils, and cooking oil, meant to last a month. But funding cuts mean next month, this bag will only be half full. A devastating blow for people already living on the brink.
I've lost my peace of mind. I have 9 members in my family. My children are going to ask me for food. As a mother, if I can't feed them, it's better to die.
This cut follows the dismantling of America's foreign aid program, responsible for half of all aid to Rohingya refugees. The effects are already being felt. Hamida Begum lives in this room with her 4 children. One is disabled. Hamida was getting regular treatment for hypertension until January. Her local hospital abruptly closed because USAID stopped paying.
Okay. Can't imagine being disabled in the midst of being forced from my home. It's just insane. But I guess this is what Donald Trump wants. I guess his family should pick themselves up from their bootstraps. Make themselves useful to some capitalist somewhere. Alright, let's go to China. Talk about the state of the economy there. Recent numbers are showing some problems in China with this tariff war going on. Imports have tumbled as demand is slowing dramatically. Here's Reuters from yesterday on the story.
China saw imports unexpectedly tumble over January and February, with exports also cooling off. Inbound shipments dropped 8.4% when they had been expected to rise. Exports grew at less than half the forecast rate. The disappointing figures come as a trade war heats up. Since taking office, US President Donald Trump has imposed an extra 10% tariff on Chinese goods.
We're going to do very well against China and against everybody else.
And then doubled it for a cumulative 20% in new levies. Now, the drop-off in export growth may be related to shippers rushing out goods in previous weeks to get ahead of the curbs. As for imports, experts say it may show that Beijing is scaling back purchases of key commodities. Numbers were down for grains, iron ore and crude oil. One economist told Reuters that China probably imported too much of such goods last year and now needs to scale back. Looking ahead, the question is how much effect US tariffs will have, and whether yet more are on the way. Speaking Friday, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said Beijing would respond firmly to any new moves.
Yep, and they've been talking a whole bunch about what they're going to be doing to try and boost their economy in the midst of all of this, but that is a shocking figure, down 8% after... Wait, why is my... I don't know how long that's been going on for. I didn't notice that my mouth was just motionless this whole time. It's very off-putting. Alright, now let's go to this sort of horrifying situation which happened yesterday if you missed it. South Korean military, a joint U.S.-South Korean military drill, went horrifyingly wrong. Multiple bombs were dropped on a South Korean town. At this point, the number of people injured, reported by officials, is at 15. Here's ABC News from yesterday on this situation.
And 15 people are injured after South Korean fighter jets accidentally dropped 8 bombs over a residential area. South Korean officials say it happened during annual joint training with the U.S. military. Foreign correspondent Britt Clennett has the latest on that. Hi, Britt. So what do we know so far?
Hi, Diane. Yeah, so this happened as South Korea and U.S. forces were holding these joint live fire exercises linked to annual drills that start next week. Dozens of people injured after a pair of fighter jets accidentally dropped 8 bombs in a civilian district. Security footage aired on local TV shows the moment leading up to the incident, with a pickup truck driving along a street before the area is consumed by this large explosion. Local residents reported hearing a loud roar followed by a loud blast. Photographs from the scene also show a house destroyed by the impact, broken windows, and a building covered with debris. And Diane, it's certainly for a civilian area that has always complained about the danger and the potential danger and the disturbance of these drills. They're saying that it certainly shows that these drills aren't necessarily safe.
Yeah, no kidding.
Britt,
Give me a
this
joke.
was just a training. So why were they?
My God. People have been complaining about the proximity of these drills to their homes, and now this. Pretty bad look. Yeah, it is.
Carrying actual bombs?
Pretty insane.
Yeah, so as I say, this is something that residents have previously raised the alarm about, you know, the potential danger from these nearby training areas. What we have heard is a sorry for the damage caused by what authorities say is abnormal drop accident, and the Air Force in South Korea issuing a statement saying that they wish the injured a speedy recovery. But I think it's clear exactly why were real bombs used. The accident was due apparently to a pilot kind of entering an incorrect coordinate. That's according to a military official. The official said that the 2 jets then dropped 4 bombs each, with all of them detonating, but certainly serious questions over why real bombs were used. We heard from Pochun's city mayor. He said the unthinkable had happened, and he's urging the government and the military to come up with measures to prevent this from happening ever again.
Well, this is a continuation of the insanity in Asia that we've been witnessing for the last year. And, you know, South Korea is not the only one to be doing live fire drills in places they should not. And, you know, it's just out of control right now. The tensions have resulted in accidental bombings at this point. I feel like the whole world just needs to take a big old breath. Stop all of this nonsense. Maybe take a look out the window at the icebergs that are melting. Maybe focus on some other stuff. But I guess we just have to all prove to all of our friends and enemies just how tough we are. Oh my god, I just realized that was the second to last story. But not the second to last vid of the evening. This is the second to last vid. Great job for making it this far. Here's NBC News from yesterday.
This is the moment South Korean fighter jets accidentally bombed homes. A mistake that came dangerously close to being deadly. There was a sudden loud roar of a fighter jet, then an explosion, said this witness. 8 bombs dropped 20 miles from the North Korean border that were supposed to hit a training range. South Korean officials said one of the pilots entered the wrong coordinates. What isn't clear is why a second pilot released bombs too. I've never heard such a sound in my whole life, she says. It happened during training for joint exercises with the U.S. military, which says no U.S. aircraft were involved. 15 people are injured, 2 of them in serious condition. The village's mayor calling the accident unacceptable and horrific. The misfire coming ahead of annual joint exercises with the U.S., known as Freedom Shield, that typically heighten tension with North Korea. The aircraft carrier.
There were there were no U.S. equipment, I guess, involved in this. Although the initial reports were that there was. But supposedly this is preparations for that joint action coming up. But it feels like I'm struggling to remember, and the fact is we've covered this story when it's super late. But it's like, I don't know. This whole thing just feels fucking weird to me. Alright, last story. We're going to talk about Syria again. Wait, this is not in the right place. Why is this here? No, alright, we're not going back to talking about Syria. That's it. That's it. This is not supposed to be here. What in the fuck is this? How did I how did I do this? Oh, I think I see what happened. Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry everyone, that's it. We have to go west to east. We can't just suddenly go back. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Well, it looks like we've gotten through another stream, chat. It was quite long and also difficult. But thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothdocs, Aaron W., Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noah, Scouts, Tracy Eva, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jan, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, and... Whoa, what just happened? And Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, and Lovely Pariah. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including
Just trying to correct. Why did you do this? Come.
national debt during the Bush administration.
Why have you done this to me?
Obama has been in office. We have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit and national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren, and the children all over this country, to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's a fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I got $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves.